The desert wind never knocked. It came when it wanted, carrying sand that scraped against stone and skin alike, and you either turned your face from it or you swallowed grit with every breath. Temari had learned early that turning away was a form of weakness. So she kept her eyes open, kept her jaw set, and walked through the biting gusts that raked across Sunagakure's rooftop corridors like the village itself was trying to push her back. She'd been summoned 30 minutes ago. A hawk, bearing the Kazekige's personal seal, had landed on the window ledge of her apartment while she was cleaning her fan. The great Iron War fan she'd carried since she was 12. Its edges nicked and resharpened so many times the original metal was more memory than material. The hawk had stared at her with flat amber eyes, and she'd untied the scroll from its leg without hurry. Rushing to answer a summons was another form of weakness. It told the person summoning you that you were afraid of what they'd do if you were late. Temari wasn't afraid of her father. She told herself that, as she crossed the suspended bridge between the residential towers and the Kazekige's administrative complex, the wind screaming through the canyon below her. Sunagakure was built into a natural cleft in the earth, its buildings carved from sandstone and packed clay, and the whole village funneled wind like a throat funnels a scream. Visitors hated it. Temari barely noticed anymore. You grew up in the scream, you became part of it. 2 Anbu flanked the entrance to the Kazekige's office. They wore the blank porcelain masks that all Suna Anbu favored, smooth, featureless, vaguely skull-like. Neither acknowledged her. She didn't acknowledge them. The door was heavy, reinforced wood banded with iron, and she pushed it open without knocking. Rasa, the 4th Kazekige, sat behind a desk that looked like it had been carved from a single block of desert stone. He was reading something, always reading something, and didn't look up when she entered. His robes were the deep maroon of his office, and the gold dust that was both his weapon and his signature glinted faintly at his collar, woven into the fabric like decoration. It wasn't decoration. Everything about her father was a weapon. "Close the door," he said. Temari closed it. She stood at ease, feet shoulder-width apart, hands loose at her sides. Military posture, but relaxed enough to suggest she wasn't performing. With the Kazekige, every interaction was a negotiation, whether he intended it that way or not. Probably he did intend it. He intended most things. The office was spare. A desk, 2 chairs, a map of the continent dominating the far wall with colored pins marking troop positions, resource routes, and, she noted with a flicker of professional interest, 3 new clusters of pins around the border with the Land of Fire. No personal effects. No photographs. The Kazekige didn't keep photographs of his children. Temari had stopped wondering why a long time ago, Rasa set down the scroll he'd been reading and looked at her. Her father had a face like the desert itself. All hard plains and erosion, handsome in the way that something carved by relentless force was handsome. His eyes were dark and evaluating. They were always evaluating. When she'd been small, maybe 4 or 5, she'd thought that if she trained hard enough, performed well enough, smiled the right way at the right time, those eyes would warm. That had been a child's thinking. She'd stopped being a child early. "Sit." She sat in the chair across from him. It was stone, like everything in this village. No cushion. Comfort bred softness, and softness bred death. That was practically Suna's village motto. "I'll get to the point," Rasa said, which was how he started every conversation and which was never actually true. He leaned back and studied her for a long, measured beat. "How much do you know about the current state of affairs with the Leaf? We maintain a nominal non-aggression treaty," Temari said. "Trade continues at reduced volumes. Diplomatic channels are open but minimal. The joint Chunin exam is on indefinite hiatus following the disruption at the last one." She paused. The disruption. That was one word for it. Orochimaru's interference, the failed invasion, the chaos that had left both villages bleeding and suspicious. "There's a new Hokage. Tsunade of the Sannin. She's consolidating power and modernizing their medical infrastructure. Our intelligence suggests she's strengthening Konoha's alliance network, particularly with smaller nations." The daimyo continues to divert mission contracts from us to the leaf." Rasa listened without expression. When she finished, he nodded once. "That last part. The daimyo, what are the numbers? 37% reduction in contracted missions over the last 18 months, projected to hit 50 within the year." She kept her voice flat. The numbers were devastating, and they both knew it. You didn't need to dress up a killing blow with dramatic delivery. 50%, Rosser repeated. He said it the way another man might say terminal. "Do you know what happens to a hidden village that loses half its mission revenue? It dies." "It dies slowly," he corrected. "Which is worse? A quick death, an invasion, a catastrophe, a village can rally against that. But a slow bleed. Year after year of reduced contracts, reduced income, reduced prestige. Shinobi leave for better opportunities. Genin stop enrolling. The academy shrinks. The hospital cuts staff. And one day you wake up and realize your village isn't a military power anymore. It's a relic. A sandcastle waiting for the tide." He stood and walked to the map. His finger traced the border between wind country and fire country, a long, jagged line that ran through forests, rivers, and open plains. "Konoha doesn't need to invade us. They just need to keep doing exactly what they're doing. Every year, they grow stronger. Every year, we grow weaker. The gap widens, and eventually we won't even be worth conquering. We'll just stop mattering." Temari watched him. This wasn't news. Every Jonin in Suna knew the village was declining. It was the unspoken truth that flavored every meal, every training session, every mission assignment. But hearing the Kazekage say it aloud, in this spare stone office with the wind howling outside, it felt like a diagnosis. "The alliance with Adagakur continues," Rasa said, and Temari's spine stiffened slightly. She controlled the reaction, but not before her father noticed. He noticed everything. "I know you have reservations. Orochimaru is not trustworthy. Orochimaru is useful. There's a difference. With respect, father, useful and dangerous aren't mutually exclusive." The faintest ghost of something crossed Rasa's face, not quite approval, not quite amusement. "No," he agreed. "They're not, which brings me to why you're here." He returned to his desk and opened a drawer, producing a scroll sealed with both the Kazecage's mark and a secondary seal she didn't recognize, Intelligence Division. Black Ops Classification. "What I'm about to tell you does not leave this room. You will not discuss it with Kankuro. You will not discuss it with Gaara. You will not write it down, reference it in casual conversation, or breathe a word of it to anyone not explicitly cleared by me. Is that understood?" "Understood." He broke the seal and unrolled the scroll across the desk. It was a dossier. The photograph clipped to the top corner showed a boy, maybe 13, 14, with wild blonde hair, blue eyes, and a grin so wide it looked physically painful. 3 whisker-like marks on each cheek. An orange jacket that hurt to look at. Uzumaki Naruto. Temari knew the name. Everyone knew the name. The Jinchuriki of the 9-tailed fox, the most powerful of the tailed beasts. The kid who'd fought Gaara during the Chunin exams and somehow, impossibly, absurdly beaten him. Not with superior technique or bloodline power, but with sheer, stupid, unrelenting willpower and a summoning contract he barely knew how to use. She'd watched that fight. She'd watched her brother, the unstoppable, terrifying monster that even she and Kankuro had spent their whole lives learning to survive, get beaten by a boy in an orange jumpsuit who wouldn't stop getting up. "Konoha's Jinchuriki," Rasa said, as if she needed the caption. "The vessel of the 9 tails, and the key to everything." Temari looked at the photograph again. The boy was making a peace sign. He looked like an idiot. "We've been tracking his development since the Chunin exams," Rasa continued. "Our intelligence is fragmented. The Leaf keeps their Jinchuriki's details classified, as any village would, but what we've gathered is concerning. His growth rate is abnormal. His chakra reserves are effectively limitless. And our sources suggest his ability to tap the 9 tails' power is advancing faster than any previous host." He tapped the dossier. The 3rd Hokage kept the boy restrained. Limited training, limited resources, limited access to his own potential. deliberate policy. A Jinchuriki who doesn't know what he is remains controllable. But Tsunade is changing that. She's investing in him, assigning him high-profile missions, surrounding him with competent mentors. Jiraiya of the Sannin has taken him as a personal student. The weight of that settled in the room like stone dust. Jiraiya, the Toad Sage, one of the 3 legendary shinobi of Konoha, master of sage arts, spy master, and the man who'd trained the 4th Hokage himself. If Jiraiya was personally investing in Naruto's development within 5 years. Rasa said quietly, "That boy will be the most powerful shinobi alive, and he belongs to Konoha." Temari understood now, not the specifics yet, but the shape of it. The Kazekage wasn't looking at a boy in an orange jacket. He was looking at a strategic asset that would make Konoha untouchable, permanently, irreversibly untouchable. If Suna was going to act, it had to be before that happened. "You want intelligence on him," she said. "I want everything on him." Rasa's voice had dropped into the register he used when he stopped being her father and became the leader of a dying village making desperate calculations. How he fights, how he trains, how he accesses the Nine-Tails chakra, what seals contain the beast, what triggers a full manifestation. What his weaknesses are, physical, emotional, psychological. I want to know what makes Uzumaki Naruto tick, and I want to know how to stop him. Temari stared at her father across the desk, across the dossier, across the grinning photograph. "You're sending me to Konoha." "I'm sending you to Konoha as a diplomatic liaison. A gesture of good faith following the Chunin exam incident. Tsunade has been pushing for renewed relations. She's an idealist underneath the pragmatism, and she believes that diplomacy can prevent conflict. We're going to give her exactly what she wants. A sand representative embedded in the leaf, cooperative training exercises, cultural exchange, all very noble, all very public." He paused. "And while you're playing ambassador, you're going to get close to the Jinchuriki and send me everything I need." The wind screamed outside. Sand hissed against the window. "Why me?" Temari asked. Not because she doubted her capability, she knew exactly how capable she was, but because the question mattered. The Kazekage had experienced intelligence operatives, people who'd spent decades in deep cover. Temari was 17. Gifted, yes. Lethal, yes. But she was also his daughter, and sending her into enemy territory on a long-term espionage mission was not a decision made lightly. Unless it was. Unless he'd done the calculation and decided that the risk to his daughter was an acceptable cost against the potential intelligence yield. Which, knowing her father, was exactly what had happened. Rasa answered the question anyway. "Because you met the Konoha shinobi during the exams. Your face is known. Your arrival as a diplomat is plausible, even expected. An unknown operative would raise suspicion. You won't." He straightened the dossier with precise, mechanical fingers, "and because you're the best I have. I don't send my second best on missions that determine whether this village survives." There it was. The closest thing to a compliment the 4th Kazekage had ever given her, and it came packaged as a justification for putting her life at risk. Temari felt the familiar hollow thud of something she'd stopped calling disappointment years ago. "Timeline," she asked. "You leave in 3 days. Initial posting is 6 months, renewable. I'll expect reports via coded hawk every 2 weeks. Emergency contact protocols are in the dossier. Rules of engagement. Maintain your cover at all costs. Do not engage in any action that could compromise Suna's diplomatic position unless directly threatened. If your cover is blown," he paused, and for just a moment, something flickered in those calculating eyes. It was gone before she could name it. "If your cover is blown, you disavow and extract. We will deny all knowledge." Of course they would. Temari nodded. "One more thing." Rasa pulled a second, smaller scroll from the drawer. This one bore Orochimaru's seal, the snake eating its own tail. "Our allies in Sound have expressed interest in coordinating intelligence efforts regarding Konoha. I've agreed in principle. You may be contacted by a Sound operative during your posting. Cooperate within reason." Temari's jaw tightened. "Father," within reason, Temari. I'm not asking you to trust the snake. I'm asking you to use him while he's useful and keep your eyes open for the knife." He held out the dossier. "Can you do this?" She took the dossier. It was heavier than it looked, thick with surveillance reports, satellite imagery, chakra analysis estimates, psychological profiles. The grinning photograph stared up at her from the top. "I can do this," she said. Rasa nodded, dismissed. The conversation was over. There would be no "be careful" or "come home safe." Those were words for fathers, and Rasa had stopped being that a long time ago. If he ever had been, Temari stood, tucked the dossier under her arm, and walked to the door. "Temari," she stopped, didn't turn. "The Jinchuriki beat your brother. Don't underestimate him because he looks like a fool." "I don't underestimate anyone," she said, and walked out. The apartment she shared with Kankuro was near the top of the eastern residential spire. 4 rooms carved from sandstone, with narrow windows that let in light and wind in roughly equal measure. It was Spartan by any standard. 2 bedrooms, a common area, a kitchen barely wide enough for one person. Gaara didn't live with them. Gaara didn't live with anyone. Gaara existed in whatever dark corner of the village he drifted to, and you didn't ask questions. Kankuro was in the common area when she got back, sitting cross-legged on the floor with Crow disassembled in front of him. Puppet parts spread around him like the aftermath of a wooden explosion, joints, limbs, poison-tipped fingers, coiled wires thin as spider silk. He was humming tunelessly while he worked, a habit that would have been endearing in someone who didn't paint his face like a kabuki demon. He looked up when she walked in. "Summoned by dear old dad, classified." Classified usually means terrible. How terrible are we talking? Scale of 1 to Gaara's having a mood. Temari dropped the dossier on the table, the parts that weren't classified anyway. She'd already separated and sealed the operational details in a scroll at her hip. "I'm going to Konoha, diplomatic liaison, 3 days." Kankuro's hands stopped moving. He held a wooden forearm with articulated fingers, and the fingers twitched once, involuntarily, as his chakra strings flickered with his surprise. "Konoha, the Hawkage's been requesting a sand representative." Father agreed. Father agreed to send his eldest daughter into the village we tried to invade less than a year ago. Kankuro's voice was flat, not angry yet, calculating. He was smarter than people gave him credit for, smarter than the face paint and the sarcasm suggested. "That's a long walk into enemy territory wearing a smile." "They're not the enemy. We have a non-aggression treaty. We also had an invasion plan 6 months ago. I was there. I remember. The Leaf Shinobi probably remember too." Temari sat down across from him and pulled out a kunai, turning it idly between her fingers. It was a nervous habit she'd developed in childhood and never quite killed. "It's a diplomatic posting. Good faith gesture. I'll attend meetings, participate in joint training, file reports on their village infrastructure and military readiness." Kankuro stared at her. He had their mother's eyes, dark, perceptive, touched with a warmth that their father had bred out of himself. "You're a terrible liar." "I'm an excellent liar. You just know me too well." "So it's a spy mission. It's classified." "Right." Kankuro picked up Crow's forearm again and began reattaching wires with the delicate, precise movements of a surgeon. His face was carefully neutral, which meant he was furious. "And he's sending you because you're the best he has, and he doesn't waste second best on missions that matter." That's what he said, right? Some version of that? "Kankuro," he said the same thing to Mom before her last mission. The words fell like stones into still water. Exact same words. "You're the best I have. Real inspiring. Great leadership. Really makes you want to charge into enemy territory for a man who calls his children assets." The silence that followed was the kind that only existed between people who shared a specific, intimate grief. Their mother had died on a mission for the village when Temari was 7. Classified mission. Classified details. The body had come home in a sealed scroll, and the funeral had lasted exactly as long as protocol demanded, and the case kid had returned to his office afterward without a word. "It's not the same," Temari said, and even she could hear how thin it sounded. "No, it's worse. He's sending you alone." I can handle it. I know you can handle it. That's not the point. Kankuro set Crow's arm down with more force than necessary. The point is that he keeps spending us. You, me, Gaara, we're not his children, we're his inventory. And one day the returns aren't going to justify the investment, and he'll write us off the same way he writes off failed missions, with a line through the ledger and a replacement requisition. Kankuro. Her voice had the edge now. The tone she used to end arguments, pull rank, remind him that she was the eldest and the boundaries existed for a reason. I didn't come here to debate the Kazekij's parenting. I came to tell you I'm leaving in 3 days and I need you to keep an eye on Gaara while I'm gone. His expression shifted at that. The anger didn't leave, but it folded itself away behind something more complicated. Gaara's been different since the exams. Different how? Quieter. Which with Gaara could mean he's contemplating enlightenment or planning mass murder, and the margin is thin. Kankuro reattached a wire and tested the tension with a flick of his finger. He asked me a question the other day, out of the blue. Just showed up in my doorway at 3 a.m, sand swirling everywhere, and asked me what I thought friends were. Temari's kunai stopped spinning. What did you say? I said they were people who tolerated each other's terrible habits and didn't try to kill each other most of the time. He stared at me for about 40 seconds and then left. Kankuro shrugged. Progress. Despite everything, Temari almost smiled, almost. Keep him stable, don't antagonize him, and don't let father use him as a weapon while I'm gone. That last one's above my pay grade and you know it. Then do your best. She stood, collected the dossier, and headed for her room. At the doorway, she stopped. Kankuro. Yeah, if something happens, if things go wrong, don't come after me, I'll handle it. He looked at her, really looked, with those eyes that saw too much and said too little. You know I can't promise that. Try. She closed the door and sat on her bed in the dark, the dossier in her lap, and read Uzumaki Naruto's file from cover to cover 3 times, born October 10th. Orphan. Container of the 9-tailed fox since infancy, sealed by the 4th Hokage at the cost of his own life. Academy grades, abysmal, taijutsu, average, ninjutsu, limited but growing. Genjutsu, non-existent, chakra reserves, classified as anomalous. Intelligence estimates place them at 5 to 8 times a typical Jonin. Notable techniques: shadow clone jutsu, summoning jutsu toads, Rasengan unconfirmed. Psychological profile: extroverted, impulsive, emotionally volatile, with a pathological need for acknowledgement and connection. Pathological need for acknowledgement and connection. Temari read that line twice. It was clinical. Cold. It reduced a human being to a vulnerability to be exploited. Get close to him. Give him the attention he craves. Make him trust you. Then take everything he gives you and send it to the people who want to destroy his home. She closed the dossier, stood up, began packing. 3 days. She spent those 3 days the way she spent most transition periods, training, reviewing intelligence, and methodically eliminating anything that might compromise her mission. She burned personal letters. She scrubbed her apartment of anything that connected to sensitive operations. She sharpened her fan until the edges could split a falling hair, then sealed it in a carrying scroll for travel. On the 2nd day, she went to find Gaara. He was where he always was at night, on the roof of the highest point in Suna, sitting cross-legged with his gourd beside him, staring at the moon. The sand around him shifted lazily, constantly, like a living thing breathing in its sleep. Temari approached from downwind, not because she was sneaking. You didn't sneak up on Gaara. His sand would detect you 100 meters out, but because the wind carried less noise from that direction. You're leaving, Gaara said before she'd taken 3 steps onto the rooftop. He didn't turn around. 3 days, diplomatic assignment in Konoha? Konoha. The word sounded strange in his mouth, not hostile, not anything really. Gaara's voice had always been flat, toneless, like he'd learned to speak from written instructions and had never bothered with inflection. But lately, there was something underneath it, a searching quality. The Uzumaki boy is in Konoha. Temari's training kept her voice neutral. Among other people, yes, he beat me. I was there. No one had ever beaten me. Gaara turned his head slightly. His eyes were pale, ringed with the dark circles of permanent insomnia, and in the moonlight they looked almost translucent, like looking into shallow water over pale sand. I've been thinking about what he said to me during the fight, about bonds, about protecting people. A pause. The sand around him shifted direction, curled in on itself. Do you think he was right? This was dangerous ground. Not because Gaara might hurt her, though he might. You never knew with Gaara, but because the question mattered in ways she couldn't afford to engage with right now. If Gaara was genuinely changing, genuinely questioning the philosophy of murder and isolation that had defined his existence, that was something precious and fragile. And she was about to go spy on the person who'd planted that seed. I think, she said carefully, that Naruto beat you because he had something to fight for. That's not nothing. Gaara considered this. The sand settled. When you see him, Gaara said, tell him. He stopped. The sentence died incomplete and he turned back to the moon. Never mind. Gaara, be careful in Konoha, Temari. It was the first time in her memory that he'd used her name without it sounding like a designation. It sounded almost like something a brother would say. She stood there a moment longer, watching the moonlight on his sand, and then left. On the morning of her departure, she stood at Suna's main gate with a single travel pack, her fan sealed in a scroll on her back, and her diplomat's credentials in a leather case at her hip. The gate was massive, 2 walls of carved stone that created a narrow passage through the cliff face, barely wide enough for a wagon. Beyond it, the desert stretched flat and white and merciless to the horizon. A gate guard checked her papers with the kind of bored efficiency that suggested he'd done this 1,000 times. 2 Anbu watched from above her father's eyes, making sure she actually left, or maybe making sure she left alone. With the Kazekage, you never knew which flavor of paranoia you were tasting. She'd taken 10 steps into the desert when a voice behind her said, "Oi." Kankuro, standing just inside the gate, arms crossed, Crow's wrapped bulk strapped to his back. His face paint was fresh, the purple lines sharp and vivid. "Thought you were sleeping in," she said. "I was. Then I remembered my sister was walking into a den of people who want to kill her, and I figured that was worth waking up for." "They don't want to kill me. I'm a diplomat." "Right. And I'm a ballerina." He walked to her, just to the edge of the gate's shadow where the sunlight began. "Check in when you can, not coded hawk, not intelligence channels, just write to your brother sometimes. Sentimental, practical. If you stop writing, I'll know something's wrong, and I'll come get you regardless of what you said about not coming after you." She looked at him. Her brother. War-painted, foul-mouthed, fiercely loyal Kankuro who hid every genuine emotion behind sarcasm and puppet strings. She wanted to tell him something true, something about how he was the only person in her life who'd ever made her feel like a person instead of a tool. But they were Sand Shinobi, and Sand Shinobi didn't say things like that. "Don't let Gaara eat anyone while I'm gone," she said. "No promises." He smiled, a real one, rare and brief. "Go be a diplomat, sis." She turned and walked into the desert. The sun hit her like a wall, and by the time she looked back, the gate was a dark slit in the cliff face and Kankuro was gone. The journey from Suna to Konoha took 3 days through open desert, and then 2 more through the forests that marked the border of fire country. The contrast was physical, almost violent. One day she was navigating sand dunes under a sky so bright it burned, and the next she was walking beneath a canopy of green so dense the sunlight came through in coins and fragments. The air changed. In the desert, air was a thing you endured, dry, hot, abrasive. Here it was thick and sweet and full of the smell of living things, soil and leaves and water and growth. Temari hated it immediately, not the beauty of it. She could acknowledge objectively that fire country was beautiful in the way that lush things were beautiful, but it felt wrong, wasteful. All this green, all this water, all this abundance, and Suna was dying of thirst half a continent away. The injustice of geography was something she'd understood intellectually, but walking through it made it personal. No wonder the daimyo favored Konoha. Who would invest in a village carved from dead rock when this was the alternative? She arrived at Konoha's main gate in the late afternoon of the 5th day, when the light was going gold and the shadows were stretching long. The gate was enormous, far larger than Suna's, a great wooden structure flanked by guard towers and topped with the leaf spiral symbol. 2 Chunin sat at a check-in station just inside, and they straightened when they saw her approach. Name and purpose. The one on the left had bandages across his nose and a bored expression that flickered to sharpness when he spotted the sand hit on her forehead. Temari of the Sand. Diplomatic liaison, here at the invitation of the 5th Hokage. She produced her credentials and the formal letter of introduction that bore both the Kazekage seal and Tsunade's countersignature. The 2 Chunin exchanged a look. The one on the right, spiky hair, senbon needle dangling from his lip, leaned over to inspect the papers. Sabaku no Temari. The Kazekage's daughter. The diplomatic liaison, she corrected. Her identity as the Kazekage's child was public knowledge, but she had no intention of being defined by it here. In Suna, being Rasa's daughter meant you were an extension of his will. In Konoha, she intended it to mean nothing at all. The Chunin processed her paperwork with the slightly resentful efficiency of people doing a job they found both important and tedious. She was issued a visitor's pass, a map of the village marked with restricted areas and directions to the Hokage's office. "Welcome to Konohagakure," the bandaged one said, with a tone that suggested he was reading from a script he didn't particularly believe in. Temari walked through the gate and into the village. Her first impression was noise. Suna was a quiet place. The wind was constant, yes, but it was white noise, the background hum of the desert. Konoha was alive in a way that was almost aggressive. People everywhere, civilians, shinobi, children, crowding the streets, shouting to each other, haggling at market stalls, laughing. The buildings were wooden and colorful, draped with banners and signs, and there were trees growing right in the middle of the village. Actual trees, thick-trunked and ancient, their branches spreading over rooftops and streets like the village had been built inside a forest rather than beside one, and the Hokage Mountain. She'd seen photographs, but the reality was different. 4 massive faces carved into the cliff face, 5 now, with Tsunade's addition in progress, staring down at the village with stone calm. It was a monument to legacy, to continuity. Suna had nothing like it. Suna didn't memorialize its Kazekage, it replaced them. Temari cataloged everything as she walked. Gate security, moderate but with Anbu presence she could sense at the perimeter. Street layout, organic, not grid-planned, which made it defensible against direct assault but vulnerable to infiltration. Civilian density, high, which meant any military action would produce massive collateral damage. She filed each observation in the mental framework she'd been trained to use, tagging it for her first coded report. She was in the middle of assessing rooftop sightlines when a blur of orange crashed into her from the left, not literally, almost literally. A boy, blonde, wild-haired, wearing a jacket so orange it constituted an assault on the visual spectrum, came barreling around a corner at full sprint, skidded, caught himself, and nearly collided with her before pulling up short with a yelp that was more surprise than apology. "Whoa, whoa, whoa, sorry, sorry, sorry." He windmilled his arms for balance, and she got a clear look at his face. Whisker marks, blue eyes, a grin that was already forming even though he'd just nearly knocked a foreign diplomat into a produce cart. Uzumaki Naruto. In the flesh. He was shorter than she'd expected. The dossier listed his height, but numbers on a page didn't capture the sheer compressed energy of the boy. He radiated motion even standing still, weight shifting, eyes darting, hands gesturing. Like something that had been built for movement and resented every second of stillness. "Hey, your weight." His eyes found her hit. "Sand Village, are you, oh man, you're that girl, the fangirl, from the Chunin exams, Temari, right? Don't call me fangirl." "No, I mean, you had the big fan. You fought Shikamaru. That was an awesome fight." He was grinning full force now, and up close it was almost physically overwhelming. It wasn't a normal smile. It was a weaponized deployment of enthusiasm, and Temari could feel her carefully constructed professional demeanor buckling against it like a wall hit by a wave. She straightened, fell back on training. Temari of the Sand, I'm here as a diplomatic liaison to. Yeah, diplomatic stuff, that's cool. Are you gonna be here for a while? Because Konoha's great, you're gonna love it. Have you had ramen yet? You gotta try Ikaraku's. Old man Chuchai makes the best ramen in the whole world. I'm not even exaggerating. It's literally the best food ever created. I need to report to the Hawkage. Oh, Granny Tsunade. She's probably still in her office. I can show you. I was heading that way anyway. He was already moving, and she realized with a flash of professional irritation that he'd simply assumed she'd follow. She followed, not because he told her to. Because keeping close to the target was the mission, and this was an opportunity that had presented itself through sheer, improbable luck. The Jinchuriki himself, offering to walk her through the village on her first day. Her father would have called it providence. Temari called it useful. Naruto talked while they walked. He talked constantly. It was like he'd been saving up words and had decided to spend them all at once. He told her about the ramen stand, its history, its menu, his personal ranking of every topping. He told her about the training grounds, which ones were good, which ones were haunted. She didn't ask, which ones Kakashi-sensei had destroyed and they'd had to rebuild. He pointed out landmarks with the pride of someone who genuinely loved where he lived, despite. And she knew this from the dossier, spending most of his childhood being hated by the people who lived there. And that's the Yamanaka flower shop. Ino works there. She's kind of scary, but in a good way, and over there is the... Do you ever stop talking? Temari asked. It wasn't sharp, exactly. She was genuinely curious. Naruto blinked at her, then laughed. It was a full-body laugh, head thrown back, and several passers-by glanced their way. People tell me that a lot. Uruka-sensei says I could talk the ears off a statue. Sakura says it's my worst quality. Well, she says a lot of things are my worst quality, but talking is up there. Sakura. Your teammate? Yeah, Sakura-chan's the best. Well, she hits me a lot, but that's just how she shows she cares. He rubbed the back of his head with a sheepish grin that suggested Sakura's affection was frequently bruising. You'll meet everyone. Team 7, Team 10, oh man, Shikamaru's gonna flip when he sees you. He still complains about your fight. He lost. He forfeited. He says that's different. Personally, I think it's the same thing, but if I say that out loud, he just sighs and calls me troublesome. Naruto imitated Shikamaru's drawl with surprising accuracy, and despite herself, Temari felt the corner of her mouth twitch. She killed the twitch immediately. This wasn't social. This was reconnaissance. They reached the Hokage's building, a large, rounded structure at the base of the mountain. Naruto bounded up the stairs 2 at a time, then turned at the top and waited for her with his hands behind his head. You know, he said, in a tone that had shifted slightly, still casual, still bright, but with something underneath it. When I heard they were sending someone from the sand, I kinda hoped it would be you. She kept her face still. Why? 'Cause you fought fair. At the exams. A lot of people didn't, but you did. That means something. He shrugged, like he was dropping a pebble instead of a boulder. Anyway, Granny Tsunade's office is on the top floor. Don't let her intimidate you. She's all bark. Well, she's all bark and bite, but the bark is worse. Usually. He grinned one more time, that full, devastating, impossible grin. And then he was gone, launching off the stairway railing and disappearing over a rooftop with a whoop that echoed off the mountain. Temari stood at the top of the stairs and stared at the space where he'd been. Pathological need for acknowledgement and connection, the dossier had said. Extroverted. Impulsive. Emotionally volatile, the dossier was wrong. Or rather, it was right in the way that a list of ingredients was right about a meal, technically accurate, and completely missing the point. Uzumaki Naruto wasn't a psychological profile. He was a force. A bright, loud, absolutely ridiculous force that dragged you into his orbit whether you wanted to go or not. He was also, she reminded herself, the target. The mission. The reason she'd walked 5 days through desert and forest and left everything she knew behind. She straightened her pack, adjusted her credentials, and went inside. Tsunade's office was nothing like the Keisage's. Where Rasa kept his space bare and functional, the fifth Hokage apparently believed in the decorative potential of controlled chaos. Papers everywhere, stacked on the desk, piled on chairs, sliding off shelves in slow-motion paper avalanches. A half-empty sake bottle sat on the windowsill with casual defiance of protocol. And behind the desk, Tsunade herself, blonde, sharp-eyed, and radiating the particular energy of a woman who was simultaneously the most powerful person in the room and deeply annoyed about something. Shizyun, her assistant, hovered at her shoulder with an armful of scrolls and the expression of someone who'd accepted her fate but hadn't quite made peace with it. Temari of the Sand, Tsunade said, looking up from a document. Her eyes were amber and assessing, not calculating the way Ross's were, but measuring in a different way. A medic's gaze. She was diagnosing something. You're early. I prefer punctual. Punctual is on time, early is early. But there was something approving in Tsunade's tone. She gestured to the chair across from her desk, which, unlike Ross's stone seats, had a cushion. Sit down, let's skip the diplomatic theater and talk like people. Temari sat. She'd studied Tsunade's file exhaustively, granddaughter of the first Hokage, legendary medic Nin. Former wanderer and gambler who'd returned to take the hat after the third's death. Her reputation was a paradox, brilliant and lazy, fierce and avoidant, capable of both crushing compassion and crushing force. The intelligence analysis had flagged her as unpredictable, which Temari had always considered a lazy conclusion. People weren't unpredictable, they just had priorities you hadn't identified yet. I've read your file, Tsunade said. Top of your class, Jonin-level combat ability, wind release specialist, strategically gifted. Your father sends his best, and I respect that. She leaned back. I also know why he's really sending you, and I don't particularly care. The air in the room changed temperature. Temari kept her face completely still. Training, years of training, and she called on every second of it. I'm not sure what you mean, Lady Hokage. I mean that your father is the Keisage of a dying village, and dying villages do desperate things. He sent you here to gather intelligence. Military positions, defensive capabilities, shinobi readiness, and probably details about one particular shinobi who happens to carry a very large fox. Tsunade smiled. It wasn't a warm smile. It was the smile of a woman who'd survived 3 wars and found younger generations' attempts at subterfuge adorable. I'm not stupid, Temari. Neither is your father, which is why he sent someone competent, but I invited you here anyway, and do you know why? Temari's mind was racing. Her cover, blown before she'd even started. Every contingency plan she'd prepared was firing simultaneously. Denial, deflection, controlled admission, emergency extraction. But Tsunade wasn't acting like someone springing a trap. She was acting like someone laying cards on the table. Because you want something too, Temari said quietly. Because I want peace. Tsunade's voice had lost its edge. What remained was tired and genuine and harder to defend against than any accusation. Your village is dying, mine is healing. Neither of those things gets better with another war. So here's what I'm offering. A real chance. Stay in Konoha. See who we actually are, not what your father's intelligence reports say we are. Send him whatever you want. I'm sure you'll find plenty that looks like valuable intelligence. And maybe, if we're both lucky, you'll send him one piece of information he didn't ask for. What's that? That we're not his enemy. Tsunade picked up the sake bottle, considered it, put it back down. I'm assigning you a liaison schedule. Joint training sessions, cultural events, council observations, the standard diplomatic package. You'll have a handler from our side, probably Shikaku Nara. He'll be watching you, and he won't be subtle about it, because subtlety gives him a headache, and he avoids things that give him headaches. Temari processed this. Tsunade knew. Tsunade knew and was letting her stay anyway. It was either the most brilliant diplomatic maneuver she'd ever encountered or the most foolish, and with Tsunade, It was probably both. You'll also be working with our younger shinobi, Tsunade continued. Joint exercises, team rotations. I want Sand and Leaf building relationships at the ground level. That includes Team 7, Team 8, Team 10, and Team Guy. Team 7, Temari said. Naruto's team, among others. Tsunade's eyes glinted. He's already found you, hasn't he? He has a talent for that. Like a compass that points toward interesting. He nearly crashed into me in the street and spent 10 minutes talking about ramen. That sounds right. For the first time, Tsunade's expression softened into something that looked almost maternal. He's a remarkable kid, Temari. Not because of what he carries. I don't give a damn about the fox, but because of who he is. Whatever your father wants you to learn about him, I hope you learn that too. The meeting concluded with logistics. Her apartment assignment, her schedule, her security clearances limited, obviously, but broader than she'd expected. Shizune walked her out with a stack of orientation documents and a smile that was either genuinely welcoming or expertly performed. With Tsunade's people, it was hard to tell. Her apartment was on the second floor of a building near the village center. Small but comfortable. Wooden floors, actual furniture, windows that looked out over a busy commercial street. It was more space than she'd had in Suna, and the thought made her uncomfortable in a way she didn't examine too closely. She unpacked methodically. Set her fan in the corner. Arranged her weapons in their designated positions. Kunai holster on the nightstand, shuriken pouch in the bedside drawer, emergency scrolls under the mattress. The apartment had been swept for surveillance devices before her arrival. She'd specified that in the diplomatic terms, but she swept it again anyway. Clean. Either Konoha was honoring the agreement, or their surveillance tech was better than hers. She sat at the small desk by the window, pulled out a blank scroll, and began composing her first coded report. The code was a cipher system she'd memorized, a layered substitution key that shifted with each message, keyed to a sequence only she and the Kazekage knew. To anyone who intercepted it, it would read as mundane diplomatic correspondence about weather and food prices. She wrote quickly. Gate security assessment, street layout observations, troop presence estimates. The Hokage's demeanor, confident, politically savvy, potentially aware of Suna's intelligence operations. She flagged that as priority, though she framed it as suspicion rather than certainty. Telling her father that Tsunade had openly called his bluff would complicate things in ways she wasn't ready to manage. And Naruto. She stared at the blank space on the scroll where his assessment should go. Subject demonstrates high energy and social engagement. Appears well integrated into village social structure, despite documented history of ostracism. Initial interaction suggests extroverted personality consistent with psychological profile, but subject displays greater emotional intelligence than estimated. Combat capability assessment pending. She paused, crossed out the last sentence. Rewrote it. The Jinchuriki is an idiot. This will be easy. She sealed the scroll, summoned a messenger hawk from the aviary she'd arranged access to, and sent it west into the darkening sky. Then she sat at the window and watched the lights of Konoha come on, one by one, as night fell over the village she'd been sent to betray. Somewhere out there, probably at her ramen stand, Naruto was talking too loud and eating too much and grinning that impossible grin at anyone unlucky enough to be within range. The mission was simple. Get close. Gather intelligence. Report back. Don't get attached. Simple. The lights of Konoha burned warm and golden against the dark, and Temari watched them for a long time before she closed the curtains and went to sleep. She woke at dawn out of habit. Desert shinobi trained at dawn and dusk, the only hours when the heat was survivable and the rhythm was etched into her bones. But when she opened her eyes, there was no desert. Soft morning light filtered through wooden shutters, and outside she could hear birdsong. Actual birdsong. In Suna, the only birds were hawks and vultures, and neither sang. She dressed in her standard kit, dark bodysuit, mesh armor underneath, her hidaite tied at an angle across her forehead. The fan stayed in its scroll for now. Walking around a foreign village with a 6-foot battle fan strapped to your back sent a particular message, and she wanted to send a different one. Approachable. Open. Definitely not cataloging your rooftop sentry positions or estimating the response time of your Anbu rapid reaction force. Breakfast was a problem. Her apartment had a kitchen, but the cupboards were empty. She'd need to shop, which meant navigating the village, which was actually ideal. Every errand was a reconnaissance opportunity. She found a market street 3 blocks from her apartment. The vendors were setting up, and the early morning crowd was thin, mostly civilians buying produce and older shinobi grabbing quick meals before morning assignments. She bought rice, dried fish, vegetables, and a packet of tea that the vendor swore was the best in Fire Country. She bought it because declining would have been rude, and rude diplomats attracted attention. She was heading back to her apartment, arms full of groceries, when she sensed it. Chakra. Familiar chakra. Massive, barely contained, shot through with something hot and wild that prickled against her senses like static before a lightning strike. She turned. Naruto was on a rooftop across the street, crouched at the edge, watching the sunrise. He wasn't wearing his orange jacket, just a black t-shirt and his pants, and without the jacket, he looked different. Leaner. You could see the muscle in his arms, the tension in his frame. He wasn't grinning. His face was still, almost contemplative, and in the early light, with the sun catching his hair and his eyes fixed on the horizon, he didn't look like an idiot at all. He looked like a weapon someone had forgotten to sheath. Then he noticed her. And the grin came back like someone had flipped a switch, and he jumped down from the rooftop with a whoop that scattered pigeons and landed in front of her with a thump that cracked the cobblestones. "Temari, you're up early." "I'm always up early." "Me too." "Well, not always. Sometimes." "Okay, only when Kakashi-sensei doesn't show up for training and I get bored waiting and go do my own thing. He's always late. Like always, it's weird. I think it's a medical condition." Temari looked at the cracked cobblestones. "You broke the street." Naruto looked down. "Oh, yeah. That happens sometimes. I'll tell someone." He clearly would not tell someone. "Hey, you need help with those?" He gestured at her groceries. "I'm capable of carrying bags." "Yeah, but it's more fun with 2 people. Everything's more fun with 2 people." He grabbed 2 of her bags before she could object and started walking in the direction of her apartment. "So how's the diplomat thing going? Met anyone cool? Shikamaru's dad is supposed to be your handler, right? He's pretty smart. Not as smart as Shikamaru, but don't tell him I said that." Temari fell into step beside him. The target was carrying her groceries. She should be using this proximity for observation, for assessment, for the 1,000 small intelligence-gathering techniques she'd been trained in. Instead, she found herself saying, "Why were you on the roof?" Naruto's grin dimmed. Not vanished, it never quite vanished, but dimmed, like a light behind a cloud. "I like watching the sun come up. It's the best part of the day. Everything's new. Nobody's yelled at me yet. The village is all quiet and gold and—" He trailed off, then laughed, embarrassed. "That sounds dumb, right?" "No," Temari said. "It doesn't sound dumb." He looked at her sideways, and for a moment his eyes were open in a way that the dossier hadn't prepared her for. Not the grinning mask, not the determined fighter, just a boy who got up early to watch the sun because it was the one time of day the world felt kind. Then the moment passed. He shifted her grocery bags to one arm, pointed at a building with the other, and said, "Hey, have you tried the dango place on 3rd Street? Because if you haven't, your life is about to change." And the noise came back, and the world was loud and bright and orange again. They walked to her apartment. He carried her bags up the stairs, deposited them on her kitchen counter with the careful gentleness of someone who'd broken things before by being too enthusiastic, and then hovered in her doorway like a golden retriever who'd been told to wait outside. "So," he said, "joint training starts tomorrow, right? I heard from Sakura that we're supposed to do team exercises or whatever, diplomatic stuff." "That's the schedule." "Cool, cool, cool, cool." He bounced on his heels. "I'll be there, obviously, I'm always there. For training, I mean, I literally live for training." Well, training and ramen. Training, ramen, and becoming Hokage. Those are my 3 things. Becoming Hokage. Yeah, I'm gonna be Hokage someday, believe it. He said it with such absolute, unshakable certainty that for a moment Temari almost did believe it, which was absurd, because he was a genin with bad grades and a demon in his stomach, and a dream that every adult in his life had probably laughed at. But he said it like the sun said, "I will rise tomorrow," not as a hope, as a fact that the universe hadn't caught up with yet. "I'll see you at training," Temari said. "See you at training." He grinned, waved, and disappeared down the stairs with a series of thumps that suggested he was taking them 4 at a time. Temari closed the door, leaned against it, stared at the ceiling. The mission was simple. Get close, gather intelligence, report back, don't get attached. Simple. She said to the empty apartment. The word tasted like a lie. Chapter 2. Cracks in the Mask joint training started at 7 in the morning on Training Ground 3, which Temari had already scouted twice since arriving. Flat terrain ringed by dense forest, 3 wooden posts at the center, a memorial stone at the eastern edge. Good visibility, multiple escape routes through the tree line, enough open space for wind techniques, but enough cover to negate them if an opponent was smart about positioning. She'd filed all of this in her mental map. Now she was standing in the middle of it, fans sealed at her back, watching Konoha's genin trickle in like they were arriving at a social event rather than a military exercise. Team 10 arrived first. Shikamaru Nara walked with his hands in his pockets, and his shoulders slumped, radiating the specific energy of a man being forced to exist against his will. Behind him, Choji Akimichi was eating chips from a bag roughly the size of his torso, and Yamanaka Ino was fixing her hair with one hand while gesturing emphatically with the other about something that involved a flower arrangement and, somehow, a conspiracy. Shikamaru saw her and stopped walking. His eyes narrowed, not with hostility, with calculation. She recognized the look because she wore it herself. 2 strategists sizing each other up across a training field the way chess players assessed a board before the first move. "Troublesome," he said. "Good morning to you too? You beat me. You forfeited. You keep telling people there's a difference." The faintest twitch at the corner of his mouth. "There is a difference. I ran out of chakra. If I'd had another 30 seconds, you didn't." He stared at her. She stared back. The moment stretched until Choji wandered between them, offered Temari a chip and said, "He's been talking about that fight for months. Just so you know, it's the only thing he gets animated about. It's actually kind of concerning." "I do not get animated," Shikamaru said. "You drew diagrams." Ino called from behind them. "On napkins. At dinner." Shikamaru's expression suggested he was reconsidering his commitment to human interaction. Temari filed away the dynamic. Team 10 was tight, comfortable with each other in the way that came from genuine affection rather than professional necessity. Useful to know, Team 8 arrived next. Hinata Hyuga, Kiba Inuzuka, and Shino Aburame. The Hyuga girl was quiet and watchful, her pale eyes tracking Temari with the particular intensity of someone who saw more than they said. Kiba was loud and restless, his dog Akamaru riding on his head, and he greeted Temari with a bark, his, not the dog's, and a grin that was all fang. Shino said nothing. His sunglasses reflected the morning light, and his coat collar hid everything below his nose. A walking classified document, that one, then Team Guy. Rock Lee practically vibrated across the training ground, his bowl cut gleaming with what Temari hoped was hair product, and not enthusiasm made physical. Neji Hyuga walked beside him with the tolerant dignity of a man who had long ago accepted his fate. Tenten brought up the rear, spinning a kunai on one finger with the casual dexterity of someone who'd been born holding sharp objects. "Youthful morning," Lee announced to the entire training ground, the surrounding forest, and possibly the neighboring country. "What a glorious day for the springtime of diplomatic relations." "It's autumn," Neji said. "The autumn of diplomatic relations." Temari blinked. The dossier had not prepared her for Rock Lee. Team 7 was last. which tracked with everything she'd heard about Kakashi Hatake's relationship with punctuality. Sakura Haruno arrived first, pink-haired and sharp-eyed, and nodded to Temari with a courtesy that was polite enough to be genuine and cool enough to be cautious. Smart girl. Then Naruto, bounding across the field like the ground had personally offended him by being horizontal, orange jacket restored to its full retina-searing glory. No sign of Sasuke Uchiha. She'd heard the rumors, the defection, but the details were murky, and she hadn't pushed. Not yet. Kakashi appeared 10 minutes later, materializing on top of one of the wooden posts with a puff of displaced air and a book in his hand. One visible eye curved in what might have been a smile. "Yo, sorry I'm late. A black cat crossed my path, so I had to take the long way around." Liar. Naruto and Sakura said in unison, with the weary conviction of people who'd had this exact exchange several hundred times. Kakashi hopped down from the post and tucked his book away. His visible eye found Temari, and she felt the weight of his attention like a physical thing. This was Hatake Kakashi. Copy ninja, Sharingan user, former Anbu captain. The dossier on him was thick with accomplishments and thin on vulnerabilities, and meeting him in person, she understood why. He radiated a particular kind of danger, the lazy, understated kind that made you think he wasn't paying attention right up until he killed you. "Temari of the Sand," he said pleasantly. "Welcome to Team 7 training ground. We've broken it 4 times. The village keeps rebuilding it because they feel sorry for us." 3 times, Sakura corrected. The 4th time was Naruto's fault and doesn't count. "It absolutely counts," Naruto said. "That shadow clone explosion was tactical. You blew up a tree." "Tactically." Kakashi raised a hand, and the bickering subsided with the grudging obedience of students who respected their teacher enough to stop talking but not enough to stop glaring. Today's exercise is straightforward. Mixed teams, joint combat scenarios. The goal is interoperability, learning to fight alongside shinobi from different backgrounds and styles. Temari, you'll rotate through different teams throughout the day. Think of it as a getting-to-know-you exercise with more kunai. The morning unfolded in a series of sparring matches and tactical exercises that gave Temari exactly what she needed. A front-row seat to Konoha's combat capabilities. She started with Team 10. Shikamaru ran tactics, while Choji provided heavy frontline pressure, and Ino handled disruption and intelligence. They were a well-oiled unit. Shikamaru's strategies were precise and adaptive, Choji's raw power was considerable, and Ino's mind transfer technique was far more versatile than Temari had assumed. But the real education was watching Shikamaru think. He saw the battlefield the way she did, in patterns and predictions, cause and effect, moves and countermoves. Within 2 minutes of their first engagement, he'd identified the range limitations of her wind techniques and started positioning Choji to exploit the dead zones. She responded by changing the dead zones. Her fan carved the air in 3 successive arcs, 1, 2, 3 stars revealed on the iron surface, and the wind hit Choji from an angle Shikamaru hadn't predicted because she'd deliberately shown the wrong attack pattern first. Choji skidded back 15 feet, his expansion jutsu absorbing the impact but not the surprise. Shikamaru's eyes sharpened. She feinted the wind direction. "I noticed," Choji said, brushing dirt off his armor. "That's a 2-move setup." She sacrificed positioning on the first strike to create an angle for the second. Shikamaru looked at her with something that was dangerously close to respect. "You think like a shogi player." "I think like a soldier," Temari said. "Shogi players have the luxury of seeing the whole board." With Team 8, the dynamic was different. Kiba was aggressive and fast, Akamaru amplifying his attacks with coordinated beast-human combinations. Shino's insects provided area control that was genuinely unsettling. The bugs moved with silent, relentless purpose, and Temari found herself using wind bursts just to keep them at a distance. But Hinata was the revelation. The Hyuga girl was quiet, almost invisible in conversation, but in combat she transformed. Her gentle fist was surgical. She moved through Temari's wind attacks with a fluidity that shouldn't have been possible, her Byakugan reading the chakra currents in the air itself and finding the gaps. Temari adjusted. She stopped trying to overpower and started trying to outmaneuver, layering feints within feints, testing the limits of the Byakugan's predictive capability. Hinata matched her for 9 exchanges, then caught a wind blade with a palm rotation that dispersed the chakra cleanly. "Impressive," Temari said, and meant it. Hinata blushed so deeply she looked sunburned. Thank you. You're very strong. Your wind techniques are beautiful." Nobody had ever called her wind techniques beautiful. Deadly, yes. Efficient, yes, but beautiful. Temari filed it away in a category she didn't have a name for. Team Guy was exactly what she'd expected. A physical assault that felt less like a sparring exercise and more like being hit by a very enthusiastic natural disaster. Lee was absurdly fast, his taijutsu relentless, and Temari had to deploy her fan at full extension just to create the space she needed to breathe. Neji was more controlled but equally dangerous, his gentle fist probing her defenses with clinical precision. And Tenten was a problem. The weapons specialist could fill the air with steel from angles that shouldn't have been geometrically possible, and Temari's wind techniques, while effective at deflection, couldn't cover every vector simultaneously. She took a hit. A kunai grazed her left arm, not deep, but enough to draw blood and to remind her that these weren't the soft opponents Suna's propaganda suggested. These kids were good, not just individually, but as a unit. They covered each other's weaknesses with the unconscious precision of people who'd bled together. She cataloged everything. Fighting styles, chakra signatures, technique limitations, team dynamics. Every piece was intelligence. Every exchange was data her father could use to plan an invasion that would kill every one of these people. The thought landed in her chest like a stone dropped in water. She ignored it. Then it was Team 7's turn. Kakashi stepped back and let Sakura and Naruto engage her in a 2-on-1 that was supposed to test coordinated tactics. Sakura was textbook, smart, precise, conserving chakra, and looking for openings with the patience of a medic nin who'd been trained to wait for the right moment. Temari respected it. She could handle it. Naruto was not textbook. Naruto was the book thrown at your head while someone set the library on fire. He came at her with shadow clones, 3, then 6, then a dozen, pouring out of nowhere with grins that matched the originals. They weren't subtle. They didn't need to be. Each clone was a fully realized copy that could take and deliver hits, and the sheer volume was overwhelming. Temari swept her fan in a broad arc that dispelled 4, but the remaining 8 split into flanking patterns and closed from 3 directions simultaneously. She went vertical, leaping above the engagement and using a wind gust to gain altitude. From above, she could see the whole field, the clones converging, Sakura circling to cut off her landing zone, and Naruto himself standing at the center of the chaos with his hands in a cross-shaped seal, grinning up at her. She brought the fan down. Full power. 3 stars. The wind screamed across the training ground, flattening grass and dispelling every clone in a single massive blast that sent debris flying in every direction. Sakura planted herself and weathered it. Naruto did not plant himself. He charged directly into the wind, straight into it. Head down, legs pumping, chakra flaring around him in a visible aura that burned blue-white and pushed back against her technique with raw, brute, ridiculous force. The wind hit him and he kept coming. It tore at his jacket, ripped the headband from his forehead, and he kept coming. The ground cracked under his feet from the pressure, and he kept coming. He reached her as she landed. His fist cocked back, wreathed in chakra that felt like staring into a furnace, and she brought her fan up to block. The impact rang through the iron like a bell and sent vibrations down her arms into her teeth. She skidded back 6 feet, her sandals carving furrows in the earth. They stood there, 3 feet apart, and his eyes were blue and wild and alive with something that wasn't aggression. It was joy. Pure, undiluted joy. He was having the time of his life. That wind thing is so cool, he shouted. Can you do it again? Do it bigger. I want to see how much I can push through. Temari realized she was breathing hard. Not from exhaustion, her stamina was excellent, but from something else. An electric, buzzing awareness that started in her chest and radiated outward. Adrenaline, and underneath the adrenaline, something she couldn't name. Something that lived in the gap between his fist hitting her fan and his eyes lighting up like she'd given him a gift. You're insane, she said. People keep telling me that. I think it's a compliment, Kakashi called the match. Temari lowered her fan. Her arms were trembling, just slightly, from the force of his last hit, and she disguised it by folding the fan and sealing it in a smooth, practiced motion. The rest of the day was logistics. Cool-down exercises, technique discussions, a group lunch where the various teams sat together and talked with the casual ease of people who'd grown up in each other's pockets. Temari sat on the periphery, eating a rice ball and observing. The social dynamics were rich, the rivalries, the friendships, the unspoken hierarchies and alliances that defined any peer group. Naruto sat in the center of it all, talking with his mouth full, arguing with Kiba about something incomprehensible, reaching over to steal chips from Choji's bag with a boldness that bordered on suicidal. But she noticed something else too. When Naruto turned to talk to someone, the person behind him relaxed. When he moved to a different cluster, the group he left grew quieter. He was the engine, the noise, the thing that made the whole machine run. Without him, these people would still be friends, still be capable, but the electricity would be missing. The spark. Shikamaru appeared beside her. He sat down without invitation and stared at the sky with the expression of a man who found clouds more interesting than people, which, knowing his reputation, he probably did. So, he said, how's the spying going? Temari's rice ball stopped halfway to her mouth. She turned to look at him. His posture was slouched, his eyes half-lidded, his voice so casual it could have been a comment about the weather. But underneath the laziness, those dark eyes were razor-sharp. Excuse me. Your father sent you to gather intelligence. It's the obvious move. You're his best. You have a plausible cover, and you've got a legitimate reason to interact with our key personnel. He picked at the grass beside him. I had the whole thing mapped out about 10 minutes after we got the notification that a sand diplomat was coming. Took me longer to figure out what was for dinner. She could deny it. She should deny it. Every instinct screamed at her to maintain the cover, deflect with diplomatic outrage, demand an apology. But something about Shikamaru's delivery, the sheer-bored confidence of it, made her pause. He wasn't accusing her. He was stating a fact the way you'd point out that it was Tuesday. Interesting theory, she said carefully. It's not a theory. A theory implies uncertainty. He lay back in the grass, hands behind his head. Relax, I'm not going to turn you in. If the Hokage wanted you out, you'd be out. She knows what you are. She's letting you stay because she thinks exposure to Konoha will change your report in ways your father didn't intend. He closed his eyes. Smart woman. Troublesome, but smart. And you, what do you think? I think you're too intelligent to be a straightforward spy and too honest to be a good one. He opened one eye. That fight we had at the exams, you could have killed me after I forfeited. You didn't. You looked annoyed that I'd given up. That's not how a cold operative reacts. That's how a competitor reacts. Temari set her rice ball down. The conversation had ventured into territory she hadn't anticipated, and Shikamaru's read on her was uncomfortably accurate. Not the spy part, she'd expected someone to suspect, though not this quickly. The personal part. The part about how she'd felt when he forfeited. What exactly are you suggesting? She asked. Nothing, I'm observing. He closed his eye again. You're going to be here a while. You're going to see things that complicate your mission. And when that happens, you're going to have to make choices that your father didn't prepare you for. I'm just noting it for the record. You're very confident in your analysis of people you've barely met. I'm very confident in my analysis of patterns, and people are just patterns with feelings. A pause. You should eat your rice ball. Choji's eyeing it, and once he starts, there's no negotiation. She ate the rice ball. Shikamaru fell asleep in the grass, or pretended to. and the lunch break ended, and training resumed, and Temari added another observation to her growing catalog. Konoha's shinobi were smarter than Suna's intelligence gave them credit for all of them. The days settled into a rhythm. Morning training. Afternoon meetings, she attended council sessions as an observer, sat in on academy lectures, reviewed joint operational procedures with Shikaku Nara, who was exactly as Tsunade had described. Brilliant, unsubtle, and deeply allergic to unnecessary effort. Evening reports, coded and dispatched via hawk to the desert. She fell into it the way you fall into any routine gradually, then completely. Her body adjusted to the humid air, the soft ground, the sounds of a village that never fully went quiet. She learned the streets. Found a tea shop she liked 3 blocks from the training grounds. Discovered that fire country rice was sweeter than wind country rice, and that she preferred it, and that this preference felt like a minor betrayal. Every 2 weeks, the hawk came back with a response from her father. The responses were terse. Continue. Expand access. Priority. Jinchuriki combat data. Never a question about her welfare. Never a personal word. Just operational directives as if she were a tool he'd deployed and was now monitoring for output. She expanded access. She attended more training sessions, more social events, more of the casual gatherings that Konoha's younger generation seemed to organize with bewildering frequency. She was invited to Ino's birthday celebration at a barbecue restaurant, where Choji ate enough meat to feed a platoon, and Naruto got into a drinking contest with Kiba involving increasingly spicy sauces that left both of them crying and declaring victory simultaneously. She was invited to a training session with Tenten, who turned out to be genuinely interested in wind, country weaponsmithing techniques, and who talked shop with Temari for 3 hours with an intensity that bordered on obsessive. She was being absorbed. She knew it. Tsunade's strategy was working exactly as designed. Exposure, familiarity, the slow erosion of otherness that turned enemies into acquaintances and acquaintances into something more complicated. And Temari, who had been trained to resist exactly this kind of social engineering, was finding that the training hadn't prepared her for the specific weapon Konoha was deploying against her. Not Tsunade. Not the council. Not the Anbu she could feel watching her from the shadows. Naruto. He showed up everywhere. Not by design, the boy didn't have the subtlety for a planned influence campaign, but by sheer gravitational inevitability. He was at the training ground every morning, eager to spar with her, endlessly curious about her wind techniques, constantly pushing himself to break through her attacks with more force, more clones, more raw, joyful determination. He was at the ramen stand every evening, and if she happened to walk by, he'd wave her over with a shout that could be heard in 3 districts and insist on buying her a bowl and explaining, in exhaustive detail, the difference between miso and tonkatsu broth. He was at the memorial stone one evening when she was doing a late perimeter survey of the training grounds. She'd come through the tree line and found him sitting cross-legged in front of the stone, silent for once, and the silence was so unexpected that she'd frozen, unsure whether to approach or retreat. She'd retreated. Some things were private, even from a spy, but the image stayed with her. Naruto, alone, sitting before a monument to the dead with a stillness she'd never seen in him. It cracked something in her assessment. The dossier said pathological need for acknowledgement and connection. What she was seeing was something deeper. A boy who carried loss like a second skin and wore noise and brightness over it the way other people wore armor. His loneliness wasn't a weakness to exploit. It was a wound he'd transmuted into a weapon, and that weapon was kindness. She was losing objectivity. She knew it the way you knew you were getting sick, a slow awareness of symptoms you couldn't quite control. She sent her reports on time. They were accurate, detailed, professional. They contained everything her father had asked for: training observations, technique analyses, defensive positions, patrol schedules. And embedded in every report, invisible but undeniable, was a growing omission. She wasn't lying. She was editing. leaving out the things that didn't fit the narrative of Konoha as an enemy. The academy teacher who stayed late to help struggling students, the hospital that treated civilians for free, the old woman at the tea shop who gave Temari an extra dumpling every visit because, "You're too thin, dear. They don't feed you enough in the desert." The omissions weren't conscious. Not at first. They crept in like sand through a crack, filling spaces she didn't know were empty. 3 weeks in, the mission took a turn she hadn't expected. The assignment came from Tsunade herself. A joint mission, sand liaison embedded with a leaf squad, deployed to a border town in the northeastern sector where a series of bandit raids had escalated beyond the local garrison's capability. Standard C rank, possibly B if the bandits had shinobi backing. The squad was Team 7. Kakashi, Sakura, and Naruto. Temari accepted because refusing would have been suspicious, and because border missions were intelligence gold mines, troop deployment patterns, supply logistics, communication networks, all visible to anyone embedded in the response force. Her father would want the data. And she acknowledged this only in the most private, well-defended corner of her mind, she wanted to see Naruto on a real mission. Not a training exercise. Not a spar. A real deployment, with real stakes, where the gap between what the dossier said and what the boy was would become either wider or closed entirely. They left at dawn. Kakashi set the pace, fast but sustainable, moving through the forest canopy in the efficient tree-hopping style that Leaf Shinobi excelled at. Temari kept up without difficulty. Wind chakra channeled through her legs made the leaps effortless, and she could tell Kakashi was noting her speed with that one lazy, calculating eye. Naruto ran beside her. He always ran beside her now, gravitating to her position in any formation with the inevitability of water flowing downhill. She'd stopped questioning it. He ran beside everyone at some point. He was constitutionally incapable of staying in one position for long, but he ran beside her the most, and she didn't think about what that meant because thinking about it was unproductive. "So these bandits," Naruto said, barely winded despite the pace. "What's the deal? Are they just regular bandits or like ninja bandits? Because regular bandits are boring, no offense to bandits." "Intelligence suggests they're organized," Temari said. "Coordinated raids on merchant caravans, targeted disruption of supply routes, that's not random banditry." "Someone's running them." "Ooh, like a bandit boss, a bandit king? We don't know yet, that's why we're going." "I hope it's a bandit king. I've never fought a bandit king." He sounded genuinely excited about this prospect. "What about you? Ever fought bandits? In the desert, we call them raiders." "And yes. Cool, what's different about desert raiders? They're more desperate. Less water means less mercy." Naruto was quiet for a moment, a rare thing. Then, "That sounds rough, growing up where everything's trying to kill you." "You grow up in a village that hated you, and you're giving me sympathy about the desert." She said it before the filter caught it. The words were out, hanging in the air between the trees, and Naruto's expression flickered through surprise, vulnerability, and then something deliberately casual that didn't quite cover the wound underneath. "You know about that, huh? It's not a secret, Naruto." "No, I guess not." He jumped to the next branch, and the landing was softer than his usual crashes, quieter. "It's fine, though. That was before. People are different now, mostly. Some of them, the important ones." The grin came back, but it was the armor version, the bright shell over the bruise. "Besides, that's why I'm gonna be Hawkage. When I'm Hawkage, everyone will have to acknowledge me, believe it." "You don't need to be Hawkage for people to acknowledge you. They already do." He looked at her. The grin shifted into something she hadn't seen before. Not the mask, not the armor, but something underneath both. Surprise. Genuine, unpracticed surprise, as if the idea that anyone might see him and say you're already enough was a language he hadn't learned yet. "You think so?" He asked, and his voice was smaller than she'd ever heard it. "I know so. I've watched you train with every team in the village. When you walk onto the field, everyone adjusts. They position around you, they account for your presence. That's not just power, that's gravity. You pull people into your orbit, whether they want to go or not." She was saying too much. The analyst in her knew it, was screaming at her to pull back, to maintain professional distance, to stop giving the target personal insights that he could use to deepen the connection she was supposed to be manufacturing, not feeling. But the words came out anyway because they were true, and Temari had always had a complicated relationship with truth. Naruto stared at her for 3 full seconds without speaking, which might have been a personal record. Then he laughed, not the loud, performative laugh, but a quieter one that lived in his chest. Nobody's ever called me gravity before. That's really cool. Don't let it go to your head. Too late. It's already there. I'm gonna think about that every day now. Temari said I have gravity. I'm putting that on my resume. You don't have a resume. I'm gonna make one just for that line. Kakashi's voice drifted back from the lead position, mild and amused. If you two are done flirting, we're approaching the operational zone. Temari's face heated. Naruto's turned the color of his jacket. We're not flirting, they said in unison, then looked at each other, then looked away. Sakura, running behind them, made a noise that was either a cough or a very poorly disguised laugh. The border town was called Tanagawa, and it was dying. Not the slow, economic death that Suna was experiencing, a faster, more violent kind. The main street was empty. Shops were shuttered. The few civilians visible moved quickly, heads down, the body language of people who'd learned that being seen could get you killed. Scorch marks on several buildings suggested fire jutsu. A merchant's wagon sat overturned at the town's north entrance, its goods scattered and picked over. Kakashi's demeanor shifted the moment they entered. The laziness evaporated. His posture changed, his visible eye sharpening, his hand drifting casually toward his weapon pouch. Sakura, assess the civilian population. Injuries, morale, immediate needs. Naruto, perimeter sweep. Shadow clones, wide dispersal, information gathering. Temari, you're with me. Let's find whoever's in charge. Temari noted the deployment. Kakashi was using her as a second set of eyes, experienced, analytical, capable of threat assessment without hand-holding. It was a sign of respect, or a sign that he wanted to keep the spy close. Probably both. The town's leader was a weathered man named Daisuke, who ran the local inn, and had assumed authority by default when the actual village head fled 2 weeks ago. He met them in the inn's common room, which had been converted into a makeshift command center, with maps pinned to the walls and a handful of exhausted-looking militia members dozing in corners. They come at night, Daisuke said, pouring tea with hands that trembled slightly. 20, maybe 30 of them. Armed, organized, they hit the merchant caravans on the North Road first, took everything, killed the guards, left the drivers alive to spread word. Then they started hitting the town itself. Supplies, weapons, anything of value, we tried to fight. He gestured at the militia. We're farmers, fishermen, not soldiers. Any shinobi among the raiders? Kakashi asked. At least 2, maybe more. One uses fire, that's where the burn marks come from. The other. Daisuke hesitated. The other is fast, too fast. He moves like a shadow. Our best fighter tried to engage him and was dead before he hit the ground. Temari and Kakashi exchanged a glance. Fire jutsu and speed-type combatant, that was beyond standard banditry. This was a trained shinobi operation using civilian bandits as a screen. How long until the next raid? Kakashi asked. They come every 3 or 4 days. Last one was 2 nights ago. Then we have a day to prepare. Good. Kakashi turned to Temari. Thoughts? She was already at the wall map, tracing the road networks with her finger. The North Road is the primary supply line. They're not just raiding, they're establishing a blockade. Cut the supply route, starve the town, move in when resistance collapses. This is a territorial operation. For what purpose? Control of a border crossing. Whoever's running this wants a staging area between Fire Country and the northeastern territories. Tax the trade, recruit from the displaced population, build a power base. She tapped the map. Classic insurgency pattern. We used to see it in the border regions of Wind Country. Kakashi nodded slowly. You're right. This isn't random. Someone's building something. Naruto appeared in the doorway, slightly out of breath. Perimeter's clear. I've got 30 clones spread out in a grid pattern. If anything moves within 2 miles, I'll know. He looked at the map, at Daisuke, at the sleeping militia. His grin was gone. In its place was something focused and hard and older than his years. How many people are hurt? Sakura's doing triage now, Kakashi said. I'll help. He was already turning. Naruto? Kakashi's voice was gentle. Sakura's got it. I need you here for tactical planning. Tactical planning? Naruto's brow furrowed with the particular frustration of someone who wanted to act, not think. But he stayed. He walked to the map and studied it with a concentration that surprised Temari, his blue eyes tracking the roads and terrain features with something that looked almost like comprehension. They come from the north, he said. Every time, Daisuke confirmed. Then that's where we hit them. Before they get to town, we set up between here, he pointed to a narrow section of the road flanked by high ground, and wait. When they come through the bottleneck, we close it from both sides. Kakashi's eye curved. Ambush tactics. Where did you learn that? Iro Sennin made me read a book once. Something about a guy named Sun Tzu. I mostly slept through it, but the ambush chapter had good pictures. Temari stared at him. The tactical assessment was sound. Not elegant, not nuanced, but fundamentally correct. The bottleneck was the optimal engagement point. The pincer closure was the right move, and the simplicity of the plan was actually its strength. Fewer variables meant fewer things that could go wrong. He'd identified the key principle intuitively, without the formal training she'd spent years acquiring. He's right, she said to Kakashi. We modify the approach. I take the high ground on the western ridge for wind coverage, Naruto's clones cover the eastern ridge for volume, and you and Sakura handle the throat of the bottleneck. A hammer and anvil, Kakashi said, with wind and clones as the hammer. And the copy ninja as the anvil. Nothing gets through you. Another glance. This one had a different quality, a mutual recognition between two people who understood tactical thinking at a deep, instinctive level. Kakashi was evaluating her, and she was evaluating him, and the evaluation was happening in real time through the language of operational planning. I like it, Kakashi said. We move at dusk tomorrow. Get some rest. They dispersed into the inn. Temari took a room on the second floor, corner position, 2 exits, sight lines to both the north road and the town center. She checked the room for traps out of habit, set her fan against the wall, and sat on the bed to compile a field report, a knock on the door. She opened it to find Sakura, arms crossed, expression carefully neutral. Can I come in? Temari stepped aside. Sakura entered and stood in the center of the room with the posture of someone who'd rehearsed what she was about to say, but wasn't sure the rehearsal was going to hold. I need to ask you something, Sakura said, and I need you to be straight with me. Go ahead. What are your intentions with Naruto? The question was so direct, so blunt, so unexpectedly personal that Temari's prepared deflections stumbled over each other. My intentions, he likes you. Sakura said it flatly. He won't say it because he doesn't know how to say things like that without turning them into a joke, but I've known him long enough to see it. He talks about you constantly. He goes out of his way to train near you. He brought you ramen 3 times last week, and each time he pretended it was an accident. She paused. Naruto doesn't have accidents. He has plans that look like accidents. Temari's mouth was dry. The intelligence operative in her was cataloging this as actionable data. The target has formed an emotional attachment. Leverage potential is significant. The rest of her, the part she was trying very hard to keep locked away, felt something collapse inside her chest. He's had a hard life. Sakura continued. Harder than anyone knows. Harder than he'd ever tell you because he turns everything into a joke or a goal or a fight, and he never, ever lets anyone see him break. So if you're going to be in his life, I need to know that you're not going to hurt him. Because he's been hurt enough, and I'm not going to watch someone else do it. The room was very quiet. Outside, Temari could hear the distant sounds of the town, a dog barking, a child crying, the creak of damaged buildings in the wind. Inside, Sakura's green eyes held hers with an intensity that was part protectiveness, part warning, and part something that looked like grief for the teammate they'd lost, and the one they couldn't bear to lose too. "I don't intend to hurt him," Temari said, and the truth of it surprised her, because she realized in the saying that it was true. Whatever the mission was, whatever her father's orders demanded, she did not want to hurt Naruto. The gap between that truth and the reality of what she was doing here yawned beneath her like a canyon. Sakura studied her for a long moment. Whatever she saw, it was enough. She nodded once, turned, and walked to the door. "We move at dusk. Get some sleep." She left. Temari sat on the bed in the empty room and stared at the wall, and felt the weight of two loyalties pressing on her from opposite directions. They set the ambush the following evening. Temari took the western ridge, a rocky outcropping that overlooked the narrow section of road with clear wind channels below. The terrain was almost perfect for her techniques. The valley walls would funnel her attacks and amplify their force. She positioned herself behind a rock formation that provided cover while leaving her fan's arc of attack unobstructed. Naruto's clones were everywhere. She could feel them, dozens of chakra signatures scattered through the eastern tree line, each one a perfect copy, each one capable of independent action. It was a staggering display of chakra capacity. Any other shinobi would have been unconscious from the strain. Naruto had set them up while eating a rice ball and complaining about the lack of ramen in border towns. The real Naruto was down in the bottleneck with Kakashi and Sakura, positioned behind a collapsed wagon that provided cover. Kakashi had argued against putting Naruto in the kill zone. Naruto had argued for it with a logic that was hard to refute. "If they have a shinobi-level fighter, I'm the best person to tank it. I heal fast. Like, really fast." He wasn't wrong. The Ninetales' regenerative capability was one of the key intelligence items her father wanted quantified. She was about. Chapter 3. What the desert never taught me. The bandits came at moonrise. Temari heard them before she saw them, the crunch of boots on packed earth, the low murmur of voices that hadn't learned the discipline of silence, the clink of poorly secured weapons against belts and bandoliers. Amateurs. The bulk of them, at least. She counted from her ridge position as they filed into the valley road in a loose column. 26. Armed with a mix of swords, axes, and repurposed farming tools that spoke to their civilian origins. They moved with the sloppy confidence of people who'd won too many easy fights and stopped expecting resistance. But at the column's center, two figures moved differently. One was tall and broad, his hands wreathed in a faint heat shimmer that caught the moonlight, the fire user. The other was smaller, compact, wearing dark clothing that seemed to drink the light. He moved with the liquid precision of someone who'd been trained to kill quietly. The speed type, Temari adjusted her grip on her fan. She could feel Kakashi's chakra below, banked low, nearly invisible. The man could suppress his signature like breathing. Sakura's was a steady, controlled pulse beside him, and Naruto's was Naruto's. Even suppressed, it radiated like heat from a forge. The boy could no more hide his chakra than the sun could hide its light. She waited. The column moved deeper into the bottleneck. 10 meters. 20. 30. The lead bandits were past Kakashi's position now, approaching the far end of the narrows. The fire user was directly below her ridge. The speed type was 6 meters behind him, scanning the ridgeline with the casual alertness of someone who did it out of habit rather than expectation. Kakashi's signal was subtle, a single pulse of chakra, barely perceptible. Go, Temari stood. The fan opened in one smooth motion, 1 star, 2 stars, 3, and she swung with everything she had. The wind screamed down the valley like a living thing, channeled by the rock walls into a focused blast that hit the column broadside and sent bodies flying. Men tumbled, crashed into each other, slammed into rock faces. The loose formation shattered into chaos in a single breath. The eastern tree line erupted. Naruto's clones poured from the forest in a wave of orange and blonde, 40 strong, each one grinning with identical manic enthusiasm. They hit the bandits from the flank before the dust from Temari's attack had settled, and the narrows became a churning mess of hand-to-hand combat. Kakashi moved. One moment, he was behind the wagon. The next, he was in the middle of the column, his hit-I-8 raised to reveal the Sharingan, and bandits were dropping around him with an efficiency that bordered on artistry. He wasn't fighting. He was editing, removing threats from the battlefield with the minimum necessary force, flowing between targets like water between stones. Sakura anchored the far end of the bottleneck, her fists glowing with chakra as she intercepted bandits trying to flee. The first one who reached her swung a sword at her head. She caught the blade with her bare hand, the chakra scalpel technique, Temari realized, using medical precision to deaden the metal's edge, and then punched him in the chest with her other hand. He flew 30 feet and didn't get up. The fire user recovered first. He roared a genuine, throaty battle cry and brought his hands together. The seals were fast, practiced. Temari recognized the sequence from intelligence briefs: fire release. Tiger, ram, monkey, boar, horse, tiger. A fireball erupted from his mouth, massive and white-hot, and it carved through 4 of Naruto's clones before slamming into the eastern ridge in an explosion that sent rocks tumbling. Temari answered. Her fan carved the air horizontally. Wind scythe jutsu, the invisible blades riding the gust, and the fire user barely dodged, the wind slicing a deep furrow across his left shoulder instead of taking his head. He whipped toward her position, face twisted with pain and rage, and began a second set of seals. She didn't let him finish. 2 more wind blades, staggered timing, different angles. The first forced him to dodge left. The second caught him mid-dodge and slammed him into the valley wall with a crack that echoed off the stone. He slid down the rock face and didn't move. The speed type was the real problem. He'd vanished the moment the ambush triggered, not fled, vanished. Temari scanned the battlefield from her elevated position and couldn't find him. No chakra signature she could isolate from the chaos below. No visual. He'd gone to ground like a professional, and that meant he was either running or repositioning for a counterattack. She was betting on counterattack. "Kakashi," she shouted. "The fast one's gone dark." Kakashi's Sharingan swept the battlefield. His expression shifted, a tightening around the eyes that meant he couldn't find the target either. "Naruto, pull your clones into a defensive perimeter. Now." Naruto didn't question it. The clones shifted from offense to defense in a heartbeat, forming concentric rings around the remaining bandits and the engagement zone. It was a net. If the speed type was still in the area, he'd have to pass through a wall of Narutos to reach anyone. 3 seconds of tense silence. The remaining bandits, seeing the ambush, the fallen fire user, and the army of clones surrounding them, were throwing down weapons and dropping to their knees. The fight was over for them, but the speed type movement. Temari caught it at the edge of her vision, a flicker of dark against dark, moving along the ridge on the opposite side of the valley. Moving toward the town, toward the civilians. He's heading for Tanaga. Temari launched off her ridge, wind chakra surging through her legs, and hit the valley floor at a sprint. Naruto was already moving, the real Naruto, not a clone, running alongside her with a speed that shouldn't have been possible for someone who just maintained 40 shadow clones in active combat. "I see him," Naruto shouted. "East Ridge, moving fast, really fast." They ran. The forest blurred around them, branches whipping past, the ground rough and uneven beneath their feet. The speed type was ahead of them, and he was living up to his classification. A dark blur that flickered between trees with an agility that spoke to years of specialized training. Temari calculated distances, trajectories, interception points. At current speeds, the target would reach Tanagawa 4 minutes before they could. 4 minutes in a defenseless town was a massacre. "Naruto, can you get ahead of him?" He looked at her mid-sprint, and his expression was something she'd never seen: cold focus, the clown mask stripped away entirely, leaving something beneath that was sharp and hard and slightly terrifying. "Watch me." He brought his hands together. The chakra spike was immediate and enormous. She felt it hit her like a wall of heat. And then there were 10 more Narutos, launched ahead at maximum speed, each one burning through chakra reserves that would have killed a normal shinobi. They scattered into the forest in a fan pattern, sprinting to cut off the speed type's approach vectors to the town. The real Naruto didn't slow down. He accelerated. The chakra around him intensified, flickering blue-white, and for a moment Temari felt something else underneath it, something hot and red and ancient that pulsed like a second heartbeat. The Nine Tails. Not fully manifested, just a touch, a whisper of the beast's power lending speed and strength to its host. He pulled ahead of her. She watched him go, a streak of orange through the dark forest, running toward danger with the single-minded fury of someone who would die before he let a civilian get hurt. Running with the power of a demon sealed inside him and the heart of a boy who remembered what it felt like to have no one protect you. She pushed harder. Wind released through her legs, her arms, channeling everything into speed. She wouldn't let him face the speed type alone. They burst from the tree line at the edge of Tanagawa simultaneously, she from the south, Naruto from the east. The speed type was in the town's main street, 40 meters ahead, and he'd stopped. Not because they'd caught him, because he'd found what he was looking for. The town had a small storehouse at its center, where Daisuke had consolidated the remaining food supplies and valuables. The speed type was at its door, and he'd already dealt with the 2 militia guards, both down, alive but incapacitated, dropped with precise strikes that spoke to a shinobi's training. Up close, Temari could see him clearly. He was young, early 20s, lean, with dark hair and a face that had been unremarkable by design. No identifying marks, no Hittite, no village affiliation visible. A missing nin, probably. Someone who'd left a hidden village and fallen into mercenary work. His eyes were flat and professional, and when he turned to face them, there was no surprise in his expression, only calculation. 2 on 1, he said. His voice was quiet, controlled. The Jinchuriki and the Wind User. Interesting deployment for a bandit problem. Temari's fan was open. You're not a bandit. No, he didn't bother with pretense. The bandits are a means to an end. The border crossing has strategic value and my employer wants it secured. Nothing personal. Your employer, Naruto said. He'd stopped 10 meters away, stance low, eyes locked on the speed type with an intensity that crackled. Who? That's above your pay grade, kid. The speed type shifted his weight, and Temari felt the air change, a subtle tensing, the prelude to explosive movement. I'll offer you a deal. Walk away. Take the bandits, take the fire user, call it a win. The storehouse and the border crossing are non-negotiable. Everything's negotiable, Naruto said. Except the part where you hurt people. That part's pretty non-negotiable from my end. The speed type moved, he was fast. Genuinely, terrifyingly fast. A blur that crossed the 10 meters to Naruto in a fraction of a second, blade drawn and aimed at the throat. Temari saw it happen the way you saw lightning, after the fact, the eyes struggling to reconstruct the path. But Naruto was faster. Not faster in the conventional sense. His body wasn't quicker than the speed types. But his reaction was. The clone he'd left in his position dissolved when the blade hit it. And the real Naruto was already behind the speed type, a Rasengan forming in his palm with a scream of compressed chakra that made the air itself vibrate. The speed type twisted. The Rasengan missed his spine by inches, tearing through the side of his jacket and sending him spinning. He recovered midair, incredible body control, Temari noted, and landed in a crouch 15 meters away. That's a Rasengan, he said, and for the first time, there was something in his voice that wasn't calculation. Caution. You're Jiraiya's student. And you're standing between me and people I'm supposed to protect. Naruto's grin was back, but it was the other grin, the one that wasn't friendly. Wanna see what else the pervy sage taught me? Temari struck, while his attention was on Naruto. Wind scythe from the flank, 3 blades converging on the speed type's position in a pattern that left one escape route directly backward, toward the storehouse wall. If he dodged back, he'd be pinned against a solid surface. If he dodged forward, he'd be in Naruto's range. The speed type did neither. He went up straight vertical, chakra-assisted leap that cleared the wind blades and the rooftop in a single bound. He landed on the roof of the storehouse and looked down at them with an expression that had shifted from caution to annoyance. "You coordinate well for a cross-village team," he said. "The sand kunoichi funnels, the leaf jinchuriki closes. How long have you been fighting together?" 3 weeks. Temari said and attacked again. The fight lasted 4 minutes. It felt like 40. The speed type was good, Jonin level, maybe better, and his speed made him almost impossible to pin down. Temari controlled space with her wind, Naruto filled it with clones and Rasengan variants. They drove him from rooftop to street to alley to rooftop again, a running battle that carved through Tanagawa's already damaged infrastructure. But the speed type was fighting a losing war of attrition. Every clone he destroyed cost him energy while costing Naruto almost nothing. Every wind blade he dodged narrowed his options, forced him into predictable patterns. And Temari and Naruto were learning his rhythm. The way he loaded his left leg before a sprint, the slight hitch in his breathing before a direction change, the tells that no amount of training could fully eliminate. It was Naruto who ended it. 12 clones attacked simultaneously from every direction, not to hit, but to force the speed type into a specific position. A dead end. An alley between 2 stone buildings with walls too high to leap without wind-up time. The speed type realized the trap a half-second too late, whipped around to sprint back the way he'd come, and found Temari standing at the alley's mouth with her fan fully open. 3 stars. Full power. "Dodge this," she said, and the wind filled the alley like water filling a pipe. The speed type hit the back wall. Naruto was waiting on the roof above, Rasengan in hand, and he dropped into the alley like a falling star. The impact crater was 6 feet wide, silence, dust. Then Naruto's voice slightly muffled. "Did we get him?" "We got him." He climbed out of the crater, dusty and grinning, the real grin this time, the full unguarded joy that blazed like sunrise. "That was awesome. Did you see that? The wind thing and then the clones and then boom. We should do this all the time." Temari leaned on her fan and let herself breathe. Her arms ached. Her chakra reserves were lower than she liked. But the speed type was down, unconscious. Not dead, which was good for interrogation, and the town was safe, and standing in this destroyed alley with this ridiculous boy was the closest thing to satisfaction she'd felt since arriving in Fire Country. "We make a decent team," she said. "Decent. Decent. We're the best team. We're unstoppable." He threw his arms wide, scattering dust. "Temari, I'm just saying, if you ever want to ditch the diplomat thing and just fight bad guys with me forever, I'm extremely available." She should have said something measured, something diplomatic. Something that maintained the professional distance her mission required. "I'll think about it," she said, and the smile that escaped was small and real and completely unplanned. They brought the speed type back to Tanagawa for interrogation. Kakashi handled it, quietly, professionally, behind a closed door. Temari wasn't invited, which was appropriate. She was a foreign liaison, and prisoner interrogation was Konoha's jurisdiction. She noted the exclusion in her operational log without resentment. In her position, she'd have done the same. The remaining bandits were rounded up by Naruto's clones and Sakura's terrifyingly efficient close-quarters work. 23 captured, 3 fled into the forest. The fire user regained consciousness in restraints and refused to speak. The town's militia, emerging sheepishly from their hiding places, stared at the aftermath with expressions that ranged from awe to disbelief. Daisuke found Temari outside the inn while she was cleaning her fan. The old man looked like he'd aged a decade in a single night, but his hands had stopped trembling. "Is it over?" he asked. "The immediate threat is neutralized. Kakashi is interrogating the shinobi leader. Depending on what he reveals, there may be further operations to dismantle whatever network was backing them." Daisuke nodded slowly. He watched her work the cloth along the fan's edge with the meticulous care of long habit. "You're the sand shinobi." "Yes." "I didn't know the sand and leaf were working together these days." "We're working on it." He was quiet for a moment. Then, "My son was killed by a sand raider 6 years ago, a merchant convoy crossing the border. They took everything and killed the guards. My son was 16. Temari's hands stilled on the fan. She didn't look up. She didn't have the right to look up. "I'm sorry," she said, and she meant it in a way that went deeper than diplomacy, deeper than mission protocol, deeper than anything her training had prepared her for. She was sorry because she could see his son in the dead militia guards and the scattered merchant wagons and the 1,000 small brutalities that shinobi villages inflicted on the world between them. "I didn't say it for an apology," Daisuke said. "I said it because tonight you fought to protect my town, and my son would have wanted me to tell you that matters more than where you're from." He went back inside. Temari sat with the fan in her lap and the night air on her skin and felt something shift in her chest. A tectonic movement, deep and irreversible, like the ground itself had decided to be different from now on. Kakashi's interrogation yielded results. The speed type was a missing nin from Kusagakure Grass Village, named Hayato. He'd been hired by a merchant consortium that wanted to control the border crossing for trade monopoly purposes. No connection to any hidden village. No connection to Orochimaru or the Sand Sound Alliance. Just money and violence and the banal economics of human greed. But buried in Hayato's intelligence was something else. A passing reference to increased sound activity in the northeastern corridor that Kakashi noted with careful neutrality and Temari filed away with considerably more alarm. Sound activity near the Fire Country border. If Orochimaru was positioning assets, she couldn't include it in her report. Or rather, she should, because any intelligence about sound movements was directly relevant to the Sand Sound Alliance and her father's war planning. But the intelligence came from a Konoha interrogation that she'd been excluded from. Reporting it would reveal that someone had shared classified information with her, which would compromise either Kakashi or the interrogation process itself. She was rationalizing. She knew she was rationalizing. The real reason she hesitated was simpler and more damning. If she reported sound movements near the border, her father would accelerate the timeline. The invasion would come sooner. And Konoha, this noisy, green, impossibly alive village, would burn. She wrote the report that night in her room at the inn. She included the mission details. The bandit numbers, their organization, their tactical deployment. She included her combat observations, sanitized, naturally, stripped of anything that would reveal specific Konoha techniques she'd observed. And she included the speed type's identity and motivation. She did not include the sound activity reference. The omission sat in her chest like a swallowed stone. She sealed the report, summoned the hawk, and sent it west. Then she went to the inn's common room, where Naruto was telling the story of the fight to Daisuke's daughter, a wide-eyed girl of maybe 8, with the embellishments growing wilder with each retelling. In this version, the speed type was 12 feet tall, and Temari's wind attack had created a tornado that lasted 3 days. "That's not what happened," Temari said from the doorway. "SHH, I'm at the good part," he turned to the girl. "And then, Temari, that's her, the really scary lady with the giant fan. She did this huge wind thing, and it was like whoosh, and the bad guy went flying, and he didn't go flying. He hit a wall. He flew into the wall. That counts as flying." The girl was giggling. The sound was bright and uncomplicated in a way that cut through the grime and exhaustion and moral compromise of the evening like sunlight through fog. Temari sat down. She didn't contribute to the story. She didn't correct it again. She just sat and listened to Naruto weave a tale of heroism out of violence, transmuting something ugly into something a child could laugh at, and she thought, this is what they're afraid of, not the Nine Tails, not the chakra. This thing he does where he walks into broken places and makes them a little less broken just by being there. She watched him until the girl fell asleep, and then watched him carry her to her father's room with a gentleness that should have been impossible in hands that had been forming Rasengan's an hour ago. When he came back, she was still in the common room. He sat down across from her, the manic energy finally dimming, and for a few minutes they just existed in the same quiet. "You were good out there," he said. "Not loud, not performative, just honest, tired, real, you two. That wind and clone thing we did at the end, the alley trap. We should practice that, make it a real combo, give it a name. We're not naming our combo, Wind Fox Devastation. Absolutely not. Tempest Clone Slam. That's worse. Hurricane Naruto Temari Special Attack." She threw a chopstick at him. He caught it out of the air, grinning, and something in his expression shifted into something warmer and quieter and more dangerous than any jutsu she'd ever faced. "I'm glad you're here, Temari," he said. "Not just on this mission, in Konoha, I'm glad you're here." The common room was dim. The fire had burned down to embers. Outside, the town was sleeping the heavy sleep of the newly safe. And in the orange light of dying coals, Naruto looked at her with those blue eyes that saw everyone and asked nothing and gave everything. And Temari felt the last of something break inside her. Some wall, some barrier. Some carefully maintained structure of duty and distance that she'd built between herself and the boy she'd been sent to betray. "I'm glad too," she said, and she meant it, and she was terrified. They returned to Konoha 3 days later, after establishing a temporary security presence in Tanagawa and filing the necessary reports. The journey back was lighter than the journey out, the easy camaraderie of people who'd fought together and won. Sakura walked beside Temari for long stretches, and their conversation drifted from medical jutsu to dessert survival techniques to, inevitably, complaints about Naruto's volume. "He doesn't have an indoor voice," Sakura said. "He doesn't have an outdoor voice either. He just has a voice, and it's set to maximum at all times. I've noticed. You get used to it." Sakura glanced at her sideways. "You're already used to it, aren't you?" Temari didn't answer, which was answer enough. Kakashi set a relaxed pace, reading his book while somehow navigating the forest canopy without looking up. Naruto ranged ahead and behind, burning off energy, occasionally dropping back to walk beside Temari and share whatever thought had most recently occurred to him, which was always either deeply insightful or completely absurd, with no middle ground. "Hey, Temari, do you think clouds in wind country look different than clouds in fire country?" "Clouds are clouds, Naruto." "Yeah, but do they move different? Because the wind is different, and clouds are basically wind's clothes, right? Wind doesn't wear clothes. That's what makes it wind." "Naked air." "Wait, that sounds weird. Forget I said that. Already forgotten." They reached Konoha's gates at midday. The guards processed them in. Kakashi submitted the mission report to the Hokage's office with a laziness that belied the thoroughness of its contents. And the team dispersed into the village with the easy diffusion of people returning to familiar ground. Temari returned to her apartment, showered, changed, and sat at her desk to compile her formal diplomatic liaison report, the public one, the one that would go through official channels rather than coded hawks. She was halfway through the document when a knock came at the door. She opened it expecting Naruto. It was Kankuro. He looked terrible. Dust-caked from travel, dark circles under his eyes visible even through the face paint. He was wearing his Suna uniform, but no puppet, no crow, no black ant. Just Kankuro alone, standing in her doorway with an expression she'd never seen on her brother's face. Fear. "We need to talk," he said. She pulled him inside, checked the hallway, closed the door. "What are you doing here? You're not cleared for travel to Konoha, if Father finds out." "Father sent me." Kankuro sat down heavily on her single chair and put his head in his hands. "Sort of. He sent me officially to deliver updated diplomatic credentials. Unofficially, he sent a separate message through intelligence channels. The timeline has accelerated." The stone in Temari's chest, the one she'd been carrying since the night she didn't report the sound movements, grew heavier. "How much?" 4 weeks, maybe less." Kankuro looked up. His face was drawn, older than his years. "Orochimaru is pushing. He claims to have new intelligence on Konoha's defensive vulnerabilities, and he's pressuring Father to move before the Leaf has time to shore them up. Father's buying it. The War Council met 3 days ago, and the vote was unanimous. Full-scale invasion, Temari. Joint Sand Sound Forces, coordinated strike. They're already mobilizing. The room was very quiet. Through the window, Temari could hear the sounds of Konoha, the market noise, the children playing, the constant hum of a village that was alive and oblivious and 4 weeks from destruction. "What vulnerabilities?" she asked. Her voice was steady. "Training." "I don't know the specifics." Orochimaru's keeping his intelligence compartmentalized, sharing it with Father directly, cutting out the regular intelligence apparatus. Which is a red flag the size of the Kazekage Tower, but Father's not listening. He's obsessed, Temari. The economic numbers got worse. Another round of mission contract losses. The daimyo just redirected a major infrastructure project from Suna to Konoha, and 2 senior jonin defected to Kirigakure last month. He sees the walls closing in. He thinks this is the last chance. It's not a last chance. It's a trap. Kankuro stared at her. What? Orochimaru's intelligence, the convenient timing, the pressure to accelerate. Think about it, Kankuro. When has Orochimaru ever done anything that served someone else's interests? He's not helping Father invade Konoha. He's using Father to create chaos, and when both villages are bleeding, he'll take what he wants from the wreckage. And what does he want? Bodies, research subjects, jutsu, territory, power. She paced the small apartment, her mind working at combat speed. The Chunin exam invasion was the prototype. He used us then too, sand as the hammer, sound as the knife. The invasion failed, but the disruption served his purposes. He got access to Konoha's defenses, tested the third Hokage's limits, gathered data. Now he's running the same play on a bigger scale, and Father's too desperate to see it. Kankuro was quiet for a long time. The face paint made his expression hard to read, but his eyes were clear. He was following her logic, checking it against his own observations, and she could see the moment the pieces clicked. "You've been here 6 weeks," he said slowly. "You've seen Konoha from the inside. Their military readiness, their shinobi, their defenses. Can we win?" "No." She said it without hesitation, and the word hung in the air between them. The Leaf's military capacity is significantly higher than our intelligence estimates suggest. Their Genin generation alone contains multiple shinobi of exceptional ability. The Hyuga prodigy, the Nara heir, the Uchiha defection weakened them, but they've compensated. Their Jonin core includes Hatake Kakashi, Might Guy, Sarutobi Asuma, Yuhai Kurenai, any one of whom could solo a sand platoon. Their Hokage is one of the Sannin. Their Jinchuriki, she stopped. The word tasted different now. Not a clinical designation, but a name and a face and a boy who carried her groceries and watched the sunrise. Their Jinchuriki is growing in power faster than anyone realizes, and they have Jiraiya. If both Sannin defend the village, our invasion force will be annihilated. Father knows the odds aren't clean. He's banking on Sound's forces tipping the balance. Sound's forces will tip it the wrong way. Orochimaru will commit enough to make the invasion look viable, then pull back and let Sand take the casualties. When it's over, Suna's military will be destroyed, Konoha will be weakened, and Orochimaru will have exactly the power vacuum he needs. Kankuro leaned back. He looked at the ceiling, at the wooden beams and plaster that were so different from Suna's stone. So what do we do? The question she'd been dreading. Because the answer, the honest, clear-eyed, logical answer, was something she couldn't say aloud. Not yet. Not to Kankuro, who loved Suna the same way she did, down to the bone, in the sand and the wind, and the silent pride of surviving in a place that was always trying to kill you. "I need time," she said. "Can you get me more time?" "I can delay." File bureaucratic complications with the credentials, stretch the diplomatic review process, maybe a week. "I need more than a week. Then I need to know what you're planning." "I don't know yet." It was the truth, and it tasted like ash. "I just know that if this invasion happens, everyone dies. Our people and theirs, and I won't let that happen." Kankuro studied her. Whatever he saw made his jaw tighten and his eyes go soft in a way he'd kill anyone else for witnessing. This is about more than tactics, isn't it? She didn't answer. The Jinchuriki. Naruto. He said the name carefully, like handling something breakable. You care about him. I care about preventing a catastrophe. Those things aren't mutually exclusive. She turned to the window. Konoha's rooftops stretched before her, warm wood and colored tiles and green trees growing through everything. And somewhere out there Naruto was probably at Ikaraku's, eating ramen and making the old man laugh and being a gravitational force that pulled broken things into orbit and held them together. 4 weeks, she said quietly. We have 4 weeks to stop a war. She looked at her brother. He looked back. And in the silence between them, something was decided. Not with words, not with dramatic declarations, but with the quiet understanding of two people who'd grown up in the same hard place and learned to trust each other with the things that mattered most. Kankuro confirmed. But Temari, if we do this, if we go against Father's orders, there's no coming back. You know that. I know. We'll be traitors. I know. They'll hunt us. I know, Kankuro. He stood, cross to her. Put his hand on her shoulder. An awkward, unpracticed gesture, because affection was a foreign language in the house of the Kazekage, but the effort behind it was real and clumsy and fierce. Then we'd better be smart about it, he said. Because I didn't learn to build puppets just to die in a prison cell. She put her hand over his. They stood like that for a moment, siblings in a foreign country, conspirators against their own blood, and the weight of what they were about to attempt pressed down on them like the desert sky. Then Kankuro pulled back, cleared his throat, and said, Also, I've been traveling for 3 days and I smell like a camel. Where's your shower? Down the hall. This apartment is terrible. It has a cushioned chair. A cushioned, seriously. He looked at the chair like she'd told him it was made of gold. Konoha is decadent, and I refuse to be seduced by their comfortable furniture. He sat in the chair. Okay, I'm slightly seduced. Despite everything, the invasion, the timeline, the impossible choices ahead, Temari laughed. It was short and rough and startled out of her, but it was real. Kankuro was here. They had 4 weeks. And for the first time since arriving in Konoha, she wasn't alone. The autumn festival was not something Temari had planned for. It was a Konoha tradition, a week-long celebration of the harvest season that involved, as far as she could determine, the entire village simultaneously losing its collective mind. Banners went up on every building. Food stalls materialized on every corner. Lanterns appeared in the trees, as if grown from the branches themselves. The streets filled with civilians in colorful yukata, and even the shinobi traded their uniforms for festival clothes, as if the entire concept of military readiness had been placed on a shelf for the duration. In Suna, they didn't have festivals, they had memorial days. The difference was significant. Kankuro had officially departed, returning to Suna with the updated credentials and a private understanding between them that he'd delay, obstruct, and complicate the war planning through every bureaucratic and logistical channel available to him. It wasn't much. It was something. His last words before leaving had been, Buy yourself something nice at the festival. You look like you could use a day off, which was his way of saying be careful and I love you and don't die all at once. Temari had no intention of attending the festival. She had reports to file, intelligence to analyze, and a slow-motion catastrophe to prevent. She was at her desk, working through a timeline of sound troop movements she'd reconstructed from overheard conversations and public record analysis, when the knock came. She opened the door. Naruto stood there in a black and orange yukata that somehow managed to be both festive and aggressively Naruto. His hair was the same impossible mess it always was. His grin was the full version, the thermonuclear one that preceded either something wonderful or something catastrophic. Festival. He announced, No, it's the autumn festival, everyone goes, it's like legally required. It is not legally required. Morally required, culturally essential. Come on, Temari, you've been working non-stop since we got back from the mission. Even diplomats get days off. I have things to do. Name one thing, reports. Reports can wait. Ramen can't wait. Well, ramen can technically wait, but it shouldn't have to. It's ramen. It deserves to be eaten promptly. She stared at him from the doorway. He stared back, grinning, immovable, radiating the particular stubbornness that she'd learned was his most powerful technique, more effective than the Rasengan, more relentless than the shadow clones. Naruto didn't give up, on anything. Ever. It was his greatest strength, and she was coming to realize, his most dangerous weapon. 1 hour, she said. 3 hours. 2, deal, get changed, I'll wait. I don't have festival clothes. Then wear what you always wear, who cares? The festival's not about clothes, it's about having fun with people. The slightest stumble, the barest catch in his voice, not friends. He'd started to say friends and redirected at the last second, as if the word was presumptuous, as if calling her a friend was claiming something he hadn't earned. She closed the door, changed into her cleanest uniform. She genuinely didn't own festival clothing, and opened it again. He was still there, bouncing on his heels. Let's go. He turned and headed for the stairs, and she followed, and she told herself it was because maintaining social access to the target was operationally essential, and she knew it was a lie. The festival was overwhelming. The streets were transformed. The familiar commercial districts she'd mapped for intelligence purposes were now corridors of light and sound and color. Food stalls lined every avenue: grilled squid, sweet dango, cotton candy, takoyaki, yakitori. Game booths offered prizes for ring tossing, balloon popping, goldfish scooping. Musicians played on corners. Children ran underfoot in packs, screaming with the particular joy of youth unleashed upon sugar. Naruto led her through it like a tour guide who'd memorized the entire village by heart, which he probably had. He stopped at every stall, talked to every vendor, greeted every person they passed with an enthusiasm that ranged from genuine delight to minor public disturbance. And he talked. Of course he talked. And this stall has the best teiyaki. The old lady puts extra bean paste in because she knows I like it. And over there is where Kiba bet me I couldn't eat 30 sticks of dango and I ate 32. And then I was sick for a whole day, but IWON? You were sick for a day. That's not winning. It's winning with consequences. Still counts. They walked, they ate. Naruto bought her a stick of Mitarashi dango without asking and handed it to her with a casualness that was completely fabricated. She could see the slight tension in his shoulders, the too quick glance to see if she'd accept it. She accepted it. The dango was good. They passed a game booth where a man was offering prizes for hitting targets with thrown kunai. The targets were small, the distance was long, and the kunai were civilian-grade, unbalanced, poorly weighted. A deliberate handicap. "Want to try?" Naruto asked. Temari picked up 3 kunai. Tested the weight, adjusted for the imbalance, threw all 3 in a single fluid motion. 3 targets, 3 dead-center hits. The booth operator stared at her with the expression of a man watching his profit margin evaporate. "Pick a prize," she told Naruto. His face went through several expressions in rapid succession: surprise, delight, something that looked suspiciously like emotion before settling on a grin that was somehow softer than his usual ones. He pointed at a small stuffed frog on the top shelf. "That one." "A frog. Frogs are cool. I have a summoning contract with toads. Frogs are basically toads' cousins. It's a whole thing." The booth operator handed over the frog with the resigned air of a man cutting his losses. Naruto held it up, examined it with disproportionate seriousness, and then tucked it inside his yukata with a care that suggested it was now the most valuable object he owned. "Nobody's ever won me a prize before," he said. His voice was casual, his eyes were not. It was 3 kunai throws. It wasn't difficult. That's not the point. No, it wasn't the point. The point was that Uzumaki Naruto, container of the most powerful tailed beast, future Hokage in his own unshakable estimation, had never had someone win him a prize at a festival before. Because he'd never had someone to go to a festival with. Because for most of his life, the festivals had happened around him while he watched from the outside, face pressed to the glass of a world that didn't want him. The thought cracked something inside her. Another wall, another defense, another piece of the architecture she'd built between herself and this boy who kept finding the exact pressure points in her emotional fortifications and leaning on them with his big, dumb grin. They kept walking. The crowd thickened as evening deepened, the lanterns casting warm pools of light that turned the streets into something out of a painting. They passed Sakura and Ino, who were arguing about something involving a hair ribbon. They passed Shikamaru, lying on a bench, asleep or pretending. They passed Lee, who was doing one-armed push-ups in front of a crowd of impressed children while Tenten kept count, and Neji pretended he didn't know them. And then the fireworks started. Temari had seen explosions. She'd seen fire jutsu and lightning attacks and the devastating power of tailed beast chakra. But she'd never seen fireworks, not like this. Konoha's festival fireworks were works of art. Massive bursts of color that bloomed across the night sky in patterns that shouldn't have been physically possible. Spirals and flowers and abstract shapes that dissolved into cascades of sparks. The crowd oohed. Naruto grabbed her arm and pulled her toward a hill at the edge of the village, a grassy rise that overlooked the rooftops and gave an unobstructed view of the sky. They sat on the grass. The fireworks painted the dark in gold and crimson and electric blue. The sound reached them a half-second after the light, deep, percussive booms that vibrated in her chest. Best part of the festival, Naruto said. He was sitting close. Not touching, but close enough that she could feel the warmth of him, the constant low hum of his chakra, the simple, solid presence of a person beside her in the dark. "We don't have these in Suna," she said. "Fireworks? Festivals, not like this, not the," she searched for the word, "the joy. We have ceremonies, observances. Everything is solemn and structured and correct. Nobody just celebrates. That sounds lonely." "I didn't think of it that way. It was just how things were." Naruto pulled his knees up to his chest and rested his chin on them, watching the sky. The fireworks reflected in his eyes like tiny captured explosions. "I used to watch the festivals from my apartment window when I was little, before I knew why people looked at me the way they did. I'd watch all the families walking together, all the kids with their parents, eating candy and playing games, and I'd think," he trailed off, "I'd think maybe next year someone will take me." The silence between them was full of things, heavy with them. Temari felt each word like a physical weight settling onto her shoulders, onto her conscience, onto the carefully maintained separation between the spy and the person she was discovering she actually was. "Nobody ever did," he continued. "Not for a long time. Uruka-sensei was the first. He took me to the ramen stand after I graduated the academy. It wasn't even a festival, just a Tuesday. But he sat with me and he said congratulations and he meant it, and I cried into my ramen and it was the best day of my life." He laughed, quiet and rough. "Pretty pathetic, right? Crying into ramen because someone was nice to me." "That's not pathetic," Temari said, and her voice was fierce in a way she hadn't authorized. "That's not pathetic at all. That's someone seeing you. For the first time, of course you cried. Anyone would cry." He looked at her. The fireworks cast shifting colors across his face. Blue, then gold, then crimson. And in the changing light, his expression was open in a way she'd never seen it, stripped of the grin and the bravado and the calculated carelessness. Just a boy, sitting on a hill, letting someone see the hurt he wore underneath everything else. "Can I tell you something?" he asked. "Yes. I know I'm loud. I know I'm annoying. I know I talk too much, and I'm not as smart as Shikamaru, and I'm not as cool as Sasuke was, and I'm not what people want. Most of the time, I know that." He was looking at the sky again, but she could see his jaw working, the effort behind each word. "But I made a promise to myself when I was a kid, that I'd never stop trying, that I'd never give up on people, even when they gave up on me. Because if I stopped trying, then they'd be right. All the people who looked at me like I was nothing, they'd be right, and I won't let them be right." He said it with the quiet, ferocious conviction of someone who'd fought this battle every day of his life and would keep fighting it until he won or died, and the Nine Tails had nothing to do with it. This was all Naruto. All the stubbornness and the pain and the impossible, inexhaustible light that came from refusing, absolutely, categorically refusing, to let the darkness win. Temari stared at him. She stared at this boy she'd been sent to catalog and exploit and reduce to data points in a classified report, and she felt the mission crack open like an egg, and the duty that had defined her entire life pour out of it and onto the grass between them. "Naruto," she said. "Yeah. You're not nothing. You've never been nothing, and anyone who ever looked at you and saw nothing was blind." She said it looking straight at him, and she meant every word with a ferocity that scared her, because meaning it was the end of something. The end of the mission as she'd understood it. The end of the clean separation between spy and person, between duty and something bigger that she didn't have a name for yet. He stared at her. His eyes were wide and very blue, and she realized with a jolt that hit her like a wind blade, wet. Not crying, not quite. Just that precarious shimmer at the edge, the body's involuntary acknowledgement of something too big to hold. "Temari," his voice cracked. He cleared his throat, tried again. That's... If you make a joke right now, I'll hit you with my fan," he laughed. It was thick and rough and real, the kind of laugh that lives next to crying and is sometimes the same thing. "I wasn't going to make a joke. I was going to say thank you, but thank you feels too small." "Then don't say anything." He didn't. They sat on the hill while the fireworks painted the sky, and at some point, she couldn't identify the exact moment, couldn't trace the decision to a specific thought. Her hand moved to the grass beside her, and his hand was already there, and their fingers touched, and neither of them pulled away. It wasn't a grand gesture. It wasn't a confession or a kiss or a dramatic declaration. It was two people sitting on a hill while the world exploded in color above them, touching fingers in the dark because the space between them had become too small to maintain and too precious to name. The fireworks ended. The crowd below dispersed. The lanterns dimmed. Konoha settled into the quiet hum of a village going to sleep, and Temari and Naruto sat on the hill and said nothing, and the nothing they said was more than she'd ever communicated in any coded report. Eventually, they walked back. The streets were littered with festival debris, fallen lanterns, discarded food wrappers, the cheerful aftermath of joy. Naruto walked her to her apartment building because apparently chivalry wasn't dead, just loud and blonde. At her door, he stopped. Shuffled his feet, ran his hand through his hair, opened his mouth, closed it, opened it again. "Temari, Naruto, tonight was, that was really..." "Good night, Naruto," he grinned, "the real one." The one that wasn't armor or performance or desperate compensation, just pure, unfiltered happiness radiating off him like light. "Good night, Temari." He turned and walked away. She watched him go, watched the orange and black yukata disappear around the corner, heard the distant, joyful whoop he let out when he thought he was out of earshot. He was not out of earshot. Naruto was never out of earshot. And she stood in her doorway and felt the full weight of what was happening to her, and the full weight of what she still had to do, and the distance between those two things was the distance between who she'd been and who she was becoming. She went inside, sat at her desk, pulled out a blank scroll. The biweekly report was due tomorrow. She should write about troop movements, defensive positions, the Tanagawa mission intelligence, the festival's impact on civilian morale. She should write about Naruto, his combat capabilities, his emotional vulnerabilities, his growing power and influence. She should write it all, because that was the mission, and the mission was the only thing that had ever given her life meaning, and without it, she was just a girl in a foreign country who'd let a loud boy hold her hand on a hill. She picked up the brush, dipped it in ink, held it over the scroll. She sat there for a long time. The scroll stayed blank. The hawk went out the next morning carrying a report on weather patterns and rice prices, and not a single word about Uzumaki Naruto. Not a single word about his fighting style, his chakra, his emotional landscape, his dreams, or the way his fingers felt against hers in the dark. She'd crossed a line. She knew it the way you knew you'd stepped off a cliff, the ground gone, the air rushing up, the fall begun with no way to stop it. She was compromised. The mission was compromised. Everything she'd been trained to be, everything her father had built her into, every cold and disciplined instinct compromised. And on the rooftop across from her window, in the early morning light, she could see a figure sitting cross-legged on the edge, watching the sunrise. Orange jacket. Wild blonde hair. A grin turned toward the sky. She watched him watch the sunrise, and she didn't write a report, and the scroll stayed blank, and the wind through her window carried the smell of a village that was starting to feel like home. Chapter 4. The serpent's tongue. The note appeared inside her apartment without a sound. Temari woke at her usual hour, dawn, always dawn, the desert never fully leaving her bones, and found it on the kitchen table, weighted down by a small white snake carved from bone. The snake was coiled in a perfect spiral, its scales etched with microscopic precision, and its eyes were 2 chips of amethyst that caught the early light and threw purple shadows on the scroll beneath it. She didn't touch either object for a full 30 seconds. She stood in her kitchen in the gray pre-dawn, kunai already in her hand, and scanned the apartment with every sense she had. No foreign chakra signatures. No disturbance in the security seals she'd placed on the windows and door. And she'd placed them well, layered redundancies that would have alerted her to any physical intrusion. Which meant whoever had delivered this message had bypassed her seals entirely, entered and exited her apartment while she slept 3 meters away, and done so without leaving a single trace. There were perhaps 5 people alive capable of that level of infiltration. One of them worked for Orochimaru. She picked up the scroll with the tips of 2 fingers, holding it away from her body in case of contact poisons or trigger seals. It was clean. Ordinary paper, ordinary ink. The message was brief: the garden behind the old Senju estate. Tonight, midnight. Come alone. We have shared interests regarding the upcoming weather change. No signature. No seal. The metaphor was crude but clear. Weather change was sand intelligence code for military operations. Whoever had written this knew Suna's cipher conventions, which narrowed the field considerably. Temari burned the note with a wind-sharpened fire jutsu that reduced it to ash in under a second. The bone snake she kept, wrapping it in cloth and sealing it in a scroll at her hip. Evidence. She spent the day in a state of heightened alertness that she disguised as diplomatic routine. Morning meetings with Shikaku Nara, who was as perceptive as his son and considerably better at hiding it. Afternoon observation of academy training sessions, which she'd been attending weekly as part of the cultural exchange program. Evening review of joint operational protocols. Throughout it all, her mind worked the problem. Orochimaru's operative, Kabuto, almost certainly, the medical nin was the snake's primary infiltration asset, had found her, had entered her apartment, had left a calling card that was simultaneously a demonstration of capability and a threat. I can reach you whenever I want. The smart move was to report this to Tsunade. The Hawkage had resources, Anbu, counterintelligence capabilities that could track and neutralize Kabuto before the meeting. It was the safe play, the responsible play. It was also the play that would end her usefulness to everyone. The moment she reported sound contact, she became a security liability. Tsunade might trust her intentions, but the council wouldn't. She'd be confined, debriefed, possibly expelled. And with Kankuro working to delay the invasion from inside Suna, she needed to remain free, mobile, and operational. She'd go to the meeting, but she wouldn't go stupid. The day moved slowly after that decision. She went through her schedule with mechanical precision, but her attention kept snagging on details. The Anbu shadow she'd felt for weeks now, constant but unobtrusive. The way Shikaku's questions during their morning session probed slightly deeper than usual. Circling around sand-sound relations with the patience of a man who already knew the answer and was waiting for her to provide it. The particular quality of silence in the Hawkage's building that suggested conversations were being had behind closed doors about things she wasn't cleared to hear. Late afternoon found her at Training Ground 3, where she'd agreed to help Tenton with a weapons technique that combined thrown projectiles with wind manipulation. It was genuine collaboration. Tenton's precision was extraordinary, and with Temari's wind providing guidance and acceleration, they'd developed a method of curving shuriken around obstacles that bordered on impossible. Again, Tenton said, 12 shuriken fanned between her fingers. She threw them in a tight spread pattern. Temari caught them with a directed wind current and bent their trajectory 30 degrees to the right, wrapping them around a training post and into the target behind it. All 12 hit. "That's terrifying," Tenton said with deep satisfaction. "If we can extend the range another 20 meters, we can hit targets around corners at distance. Complete cover negation. The chakra cost increases exponentially with distance. Beyond 50 meters, I'd need to use my fan. Then we practice with the fan." Tenton's eyes were bright with the particular mania of a weapons specialist who'd found a new toy. "Can you imagine using this in a real combat scenario? Enemy takes cover behind a wall, thinks they're safe, and then 12 shuriken come screaming around the corner like angry metal bees." Metal bees. I'm workshopping the metaphor. Despite the tension coiling in her gut, Temari found herself almost smiling. Tenton was aggressively likable, passionate, direct, completely devoid of the political maneuvering that characterized most shinobi interactions. She said what she thought, threw what she wanted, and met the world with a straightforwardness that Temari found restful. They practiced for another hour. At one point, Naruto appeared at the edge of the training ground, ostensibly running laps but suspiciously often running laps that brought him past their position. He waved each time. Temari did not wave back, because acknowledging his transparent excuse to be near her would validate the behavior, and validating Naruto's behavior was a slippery slope that ended in ramen. He waved anyway. When training ended, Tenton packed up her weapons and fell into step beside Temari as they walked back toward the village. "Can I ask you something personal?" "You can ask. What's the Sand Village actually like? Not the political stuff, the living there stuff." Temari considered the question. Most people in Konoha asked about Suna with the polite, detached curiosity of someone inquiring about a place they'd never visit. Tenton asked it the way she asked about weapons, with genuine, focused interest. "Hot," Temari said. "Dry. Everything is made of stone because wood doesn't survive. The wind never stops. It carves the buildings, scours the streets. You learn to walk leaning forward to keep your mouth shut, to close your eyes when the gusts hit. Every surface is rough. The stone, the sand, the air itself. Nothing in Suna is soft." That sounds harsh. It is harsh. But it's also clean, simple. The desert doesn't lie to you. It doesn't pretend to be something it isn't. If it's going to kill you, you can see it coming. She paused. "Konoha hides things in all this green. The desert hides nothing." "Do you miss it?" The question caught her off guard. Not because it was unexpected, but because the answer was complicated in a way she wasn't prepared to unpack while walking down a sunlit street with a girl who thought they were just colleagues. "I miss the wind," she said. "The real wind, not the gentle thing you have here. The desert wind that hits you like a fist and scours your skin raw and reminds you that you're alive because you're strong enough to stand in it." Tenton was quiet for a beat. "That's the most poetic thing I've ever heard about getting sandblasted. We're a poetic people. We just hide it behind the stoicism." They parted at the market district. Temari went to her apartment, ate a small meal, cleaned her weapons, and waited for midnight. The old Senju estate sat at the village's northern edge, partially overgrown and largely abandoned since the clan's decline. The garden behind it was a tangle of neglected beauty, stone paths buried under moss, ornamental trees grown wild, a koi pond long since silted over. In daylight, it would have looked melancholy. At midnight, under a sliver of moon, it looked like a place where things went to be forgotten. Temari arrived from the south, moving through the tree line with the silent, ground-level approach she'd been trained in. No chakra enhancement, it would be detectable. Pure physical stealth, the old-fashioned kind, feet placed with the precision of someone who'd learned to cross sand without leaving tracks. She'd left her fan at the apartment. In tight quarters among trees and ruins, it was a liability. Instead, she carried a combat knife, 12 shuriken, 2 smoke bombs, and a wind chakra technique she could deploy from her hands alone. Less powerful than the fan, but enough to kill at close range. She reached the garden's edge and crouched in the shadow of a collapsed pergola. Watched. Listened. The garden was still. Insect sounds, the rustle of overgrown branches, the distant hum of Konoha's nightlife carrying over the rooftops. Then a voice behind her, close enough to touch. "You're careful. That's good. Careful people live longer." She spun. The knife was in her hand before the turn was complete, blade angled for a throat strike. The figure behind her didn't flinch. He stood 2 meters back, hands visible at his sides, round glasses catching the moonlight. Gray hair pulled into a ponytail, a smile that never quite reached his eyes. "Kabuto Yakushi. If that knife reaches my throat, I'll be mildly disappointed in my own reflexes," he said. "But I'd rather we talked. Lord Orochimaru has a proposition for you." Temari kept the knife exactly where it was. "You broke into my apartment. I left a note." Breaking in implies hostile intent. I was delivering mail, through sealed defenses while I slept. Through quite good sealed defenses, I should acknowledge. Layered chakra triggers with redundant tripwires, very professional for someone your age. He adjusted his glasses with his middle finger, a gesture that managed to be both clinical and insulting. "But seals are my specialty, among other things. Don't feel bad." "I don't feel bad. I feel motivated." She shifted her weight forward slightly. "Say what you came to say." Kabuto's smile widened by exactly the amount needed to convey amusement without warmth. He was good at that, calibrating his expressions like tools, deploying them with surgical precision. It was the most unsettling thing about him. Not his skills, not his loyalty to Orochimaru, but the sense that every human interaction was, for him, a medical procedure. Lord Orochimaru is aware of your mission here, obviously. He's also aware that the Kazekij's invasion timeline has accelerated, 4 weeks, give or take. Joint Sand Sound Forces, coordinated strike on Konoha's northern and eastern gates. Kabuto paused, letting the information settle. "What he's less certain about is your current alignment. My alignment is to the Sand Village." "Is it?" Kabuto tilted his head. "Your last 3 reports to the Kazekij contained significantly less actionable intelligence than your first 3. Your most recent report was about rice prices. You've been spending considerable time with Konoha's Jinchuriki in contexts that exceed your operational mandate. And you haven't transmitted any of the sound movement data that you obtained during the Tanagawa mission." He pushed his glasses up again. "Lord Orochimaru doesn't judge. He's a scientist. He observes patterns, and the pattern he's observing in you is one of shifting priorities." Every word was a blade, and every blade found its mark. Temari's grip on the knife didn't waver, but the ground beneath her certainty did. Orochimaru had been watching her, not just her movements, her communications. Which meant he'd either compromised Suna's intelligence channels or had a source inside the Kazekij's office. Possibly both. "What does Orochimaru want?" she asked. "Coordination. The invasion will proceed regardless of your personal feelings. The Kazekij is committed, and Lord Orochimaru's forces are already in position. But there are details. Konoha's internal defense protocols, Anbu deployment patterns, the Jinchuriki's likely response to a large-scale attack that would significantly improve the operation's success rate. Details that you, uniquely, are positioned to provide. And if I refuse?" Kabuto's expression didn't change. That was the answer. It didn't need to change because the threat wasn't in the expression. It was in the silence around it, in the implied spaces between words where consequences lived. "Lord Orochimaru prefers willing cooperation," Kabuto said. "But he's pragmatic. If you won't provide the intelligence willingly, he'll obtain it through other means. And those means might involve information reaching certain parties about your compromised status. The Kazekij, for instance, might be interested to learn that his operative has been withholding intelligence. Or the Hokage might be interested to learn the full extent of your espionage activities, Not the sanitized version she's already aware of, but the complete picture. Including your early reports, which were quite thorough and quite damaging. There it was, the snake's tongue. Not a direct threat, but an architecture of leverage, elegant and inescapable. If she cooperated, she served Orochimaru's purposes. If she refused, he burned her, either to Suna, destroying her cover and her brother's delaying operation, or to Konoha, destroying the trust she'd built and the relationships she'd formed. Including the one with Naruto, especially the one with Naruto. You have 48 hours to consider the offer, Kabuto said. I'll return for your answer at the same time, same place. In the meantime, he reached into his jacket and produced a small scroll, which he placed on the ground between them. A gesture of good faith. Intelligence on Konoha's route division, their operating structure, key operatives, and current surveillance targets. He paused. You're on the list, incidentally. A man named Danzo has had you watched since you arrived, not the Anbu you've been sensing, they're Tsunades. Danzo's people are considerably less visible and considerably less friendly. He stepped backward, and the shadows seemed to open around him, swallowing his outline in increments. 48 hours, Temari. Choose wisely. He was gone. No sound, no chakra flare, no displaced air. Just gone, as if he'd been absorbed by the dark. Temari stood alone in the ruined garden for a long time. Then she picked up the scroll, sealed it without reading it, and made her way back to her apartment through the silent streets with the careful, measured gait of someone walking on the edge of a very high place. She didn't sleep. She sat at her desk in the dark and dismantled the situation with the cold, analytical precision she'd been trained in, stripping away emotion and examining the architecture of her problem. Kabuto's threat was real. If Orochimaru exposed her early reports to Konoha, the damage would be catastrophic. Those first reports had contained genuine intelligence, defensive assessments, troop positions, patrol schedules. Material that could get people killed. The fact that she'd stopped sending useful intelligence didn't erase the fact that she'd started. Tsunade might understand. Naruto might forgive. But the Konoha Council wouldn't. Danzo certainly wouldn't. And the political fallout would shatter any possibility of the diplomatic relationship that was Suna's only alternative to war, and Kankuro. If the Kazekage learned she was compromised, the first thing he'd do was look for accomplices. Kankuro was the obvious suspect. Her brother, working to delay the invasion from inside, would be caught in the blast radius. She could cooperate with Orochimaru, give him what he wanted or a carefully edited version of it, and buy time. Play the triple agent. Feed Kabuto enough to satisfy Orochimaru while withholding the most critical details. It was the classic intelligence play, the one her training prescribed for exactly this scenario. But Orochimaru wasn't a normal handler. He was a genius. A genuine, transcendent genius who'd spent decades manipulating people smarter and more experienced than her. The chances of successfully deceiving him with edited intelligence were low, and the cost of failure was absolute. She could run. Abandon the mission, flee Konoha, disappear into the wilderness between countries. Start over as a missing nin, loyalty to nothing, danger to no one. It was the safe play for everyone except her. She could go to Tsunade. Confess everything, not the sanitized version, but the full, ugly truth. The spy mission, the early reports, the omissions, the invasion timeline, Orochimaru's leverage, all of it. It would mean prison at best, execution at worst. But it would give Konoha the intelligence it needed to prepare, and it would burn Orochimaru's operation before it could bear fruit. It would also destroy whatever existed between her and Naruto. Not the confession itself. Naruto was capable of forgiveness that bordered on the supernatural. But the revelation that their entire relationship had begun as an intelligence operation, that every conversation and every shared moment had happened under the shadow of betrayal. That was a different kind of wound. The kind that festered. She sat in the dark and turned these options over and over, examining them from every angle, testing them against every variable. And somewhere around 3 in the morning, she realized that the analysis was a form of avoidance. She wasn't trying to find the optimal strategy. She was trying to find the strategy that didn't hurt. There wasn't one. Morning came. She forced herself through her routine, training, meetings, diplomatic obligations. Her body performed the motions while her mind ran parallel calculations that had no solution. At midday, she was leaving Shikaku Nara's office when a hand caught her elbow. Gentle but firm. She turned, Shikamaru. Same slouch, same half-lidded eyes, same air of terminal inconvenience, but underneath it, something sharp and urgent that his posture couldn't quite hide. "Walk with me," he said. They walked. He led her to a bench overlooking one of Konoha's smaller parks, a quiet spot, away from foot traffic. He sat down with the boneless collapse of someone who found standing objectionable, and Temari sat beside him because the bench was there, and because Shikamaru didn't say walk with me unless it mattered. He was quiet for almost a full minute. Then, "You've got a problem." "I have several." "I know about one of them. Maybe two." He laced his fingers behind his head and stared at the sky. "I know there's been increased covert activity in the village over the last week. Sound-affiliated chakra signatures in sectors that should be clean. My dad's noticed too, but he's playing it close because the political situation with the council is volatile and Danzo's been pushing for expanded root authority." Temari kept her face still. Shikamaru wasn't looking at her anyway. He was looking at the clouds with the particular focus of someone whose brain worked best when his eyes were elsewhere. "I also know," he continued, "that you've been under dual surveillance for at least 3 weeks. Anbu, Tsunade's people, and a second team that my dad can't identify but suspects is Root. Danzo's been lobbying the council to classify you as a hostile operative and authorize your detention. Tsunade's been blocking him, but her leverage is political, and his is institutional, and institutional wins the long game." The bench suddenly felt less like a resting place and more like a stage. Temari evaluated her options, denial, deflection, silence, and discarded all of them. Shikamaru had already assembled the picture. He was showing it to her to see how she'd react, and the reaction was the data point he was actually collecting. "Why are you telling me this?" she asked. "Because you're too smart to be this stupid." She looked at him. He looked back. The laziness was gone from his eyes, replaced by something fierce and focused and unexpectedly personal. "You're falling for Naruto," he said. "That part's obvious. Everyone can see it except him, and he's probably the only person in the village oblivious enough to miss it. But that's not the problem. The problem is that whatever you're involved in, and I don't know the specifics, I don't want to know the specifics, it's coming to a head, and you're trying to handle it alone because you think that's what strong people do, and it's going to get you killed." "Shikamaru, I'm not finished." He sat up, which for Shikamaru was the physical equivalent of drawing a weapon. "I've watched you for weeks. You're brilliant, you're disciplined, you fight like nothing I've ever seen, but you've got a blind spot. You think you have to choose between your village and this one, between your duty and your feelings, between the mission and the person. I do have to choose. No, you don't, because those aren't the real options. The real options are, do you keep trying to manage this alone and get crushed between forces that are bigger than you, or do you trust someone?" He met her eyes. "You don't have to trust everyone. You don't have to trust Konoha or the Hawkage or the system. You just have to trust one person enough to ask for help. And if you can't figure out who that person is, you're not as smart as I think you are." The park was quiet. A breeze moved through the trees, gentle and warm, carrying the smell of grass. Somewhere in the distance, a bell rang, the academy's lunch signal. Children would be streaming out of classrooms right now, running toward the cafeteria, arguing about whose sensei was cooler. Normal life. The kind that only existed because people fought to protect it. What if trusting someone means destroying everything they think they know about me? Temari said, and her voice was smaller than she wanted it to be. Shikamaru's expression softened. Just a fraction, just enough. Then you find out if the relationship is strong enough to survive the truth. And if it is, you build something better on the wreckage. He stood up, stretched, yawned with enough theatrical force to restore his image. "I've said my piece. What you do with it is your problem. I'm going back to watching clouds." He walked away. At the edge of the park, he stopped without turning around. For what it's worth, Naruto's survived worse than the truth. He survived worse than anything. That kid is the most indestructible thing I've ever met, and I'm not talking about the fox. He left. Temari sat on the bench for a long time, watching the sky, and thought about trust and truth, and the distance between who she'd been sent here to be and who she was actually becoming. That evening, Danzo made his move. She was walking back to her apartment through the commercial district, the setting sun painting Konoha's rooftops in amber and rose. The streets were busy with the evening crowd, civilians heading home, shops beginning to close. Normal, quiet, safe, the first route operative hit her from the left. He came out of an alley blank mask, dark uniform, tanto drawn, and he was fast. Not Kabuto fast, not the Tanagawa speed-type fast, but Anbu fast, which was fast enough to kill most people before they registered the attack. Temari was not most people. She'd felt the chakra displacement a half-second before the strike, the subtle wrongness in the air that preceded a concealed approach. Her body moved on instinct, pivoting left, dropping her center of gravity, and the tanto sliced through the space where her throat had been. She caught the operative's wrist on the follow-through, twisted it at the joint, and used his momentum to throw him into the building wall with a crack that shattered plaster. The second operative came from above. She sensed the shadow before she saw it and rolled forward, the tanto stabbing into cobblestone where she'd been standing. She came up with two kunai drawn and blocked the third operative's strike, a woman, smaller, faster, coming from the right with twin blades that moved in a blurring figure-eight pattern, 3 root agents. In the open. In Konoha's commercial district, with civilians scattering and screaming around them. Temari's training crystallized into the cold, clear state that combat imposed on her, the world narrowing to angles and distances and threat assessments. Every sense heightened, every calculation running at maximum speed. She blocked the twin blades with her kunai, kicked the woman in the chest to create distance, and reached for the scroll at her back. The fan materialized in her grip with the familiar weight of a weapon she'd carried for half her life. She snapped it open, 1 star, and swung at the operative dropping from the rooftop above her. The wind blast caught him mid-descent and launched him across the street into a fruit cart that exploded in a shower of apples and splintered wood. The first operative had recovered. He came at her again, tanto in one hand, the other forming a single-handed seal, some root-specific technique, probably a paralysis genjutsu. She didn't give him the chance. 2 stars. The wind scythe took him in the midsection, and he folded around the impact like paper in a gale, sliding backward through the cobblestones in a spray of sparks from his armor. The woman with twin blades was circling. More cautious now. She'd seen what the fan could do and was adjusting, staying at the edge of Temari's effective range, looking for an opening. Temari gave her one. She turned her back, an obvious false opening, a trap that any experienced operative should have recognized. The woman recognized it. She didn't take the bait. Instead, she threw one of her blades, not at Temari, but at the ground in front of her, where it embedded point first with a crackling surge of lightning chakra that spread across the cobblestones in a web of blue-white energy. A lightning trap. If Temari stepped forward, the current would lock her muscles. If she stepped back, she'd be in range of the first operative, who was up again and closing. If she went left or right, the third operative, the one she'd blown into the fruit cart, was flanking from both directions simultaneously with a shadow clone, coordinated, professional. 3 angles of attack, 1 escape denied. Root knew what they were doing. Temari went up. Wind chakra through her legs, amplified by a downward fan strike that turned the ground beneath her into a launch pad. She cleared the engagement zone in a single vertical leap, rising above rooftop height, and at the apex of the jump, she opened the fan to 3 stars and brought it down with everything she had. The technique was one her father had never seen, one she'd never included in any report, because some things you kept for yourself. She called it gale descent. The wind hit the street in a cone-shaped blast that radiated outward from her landing point like a bomb, ripping up cobblestones, shattering windows, overturning carts, and slamming all 3 route operatives outward in different directions with a force that left impact craters in the buildings they hit. She landed in the center of the devastation, fan extended, breathing hard but controlled. The street was destroyed. A 20-meter radius of torn stone and scattered debris surrounded her. The 3 operatives were down, not dead. She'd controlled the force, but out of the fight. Civilians were fleeing. She could hear the alarm being raised, the rapid movement of Konoha shinobi responding to the disturbance. In about 90 seconds, this area would be swarming with Anbu, and explaining why she'd just demolished a commercial street while fighting 3 masked attackers was going to be the kind of diplomatic incident that ended careers. She started moving. Not running. Running implied guilt. Walking fast, with purpose, the fans still out because she wasn't sure there weren't more of them. She made it 2 blocks before a familiar chakra signature dropped from a rooftop and landed in front of her. Naruto, eyes wide, fists clenched. His gaze swept over her, the torn sleeve of her bodysuit, the shallow cut on her forearm from the twin blades, the combat stance she hadn't fully dropped. What happened? His voice was low, hard, stripped of everything bright and playful, the combat voice. The voice she'd heard in Tanagawa when he'd chased the speed type. I was attacked, 3 operatives, masked, no village affiliation visible. Where are they? Down. 2 blocks back, they'll recover. Are you hurt? Scratched. His jaw tightened. Something flickered behind his eyes, hot and red and deep, there and gone in a heartbeat. The fox, responding to his anger, pressing against the seal. He took a breath, and she watched him force it down with a visible effort that spoke to practice. Come with me, he said. Naruto, I need to. You need to come with me. Right now. Before the Anbu get here and before whoever sent those guys sends more. He was right. She hated that he was right, because it meant accepting help, and accepting help meant proximity, and proximity meant the risk of him seeing what she actually was behind the mask she'd been wearing since the day she arrived. She followed him. He took her to his apartment. It was exactly what she'd expected, and nothing like what she'd expected, small, cluttered, covered in instant ramen cups and training scrolls and an impressive collection of frog-related memorabilia. A single bed, unmade, a small table with 1 chair. A window that looked out over the village, and on the windowsill, the stuffed frog she'd won him at the festival, propped carefully against the glass. He sat her down on the bed, disappeared into the bathroom, came back with a first aid kit that had clearly seen regular use. Let me see the arm. It's a scratch. Let me see it. She let him see it. He cleaned the cut with antiseptic and wrapped it with bandages, and his hands were steady and gentle and completely at odds with the fury still simmering behind his eyes. The contrast was so distinctly Naruto that it ached, the boy who could demolish a building with his fist wrapping her arm as if she were made of glass. Those weren't random attackers, he said while he worked. They were trained. Anbu level. Coordinated assault with a lightning trap and a 3-point closure. That's a capture protocol, not an assassination. She stared at him. How do you know capture protocols? Jiraiya taught me to recognize them. He said someday people would try to take me because of the fox, and I should know what it looks like when someone's trying to capture versus kill. He tied off the bandage. The question is who sent them and why. Temari looked at the bandage on her arm, at the stuffed frog on the windowsill. At the small, cluttered, human apartment of a boy who kept nothing and treasured everything. And she felt the weight of Shikamaru's words pressing down on her, and the weight of Kabuto's threat, and the weight of her father's expectations, and the weight of every lie she'd told, and every truth she'd withheld, and all of it together was crushing her, compressing her into a space too small to hold the person she was becoming. Naruto, she said. Yeah. I need to tell you something, and when I'm done, you're going to want me to leave, and I'll understand if you do. He went still. Not the usual Naruto stillness, the brief pauses between explosions of energy. This was a deep, complete stillness that she'd only seen once before, on that rooftop at dawn, when the mask dropped and the person underneath, it was serious and quiet and paying attention with every fiber of his being. "I'm listening," he said she should tell him. Right now, the whole truth unvarnished. The spy mission, the reports, the invasion, everything. Shikamaru was right. The truth was the only currency that could buy her way out of this. And Naruto deserved it more than anyone she'd ever met, because he'd given her nothing but honesty from the first moment he'd crashed into her life. She opened her mouth, and she couldn't do it. Not here. Not in his apartment, surrounded by his things, sitting on his bed with his bandage on her arm. Not with the stuffed frog watching from the windowsill. Not like this, not when the telling would break the thing that the truth was supposed to save. She gave him half. Enough to explain tonight, not enough to explain everything. The people who attacked me were Root. They're a covert division that operates outside the Hokage's authority, run by a man named Danzo Shimura. He's been surveilling me since I arrived. He considers me a security threat, and he wants me detained for interrogation. Naruto's expression darkened. Danzo, I've heard that name. Jiraiya mentioned him once, said he was dangerous. He is dangerous. He operates in Konoha's shadows, and he doesn't answer to Tsunade, not really. He has his own agenda and his own resources, and tonight he decided that a sand diplomat in Konoha was a liability he couldn't tolerate. So he sent Anbu to grab you off the street. Naruto's voice was vibrating with something hot and barely contained. In the middle of the village, where civilians could have been hurt. Root doesn't concern itself with collateral. Root doesn't concern itself with, he stood up, paste. The apartment was too small for his energy, and he ricocheted between walls like a caged animal. That's garbage. That's complete garbage. You're a diplomatic liaison. You're here with the Hokage's permission. He can't just this isn't, Naruto. I'm going to talk to Granny Tsunade. Right now, tonight. It's midnight. She'll be up. She's always up. She drinks sake and does paperwork at midnight because she's too stubborn to sleep. He grabbed his jacket from the back of the door. You're staying here. My apartment is warded. Jiraiya set up the seals himself before he left, and they're the real deal. Nobody gets through pervy sage seals. Naruto, you can't just storm into the Hokage's office and watch me. He was at the door, jacket on, jaw set. And the look in his eyes was the one she'd seen in Tanagawa, the one that preceded him running into danger at full speed because someone was in trouble, and Uzumaki Naruto did not permit the people around him to suffer if he could do anything about it. He stopped at the door, turned back. His expression shifted just for a moment into something raw and unguarded and fierce. Nobody touches you, not Root, not Danzo, not anyone. As long as you're in this village, you're under my protection, and anyone who has a problem with that can take it up with me personally. He left. The door closed. She heard his footsteps thundering down the stairs, then nothing. Temari sat on his bed in the silent apartment. The stuffed frog stared at her from the windowsill with black button eyes that held no judgment, only the simple, stuffed animal patience of an object that existed solely because someone had cared enough to win it. She'd lied to him. Again. Half-truth was still half-lie, and the half she'd withheld was the half that mattered. He'd declared her under his protection, and he didn't even know what she was. A spy. An operative sent by her father to gather the intelligence that would fuel an invasion that would destroy his village and kill his friends. He'd stood in this apartment and said nobody touches you with the weight of the nine tails behind every word, and she was the enemy he should have been protecting against. The guilt was physical. It sat in her chest like swallowed glass, cutting with every breath. She looked at the stuffed frog and the ramen cups and the unmade bed and the single chair at the small table. And she saw the architecture of a life built from nothing. No parents, no family, no inheritance except a demon and a dream. And it was still warmer, still more alive. Still more full of hope than anything in the Kazekage stone palace. She would tell him. She would tell him everything, but not tonight. Tonight she would sit in his apartment and feel the weight of what she'd done, and what she was about to do. And tomorrow, she would find the courage to destroy the best thing that had ever happened to her. The midnight wind moved through the open window, and somewhere in Konoha, Naruto was storming the Hokage's tower on her behalf, fighting for a woman who didn't deserve it, and the gap between his faith and her deception was an abyss she didn't know how to cross. He came back 2 hours later. She'd fallen asleep, not intentionally, but the exhaustion of the fight and the emotional weight had dragged her under, and she woke to the sound of the door opening and Naruto's footsteps, quieter than usual, as if he was trying not to disturb her. She sat up. He was leaning against the door, arms crossed, and he looked tired in a way she'd never seen. Not physically tired, but the deeper kind that came from fighting battles that couldn't be won with fists. Granny Tsunade was awake, he said. She knew about the root attack before I told her. She'd already gotten reports from the Anbu who responded to the disturbance. A pause. She's handling it. She's issuing a formal censure to Danzo and placing a protective detail on you, her people, not root. She was angry, really angry. I've never seen her desk survive when she's that angry, but tonight the desk made it. Barely. Thank you. Don't thank me. I didn't do anything except yell at a Hokage for an hour. He rubbed the back of his neck. She said something, though. She said, that girl has more secrets than she's sharing, and they're going to come out whether she wants them to or not. Make sure you're ready for that. The words hit Temari like a physical blow. Tsunade knew. Of course, Tsunade knew, she'd known from the beginning, had said as much during their first meeting. But the warning to Naruto, make sure you're ready, was a kindness and a cruelty in equal measure. She was preparing him, giving him armor against a blow she could see coming. What did she mean by that? Naruto asked. His voice was careful, measured, un-Naruto. It means... Temari's voice caught, she swallowed, tried again. It means I haven't been honest with you about why I'm here, about what I was sent to do. He was quiet. The apartment was quiet. Konoha was quiet, 2 in the morning, the world asleep and the truth awake and pressing against her teeth like something alive. Are you going to tell me? He asked. Yes, soon. I need to do something first, handle something, and then I'll tell you everything. You promise? I promise. He looked at her for a long time, then he nodded. Not with trust, she didn't deserve trust, but with something harder and more deliberate. A choice. He was choosing to wait. Choosing to give her time she hadn't earned because that was who he was, someone who believed in people even when the evidence suggested he shouldn't. Okay, he said. I'll wait. He grabbed a blanket from the closet and tossed it to her. Take the bed, I'll sleep on the floor. Naruto, I can go back to my apartment. Your apartment had root operatives in it 12 hours ago. You're staying here. End of discussion. He dropped to the floor with the graceless comfort of someone who'd slept on worse, wadded his jacket into a pillow and closed his eyes. Good night, Temari. Good night, Naruto. She lay in his bed, in his blanket, surrounded by the scent of him, ramen and grass and something warm and indefinably alive, and she stared at the ceiling and listened to his breathing slow as he fell asleep, and she made a decision. Not tomorrow. Not soon. Now. She would handle Kabuto's threat, and then she would go to Tsunade, and she would tell the truth. All of it. And whatever happened after that, prison, execution, exile, the destruction of everything she'd built here, she would face it. Because Naruto had said, I promise, I'll never stop trying, and she owed him the same. She owed him a version of herself that was worthy of his impossible, stupid, beautiful faith. Tomorrow, she would go to the garden. She would meet Kabuto, and she would give him an answer he didn't expect. The second meeting was different. Temari arrived at the Senju garden at midnight, same approach, same caution. But this time she brought the fan. This time she wasn't here to listen. Kabuto was waiting. Same position, same glasses glint, same carefully calibrated smile. I take it you've made your decision. I have. And my answer is no. The smile didn't flicker, but something behind it shifted, a recalculation, a reassessment. That's unfortunate. You understand the consequences. I understand them better than you think. You'll expose my early reports to Konoha and burn my cover. You'll inform the Kazekage that I'm compromised and destroy my brother's position. You'll use whatever leverage you have to maximize damage to both me and the people I care about. She met his eyes. That's the playbook. I've read it. Then why refuse? Because your boss is going to betray the sand. She said it flatly, without drama, as a statement of fact. The invasion is a setup. Orochimaru's committing enough sound forces to make it look viable, but his actual objective isn't Konoha's destruction. It's the mutual destruction of both sand and leaf. He wants the chaos. He wants the power vacuum. And when both villages are bleeding, he'll harvest whatever he wants from the wreckage. Bodies for his experiments, territory for his ambitions. Jutsu, bloodlines, weapons, whatever the snake is hungry for this season. Kabuto's expression was porcelain, perfectly blank, perfectly controlled. But Temari had spent her life reading people, and she caught the microsecond tension in his jaw, not surprise at the accusation, but surprise at how precisely she'd mapped the plan. That's quite a theory, he said. It's not a theory. The Chunin exam invasion was the proof of concept. Same playbook, smaller scale. Sand provides the hammer, sound provides the knife, and when the dust settles, Orochimaru has what he wants and everyone else has graves. She stepped forward. The difference is that this time I'm going to stop it. How? By confessing to the Hokage. You'll be in a cell within the hour. Maybe, but Konoha will know what's coming. They'll prepare. And when your boss's invasion force hits prepared defenses instead of the easy target he's expecting, the whole operation collapses. Suna's forces take casualties they can't afford. Sound's forces get pinned, and Orochimaru's grand plan turns into a very expensive failure. You're willing to sacrifice your own village's army to prevent the invasion. I'm willing to prevent the invasion so my village's army doesn't need to be sacrificed. Her voice was steel. If Konoha knows what's coming, they can prepare a response that stops the invasion without annihilating the invaders. Measured defense. Controlled engagement. Enough force to make it clear that the attack can't succeed, not so much that it becomes a massacre. That's the outcome nobody's planning for because everyone's too busy thinking about victory. I'm thinking about survival. Kabuto stared at her. The smile was gone now, replaced by something that was almost respect. You're more dangerous than Lord Orochimaru estimated, he said quietly. Good. Tell him I said so. She turned her back on him, a deliberate choice, not a false opening, not a tactical gambit, but a statement. She walked out of the garden, through the moonlit ruins, back into the village she was about to betray and save in the same breath. Behind her, she heard nothing. Kabuto was already gone, sliding through the shadows toward whatever hole Orochimaru had carved for himself, carrying a message the snake would find interesting. Temari walked through Konoha's silent streets with her fan on her back, and her decision made, and the taste of the truth she was about to speak already forming on her tongue. By morning, it would be over. The mask would be off. And whatever came after, prison or forgiveness or something in between, she would face it standing up, because the desert had taught her that, at least. You face the wind. You don't turn away, and the wind, tonight, was at her back. Chapter 5. Betrayal has two edges. She went at dawn, not to Naruto. Not yet. There was an order to this, a sequence that mattered, and if she got it wrong, people would die. The confession had to go to the person who could act on it, who could turn intelligence into defense, who could move the machinery of a hidden village from peacetime to war footing in the narrow window that remained. Tsunade first. Then Naruto. Then whatever came after. Temari walked through Konoha's waking streets with the deliberate pace of someone who had stopped running. The morning was cool, the sky streaked with the pale pinks and golds of early autumn, and the village was stirring around her, shop owners raising shutters, street vendors setting out their wares, a pair of genin jogging past on their way to the training grounds. Normal. Ordinary. The kind of morning that happened because people like her father wanted to destroy it, and people like her were supposed to help. Not anymore. She dressed in her full sand uniform, bodysuit, mesh armor, Hittite centered on her forehead rather than tilted at the casual angle she'd adopted during her weeks here. The fan was sealed in the scroll on her back. She carried no concealed weapons, No smoke bombs, no escape tools. She was going in clean, going in honest. If they decided to kill her, she'd earned it. The Hawkage's building was quiet at this hour. The administrative staff wouldn't arrive for another 40 minutes. The guards at the entrance, two chunin she'd come to recognize over the weeks, nodded to her with the automatic courtesy of routine. She climbed the stairs to the top floor, each step landing with a finality she felt in her chest. The door to Tsunade's office was closed. Light leaked under it. She was there. Working or drinking or some combination that seemed to fuel the woman's particular brand of leadership. Temari knocked. "Come in." She entered. Tsunade was behind her desk, a scroll in one hand and a cup of tea in the other, tea not sake, which meant she was being serious. Shizune stood at the filing cabinets along the wall, organizing documents with the quiet efficiency that kept the Hawkage's office functional. Tsunade looked at her. The amber eyes swept over the formal uniform, the centered hidiate, the absence of weapons, and something in her expression shifted. Not surprise, recognition, the look of a woman who'd been waiting for this moment and was both relieved and resigned that it had arrived. "Shizune," Tsunade said, "close the door, seal the room." Shizune didn't question it. She closed the door, placed her palm against the wood, and activated a privacy seal that Temari felt settle over the room like a blanket, dampening sound, blocking chakra detection, isolating them from every ear in the village. Tsunade set down her tea, folded her hands on the desk. "Go ahead." Temari stood in the center of the office, straight-backed, hands at her sides. She'd rehearsed this during the walk here, assembled the words into the cleanest, most efficient delivery she could manage. But standing here, in this room, facing the leader of the village she'd been sent to destroy, the rehearsal evaporated, and all that remained was the raw truth and the need to speak it. "My name is Temari of the Sand. I was sent to Konoha by the 4th Kankuro on a deep-cover espionage mission. My diplomatic posting is a cover. My objective was to gather intelligence on Konoha's military capabilities, defensive infrastructure, and specifically the combat potential and vulnerabilities of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Naruto." The room was absolutely still. Shizune had frozen by the filing cabinets, one hand still raised. Tsunade's expression didn't change. She listened the way a surgeon listened to a diagnosis, with focus, without flinching. During the first 3 weeks of my posting, I transmitted 6 coded intelligence reports to the Kankuro via messenger hawk. These reports contained genuine operational intelligence. Gate security assessments, patrol schedules, troop strength estimates, training facility locations, Anbu response time analysis, and preliminary combat evaluations of several Konoha shinobi, including members of Teams 7, 8, 10, and Guy. She kept her voice level, clinical. If she allowed emotion into the delivery, she'd break, and breaking now would be a luxury she hadn't earned. The intelligence I provided was accurate and could be used to plan a military operation against this village. "I know," Tsunade said quietly. "I've read most of them." Temari's composure cracked, just a hairline fracture. "You intercepted my reports?" "I intercepted your hawks, copied the contents, decoded them. Your cipher system is good, but my code breakers are better. Then I resealed the originals and let them continue to Suna." Tsunade's voice was matter-of-fact. "I've been reading your reports since week 2, Temari. I watched them get shorter, watched the intelligence get thinner, watched you stop including anything about Naruto." A pause. "That's when I knew." "Knew what?" "That you were choosing." Slowly, painfully, against every instinct your father drilled into you, you were choosing us, or choosing him. Same thing in the end. She leaned back. "So tell me the rest. Tell me what you came here to say." Temari swallowed. The fracture held. She continued. 3 weeks ago, my brother Kankuro arrived with intelligence that the invasion timeline has been accelerated. The 4th Kankuro, in alliance with Orochimaru of the Sound, is planning a full-scale joint military assault on Konoha. Current estimates place the attack within 2 to 3 weeks from today. She let that settle. The invasion force will consist of Sand's primary military corps, approximately 800 shinobi ranging from genin to jonin, supplemented by Orochimaru's sound forces, numbers unknown but estimated at 3 to 500. Shizune made a sound. Tsunade didn't. The assault plan calls for a two-pronged attack on the northern and eastern gates, with diversionary actions at the southern wall to draw Anbu response away from the primary breach points. Sand's forces will handle the gate assaults while Sound handles infiltration and disruption, targeting infrastructure, communications, and high-value individuals. She paused. Including you, Lady Hawkage. Tsunade's expression was stone, carved, immovable stone, and Orochimaru's actual plan is to betray the Sand the moment the invasion commits. He'll commit enough Sound forces to make the alliance look genuine, then withdraw at the critical moment and let Sand's army absorb the full force of Konoha's defense. When both villages are weakened, he harvests the chaos, territory, jutsu, research subjects, whatever serves his purposes. The Sand is a disposable tool. My father is a disposable tool. Orochimaru's goal isn't victory, it's controlled destruction. How certain are you of this? Certain enough to be standing here. Kabuto Yakushi contacted me 2 days ago on Orochimaru's behalf. He offered coordination, my intelligence in exchange for Sound's protection. When I refused, he threatened to expose my espionage to both villages. The contact confirmed several things. Orochimaru has penetrated Suna's intelligence channels. He's aware of the full invasion plan, and his interest in coordinating with a Sand operative suggests he's positioning assets independently of the alliance framework. He's running his own operation inside the operation. Tsunade was quiet for a long time. The sealed room held the silence like a jar holds water, completely, with nowhere for it to go. Your brother, she said finally. Kankuro, where is he? In Suna. Working to delay the invasion through bureaucratic and logistical obstruction. He knows the broad strokes of what I'm doing. He doesn't know the specifics of this conversation. And if the Kazekage discovers what he's doing, then my brother will be executed for treason. The word hung in the air between them. Treason. The word she'd been circling for weeks, the word that described what she was doing right now, standing in the Hawkage's office and handing over every secret her father had entrusted to her. Treason against the Sand. Betrayal of blood. The kind of thing that, in Suna, was punished with death. Not quick death, not clean death, but the slow kind that served as an example. Tsunade stood. She walked to the window and looked out at Konoha, at the rooftops and the trees and the Hawkage Mountain with its carved faces staring down with stone patience. You understand what happens now, she said. Yes. I have to detain you, formally. There will be an interrogation, Ibiki Morino, not Root, and it will be thorough. Your intelligence will be verified through independent sources. If it checks out, and I believe it will, we begin war preparations immediately. She turned from the window. You'll be held in a secure facility. Not a prison, a holding area. You'll be treated according to the conventions governing enemy operatives who surrender voluntarily. You will not be harmed. I understand. Temari. Tsunade's voice changed. The Hawkage receded, and the woman who'd lost brothers and lovers and students to war stepped forward. Why did you do this? Not the tactical reasoning, I can see the tactical reasoning. Why did you really come here this morning? The fracture widened. Temari felt it spreading through her composure like cracks through glass, and she held it together by force of will alone. Because I was sent here to find out what makes Uzumaki Naruto a threat, she said. And instead I found out what makes him a person, and I can't be part of destroying that. I won't. Tsunade stared at her for a long, heavy moment, then she nodded. Shizune, call Ibiki, quietly. They took her to a holding facility beneath the Hawkage's building. Not the main prison, not the T&I interrogation cells, but a secure room with a cot, a table, and a seal array on the walls that suppressed chakra use without causing pain. It was, as Tsunade had promised, not a prison. But the locked door and the Anbu guard outside, it didn't leave much room for semantic debate. Temari sat on the cot and waited. She'd surrendered her fan, her weapons, her scrolls, and the bone snake carving from Kabuto, all logged as evidence. She wore her uniform with nothing in the pockets, and nothing on her back, and nothing between her and the consequences of what she'd done. Ibiki Morino arrived within the hour. He was a large man, physically imposing in a way that was clearly deliberate, with scars that mapped a career built on the extraction of truth from reluctant sources. His face was not cruel. It was patient, which was worse. "Temari of the Sand," he said, sitting across from her at the table. "The Hawkage says you have a story to tell." "I've already told it." "You've told the Hawkage. Now you tell me. From the beginning, every detail, every report you sent, every observation you made, every contact you had with sound operatives, every conversation with your brother, I want it all." He produced a recording seal, a flat stone that captured sound for later playback. "Take your time, we have plenty." She talked for 6 hours. Ibiki interrupted rarely pointed questions, clarifications, requests to repeat specific details. He was testing her consistency, looking for contradictions, probing for fabrications. It was a professional interrogation conducted by a professional interrogator, and Temari responded with the training she'd been given. Tell the truth. All of it. Hold nothing back. When the truth is your weapon, deploy it completely. She told him about the mission briefing. The dossier. Her father's face across the stone desk. She told him about the journey, the arrival, the first meeting with Tsunade. She told him about the training exercises, the intelligence she'd gathered, the coded hawks flying west with their payload of secrets. She told him about Tanagawa, about the speed type, about the sound activity reference she'd chosen not to report. She told him about the festival. About the fireworks. About sitting on a hill in the dark with a boy who watched the sunrise because it was the only time the world was kind to him. She told him about Kabuto, the bone snake, the garden meetings. The threat, the leverage, the refusal. She told him about Danzo, the root attack. Naruto's apartment, and Naruto's fury, and Naruto storming the Hokage's tower at 2 a.m. because someone had tried to hurt her. Ibiki listened to all of it, with the attentive stillness of a man cataloging every word in real time. When she finished, the room was quiet except for the faint hum of the suppression seals on the walls. "One more question," Ibiki said. "Ask. Uzumaki Naruto, does he know?" "Not yet." Ibiki's scarred face held an expression she couldn't read. He stood, collected the recording seal, and walked to the door. "I'll verify what I can. It'll take time, hours, maybe a day." He paused with his hand on the lock. "For what it's worth, in my professional opinion, you're telling the truth. The consistency is clean, the emotional markers are genuine, and nobody fabricates 6 hours of testimony with that level of detail without breaking pattern somewhere." He opened the door. "But my professional opinion doesn't decide what happens to you. The council does." He left. The door locked behind him. Temari lay on the cot and stared at the ceiling and waited for the world to decide what she was worth. The world took its time. Hours bled together in the sealed room. No windows, no clock, no way to mark the passage of time except the changing of the Anbu guard outside her door every 4 hours, a shift rotation she tracked by the subtle differences in chakra signatures. She slept in fragments. Ate the meals that were slid through a slot in the door, rice, fish, vegetables, adequate nutrition without comfort. She did push-ups and sit-ups and kata forms without chakra, because idleness was a form of death, and she refused to die in any form while there was still work to be done. She thought about Kankuro, about whether her brother was safe, whether the Kazekage had discovered his sabotage, whether the delay was holding. She thought about Gaara, sitting on that rooftop under the moon, asking about friends, and she wondered if the seed Naruto had planted in him was strong enough to survive what was coming. She thought about Naruto. She thought about him constantly, obsessively, the way you thought about a wound you couldn't stop touching. His face, his voice, the way he carried her groceries, the way he watched the sunrise, the way he said nobody touches you like it was a law of physics rather than a promise. The way he'd looked at her on the hill during the fireworks, open and vulnerable and real, giving her the truest thing he had because he thought she deserved it. She didn't deserve it. She'd never deserved it. And now he was out there somewhere in the village, going about his day, not knowing that the girl he'd defended and trusted and maybe loved was locked in a room beneath the Hawkage's building, confessing that everything between them had started as a lie. Would he come? When he found out, and he would find out, secrets didn't survive in hidden villages, would he come to this room and look at her through the locked door, and what would she see in his eyes? Anger, hurt, the particular devastation of someone who'd opened himself up to another person and discovered that the opening was a wound she didn't know. She couldn't know, and the not knowing was worse than anything Ibiki could have done to her. The door opened on what she estimated was the second day. Not Ibiki, not a guard. Tsunade. The Hawkage entered alone, closing the door behind her. She looked tired, not the performative tiredness of a woman who stayed up drinking's sake, but the bone-deep exhaustion of someone who'd been working at full capacity since Temari's confession and hadn't stopped. Her eyes were hard, and her jaw was set, and she carried herself with the compressed energy of a leader preparing for war. "Your intelligence checks out," Tsunade said without preamble. "Jureya's spy network confirms increased military mobilization in Suna. Our border sensors have detected chakra signatures, consistent with large-scale troop movement in the Windfire corridor. And 3 hours ago, one of our deep-cover operatives in Rice Country reported that Otagakyur has been emptying personnel, equipment, everything moving south toward Fire Country's northeastern border." Temari absorbed this. The timeline was real. The invasion was real. And it was closer than even she had estimated. "How long?" she asked. "Jureya estimates 10 days, maybe 2 weeks if the logistics chain has problems, but we're not planning for optimistic scenarios." Tsunade sat on the edge of the table. Her posture was informal in a way that suggested she was too tired for protocol. "I've convened an emergency war council. Clan heads, Jonin commanders, Anbu division leaders. The village is being placed on heightened alert effective immediately. Defensive preparations begin today." "What about Danzo?" "Danzo is being managed. The root attack on you gave me the political leverage I needed to bring him to heel unauthorized operations against a diplomatic representative, even one who turns out to be a spy, is a violation that the council can't ignore. He's still dangerous, still scheming, but his fangs are clipped for now." Tsunade's expression darkened. "He wanted you executed, made a very articulate case for it in the emergency session. Enemy operative, proven intelligence compromise, potential ongoing security risk. He's not wrong about any of it, technically, but you overruled him. I reminded the council that you came to us voluntarily, provided actionable intelligence that may save the village. And that executing someone who surrendered in good faith is both morally reprehensible and strategically idiotic, because the next operative who might consider defecting will remember what we did to the last one." She paused. "You're not going to be executed, Temari. You're going to be confined to this facility for the duration of the crisis, under guard, with restricted access. And after depends on whether the village survives, one problem at a time." Tsunade stood. She walked to the door, then stopped. "There's someone who wants to see you." "I told him what you did, all of it." Temari's heart stopped, literally, physically, a skipped beat that she felt in her throat. "Naruto. He's outside. He's been outside since last night, refused to leave. Shikamaru brought him a blanket and some food around midnight, and he's been sitting against the wall ever since." Tsunade's voice was careful. "I can tell him to go." "No." The word came out before she could think, before the fear and the guilt and the shame could intervene. "Let him in." Tsunade opened the door and stepped out. There was a murmur of voices, Tsunade's low and firm, Naruto's quieter than she'd ever heard it. Then footsteps. Then the doorway filled with orange and blonde and blue eyes, and Temari felt every defense she had left collapse like a sandcastle in the tide. He stood in the doorway. He didn't enter. He just stood there and he looked at her. She'd prepared for anger. She could handle anger. She'd grown up in a house that ran on cold fury. She'd prepared for betrayal, for accusation, for the righteous devastation of someone who'd been lied to by a person they'd trusted. She'd prepared for shouting, for questions, for the particular Naruto intensity that accompanied every strong emotion he felt. She hadn't prepared for what she actually saw. He was quiet, still. His face held none of the usual animation, no grin, no bluster, no bright deflection. The mask was off, entirely off, and what was underneath was not anger. It was pain. Deep, quiet, bleeding pain that lived in his eyes and his jaw, and the way his hands hung at his sides like they'd forgotten how to make fists. He stepped into the room. The door closed behind him. They were alone, and the silence between them was the heaviest thing Temari had ever carried. "Tell me," he said. His voice was rough, not angry rough, raw rough, scraped clean rough. "Tell me yourself, not Granny Tsunade, not a report. You tell me." She told him everything. From the beginning, the Kazekij's office, the dossier, the hawk seals, and the coded reports. She told him how she'd arrived with the mission to study him, to catalog his weaknesses, to reduce him to data points on a scroll that would help her father plan an invasion. She told him about the early reports, the real ones, the ones that contained genuine intelligence, the ones that could have gotten his friends killed. She told him how the reports had gotten shorter, thinner, emptier. How she'd stopped writing about him. How the scroll had stayed blank the night after the festival. She told him about Kabuto and Orochimaru and the bone snake and the threatened exposure. She told him about Danzo and Root and the real reason she'd been attacked. She told him about Kankuro, working from inside Suna to delay the war, risking his life for a cause he believed in only because she'd asked him to. She told him about the mission. About how it had started cold and clinical and professional, and how somewhere between the ramen and the training and the sunrise and the fireworks and the hill and the stuffed frog on his windowsill, the mission had died and something else had taken its place. Something she didn't have a name for. Something that was bigger than duty, and older than loyalty, and more terrifying than any jutsu she'd ever faced. She said all of this standing in the center of a sealed room with suppression seals on the walls, and he stood by the door and listened to every word with those quiet blue eyes, and when she finished, the silence that followed was absolute. A minute passed. 2. An eternity measured in heartbeats. "I told you things," Naruto said, 3 words, quiet, simple, devastating, not an accusation, just a fact. He'd told her about watching festivals through his window, about the loneliness, about Uruka and the ramen and the tears. He'd told her the truest, most vulnerable things he had, given them to her like gifts, and she'd been holding them in hands that were supposed to be weapons. "I know," she said, and her voice broke on it. She'd held it together through 6 hours of interrogation, and 2 days in a cell, and the confession to Tsunade. She broke on "I know," because the words were aimed at the one thing she couldn't defend against, the simple, specific hurt of a person who'd trusted her with his pain and discovered that the trust was planted in poisoned ground. "Were any of them real?" he asked. "The things you said to me. On the hill, at the festival, were any of them real, or was that part of the mission too?" "They were real." She wasn't crying. She refused to cry. Tears were a manipulation, and she would not manipulate him, not even accidentally, not even now. "Every word I said to you was real. The mission was to lie, and I couldn't. I tried. I wrote reports about your combat techniques and your chakra and your psychological profile, and I couldn't put the real things on paper because the real things were mine. They were ours, and I wouldn't give them to anyone." He stared at her. His jaw was working, the muscles clenching and releasing in a rhythm she recognized, the physical manifestation of someone processing emotion too large for the body containing it. "You know what the worst part is?" he said. "It's not the spying. I get the spying. Your dad gave you an order, you followed it. That's what shinobi do, and it's not the reports. The reports hurt, but they're just words on paper. I've survived worse than words on paper." He took a breath, let it out. "The worst part is that I was right about you, from the beginning. I looked at you and I saw someone real. Someone who fought fair, someone who didn't pretend, someone who saw me and didn't look away. And I was right. I was right about all of it. You are that person. But you were also the other person, the spy, the operative, the weapon. And I don't know how to hold both of those things in my head at the same time. The room was very small. The distance between them, 6 feet, maybe 7, was the largest distance Temari had ever tried to cross. I'm not asking you to forgive me, she said. I don't deserve it. I'm not asking you to trust me again, because trust has to be earned, and I threw away whatever I'd earned. I'm asking you to believe one thing, just one. Everything I felt was real. The person you saw on that hill, the person who called you gravity, the person who sat next to you and watched fireworks and didn't want to be anywhere else in the world, that was me. Not the spy, not the operative. Me. The silence stretched. Outside the room, beyond the sealed door and the Anbu guard and the Hawkage's building and the village it stood in, the world was turning toward war. Armies were moving. Plans were being made. The machinery of destruction was grinding forward with the patient, terrible momentum of things that had been set in motion by frightened men with power. And in a small sealed room with suppression arrays on the walls, Uzumaki Naruto looked at the woman who'd been sent to destroy everything he loved, and she saw him make a choice. Not forgiveness. Not yet. Something harder, something that cost more. He didn't walk toward her. He didn't reach for her. He stood where he was, in the doorway of her cell, and he said, I believe you. 2 words. Quiet, deliberate, and carrying the weight of a choice that most people would never have the courage to make. He believed her. Not because the evidence supported it, not because it was the logical conclusion, not because forgiving her served some strategic purpose. He believed her because that was who he was, someone who looked at broken things and saw what they could become instead of what they were. But I need time. He said, I need to think, and I need to hit something, probably, a lot of somethings. He tried to smile, it didn't work. The smile broke halfway through, and what was left was just his face, young and hurt and stubbornly, impossibly kind. Don't go anywhere. I'm in a cell, Naruto. I can't go anywhere. The broken smile twitched, almost held. Yeah, okay, right, I'll come back. He turned and left. The door closed. The lock engaged. Temari sat on the cot. She put her head in her hands and she breathed, and the breath that came out of her was ragged and torn and carried the weight of everything she'd just broken and everything she might, somehow, be able to rebuild. He believed her. It wasn't enough. It wasn't forgiveness or trust or the restoration of what they'd had. But it was a foundation, a single stone in the rubble, and Naruto built things from rubble. It was, she was beginning to understand, the thing he did best. The village moved fast after that. Temari heard it through the walls, not the specific orders or conversations, but the vibration of a community shifting into war footing. Running footsteps in the corridors, raised voices in adjacent rooms. The hum of communication seals being activated, messages flying to border outposts and allied villages. The deep, resonant thrum of barrier seals being charged along the village walls, defensive jutsu that required days to fully power, and could mean the difference between a village that bent and a village that broke. Her Anbu guard rotated more frequently now, every 2 hours instead of 4. They didn't speak to her, but their chakra signatures were tense, wound tight, the energy of people preparing for something terrible. On the 3rd day of her confinement, Shikamaru came to see her. He appeared in her doorway with 2 cups of tea and the expression of a man who'd been awake for 36 hours and had processed it into a calm so deep it resembled unconsciousness. He sat down at her table, slid 1 cup across to her, and drank from the other without speaking. You look terrible, she said. I've been helping Dad coordinate the defensive strategy. War planning is exactly as fun as it sounds. He took another sip. I'm here for 2 reasons. First, Naruto asked me to check on you. He's been training non-stop since he left here. I mean genuinely non-stop, like 48 hours of shadow clones and Rasengan practice with no sleep. He's processing. It's loud. And the second reason, your tactical assessment of Orochimaru's betrayal plan. Dad read the transcript of your interrogation, and he agrees with your analysis. but he wants more detail on the sound force disposition. Specifically, Orochimaru's infiltration teams. You mentioned to Ibiki that Kabuto implied sound had prepositioned assets inside Konoha. If that's true, we need to identify and neutralize them before the invasion hits. Temari closed her eyes. Thought, recalled every word of Kabuto's conversations, every implication, every subtle piece of intelligence embedded in his calculated phrasing. Kabuto's presence itself is the confirmation. He entered my apartment without tripping seals that should have been unbreakable. That means he's been operating inside Konoha long enough to develop a detailed understanding of the village's chakra security infrastructure. He's not just passing through, he's embedded. How many others? I don't know, but Orochimaru's infiltration doctrine favors small, highly skilled teams over large numbers. 3 to 5 operatives, each with a specific objective. 1 for intelligence, that's Kabuto. 1 for disruption, targeting communications or utilities during the assault. 1 for assassination, high-value targets, probably including the Hokage, and possibly 1 for the Jinchuriki. For Naruto, Orochimaru has been interested in the Ninetales since before the Chunin exams. An invasion that pulls Naruto into frontline combat creates an opportunity to study the seal under stress, or to attempt a capture during the chaos. Kabuto's interest in my intelligence about Naruto wasn't just about the invasion plan. It was about locating and accessing the Ninetales. Shikamaru's tea had stopped halfway to his mouth. He set it down carefully. That changes things. If Orochimaru's real objective is Naruto, the invasion is the distraction, not the goal. Everything Orochimaru does has multiple layers. The invasion serves his alliance with Sand, maintains his cover as a cooperative partner. The chaos serves his infiltration teams, and underneath both of those, there's a personal objective that he hasn't shared with anyone, not the Kazekage, not Kabuto, not anyone. The Ninetales, or the seal. Or both. Orochimaru doesn't want the fox as a weapon. He wants it as a research subject. The Uzumaki clan's sealing arts, the 4th Hokage's modifications to the 8 trigram seal, that's not just military technology. That's the kind of knowledge Orochimaru would start wars over. Has started wars over. Shikamaru leaned back. The cloud-watching posture was gone, replaced by the rigid tension of someone whose mind was running at full speed and finding the results alarming. I need to brief my dad, and Tsunade. This changes the defensive priority from holding the walls to protecting Naruto. Naruto won't agree to being protected. He'll want to fight. Obviously, he's Naruto. But if we know Orochimaru's teams are targeting him specifically, we can design the defense around that. Put him where he's effective but covered. Make sure Kakashi and other heavy hitters are positioned to intercept sound operatives before they reach him. Shikamaru. Temari caught his sleeve as he stood. The Sand Forces. My father's army. They're not villains. They're soldiers following orders from a desperate man who thinks he's saving his village. If the defense can be structured to stop the invasion without massacring the invaders, I know. His expression softened. Just a fraction, just enough. Dad's already thinking about it. Temari, for what it's worth. You did the right thing, coming to us. It's going to cost you everything, and you did it anyway. That's not nothing. It feels like nothing. The most important things usually do in the moment. He finished his tea, stood, and walked to the door. I'll tell Naruto you're okay. Tell him. She stopped. What could she say? What message could she send through a third party that would bridge the distance she'd created? Tell him the frog is a good listener. Shikamaru blinked. The frog? He'll know what it means. Shikamaru left with the expression of a man who had decided that other people's romantic communications were above his pay grade. The door closed, the lock engaged. Temari drank her tea, which had gone cold, and waited. On the 5th day, the reports started coming in. The Anbu guard outside her door changed, a more senior operative. She could tell by the density of the chakra signature. And through the walls, the vibration of the village changed too. Less frantic, more purposeful, the shift from preparation to readiness. The difference between getting dressed for war and standing at the gates waiting for it, Tsunade came again. This time, she brought maps. We've confirmed the invasion force's position, she said, unrolling a tactical map across Temari's table. The map showed the terrain surrounding Konoha for a radius of 50 miles, and red markers dotted the northern and eastern approaches like drops of blood. Sand's primary forces are here and here, 2 columns, moving through the forest corridor toward our northern and eastern gates. Sound forces are in a separate formation, further east, positioned to loop around and hit the eastern wall from a flanking angle. Temari studied the map with the sharp focus that tactical analysis demanded. The separation is significant. Sand and sound aren't moving as a unified force, they're maintaining operational independence. That's consistent with Orochimaru's planned betrayal. He wants his forces mobile and uncommitted so he can withdraw them at the optimal moment. That's Jireya's read as well. Tsunade's finger traced the approach vectors. We're concentrating our defenses at the northern gate. That's where the bulk of Sand's forces will hit. The eastern gate gets a secondary defense with prepared fallback positions, and we're holding a reserve force in the village center, ready to respond to Sound's infiltration teams. What about Naruto? He'll be at the northern gate. He insisted, and frankly, he's our strongest asset for that sector. Kakashi and Yamato will be with him, along with a reinforced platoon. Tsunade hesitated. There's something else, something I need your help with. I'm in a cell. You won't be. Tsunade looked at her steadily. The council has voted. Over Danzo's objection, over half the Jonin Corps objection, and over what many people would call my better judgment, you're being released to participate in the defense of the village. Temari stared at her. You can't be serious. I'm entirely serious. You know the Sands tactics better than anyone in this village. You know their formations, their command structure, their communication protocols, and their contingency plans. That knowledge, combined with your combat capability, makes you too valuable to leave in a cell while my people fight and die. She paused. I'm not releasing you unconditionally. You'll be under Anbu escort at all times, your chakra will be monitored, and if you betray this trust, I won't. I know you won't, because Naruto asked me to trust you, and that kid has never been wrong about a person in his life. He's been wrong about jutsu, about strategy, about what constitutes an acceptable amount of ramen for one meal, but never about people. The world tilted. Naruto had argued for her release. Had gone to the council, probably, and stood before Danzo and the Jonin and the clan heads and said trust her, and the weight of that, of his faith, deployed on her behalf despite everything she'd done, was almost more than she could bear. When? She asked. Now. The invasion hits in 3 days, according to Jireya's latest intelligence. We're out of time. Tsunade rolled up the map. Get dressed, get your fan, and get ready to fight for the village you were sent to destroy. She stepped out of the holding facility into late afternoon sunlight, and the world hit her with the full sensory impact of freedom after confinement. The air was rich with the smell of Konoha, trees, earth, cooking food, the green aliveness that she'd hated when she arrived, and now filled her lungs like it was the first real breath she'd taken in days. 2 Anbu flanked her. Tsunade's people, wearing the standard masks. They maintained a respectful distance, but stayed close enough to intervene if needed. Temari accepted their presence without comment. She'd earned the escort. Her fan was returned to her at the equipment office. She took it from the clerk's hands and felt the familiar weight settle onto her back, and something inside her clicked into place. The part of her that was a warrior. The part that existed before the mission and would exist after it. The part that knew who she was when everything else was stripped away. She was Temari of the sand. She wielded the wind. And she was about to fight the hardest battle of her life, against her own father's army, for a village that wasn't hers, alongside a boy who'd believed her when believing cost him everything. The village was transformed. Barriers were being erected at key intersections. Physical barricades reinforced with Earth-style jutsu. Evacuation routes were marked with colored flags, and civilian families were already being moved to sheltered areas beneath the Hawkage Mountain. Shinobi moved through the streets with the focused urgency of people who had too much to do and not enough time. She was heading toward the northern gate defensive position when she felt him, his chakra. That massive, unmistakable furnace of energy that blazed like a bonfire in a dark room. He was on a rooftop to her left, and he was watching her. She stopped, looked up. Naruto stood on the roof's edge, silhouetted against the late afternoon sky. He was in full combat gear, orange and black jacket, forehead protector secured, weapon pouches loaded. He looked older than when she'd last seen him. 5 days. 5 days, and the boy who'd given her a stuffed frog had been replaced by a young man preparing for war. They looked at each other across the distance. 20 feet of vertical space, and 5 days of silence, and the weight of everything between them. Then Naruto jumped down. Landed in the street in front of her with a controlled impact that didn't crack the cobblestones, deliberate restraint. She noted a level of body control he hadn't shown before. He looked at her. She looked at him. The Anbu flanking her shifted uncomfortably. "The frog says hi," Naruto said. Despite everything, the war, the betrayal, the cell, the impossible future bearing down on them, Temari felt her throat tighten with something that was either grief or joy or the place where the two met and became indistinguishable. "Tell it I said hello back." "I will. He's a good listener." "You were right about that." A pause. His jaw worked. His eyes were bright and fierce and wounded and still, underneath all of it stubbornly, defiantly kind. "I haven't forgiven you yet. I know. I'm working on it. I know. It's hard. I know, Naruto, but I'm going to. Because that's what I do. I don't give up on people." He stepped closer, not close enough to touch, close enough to matter. "When this is over, the invasion, the fighting, all of it, we're going to sit down and you're going to tell me everything again. Not the spy version. Not the mission report version. The real version, and I'm going to listen, and then we're going to figure out what comes next. And if there is no next, there's always a next, believe it." The grin came back. Damaged, imperfect, held together with willpower and stubbornness, but there. Real. Besides, I still owe you a bowl of ramen." He turned and leaped back to the rooftop, paused, looked back at her over his shoulder. "Hey, Temari." "What? Don't die, that's an order." He was gone, rooftop to rooftop, heading north toward the wall, toward the war. And Temari stood in the street with her fan on her back, and her Anbu escort waiting and the last light of the sun catching in her eyes, and she thought, "I am going to fight for this village. I am going to fight for these people. And I am going to fight for you, you loud, stubborn, impossible boy, because you believed me when you shouldn't have. And that is worth more than anything my father ever asked me to protect." Then she turned north and walked toward the war. The intelligence reports accelerated that evening. Juraya's spy network confirmed. 3 days. The Sand Sound forces were in final staging positions. The approach corridors were locked. The invasion was committed. In Suna, in the Kazekage stone office, Temari knew her father was sitting behind his desk with the map on the wall and the colored pins marking the positions of an army he was about to spend. She knew the conversation he'd be having with his commanders, precise, clinical, devoid of emotion. She knew the calculations running behind those dark, evaluating eyes. Cost, benefit, acceptable losses, the arithmetic of war. She wondered if he'd noticed her silence. The Hawks had stopped, no reports in over a week. Did he think she'd been compromised, captured, killed? Or did he think she'd simply failed, the way operatives sometimes failed, and was he already writing her off? A line through the ledger, a replacement requisition, Kankuro. Was Kankuro safe? Had the delays held? She had no way of knowing. The holding facility had cut her off from every communication channel, and now that she was free, the channels were burned. She couldn't contact her brother without risking his exposure. She was standing at the northern wall, reviewing the defensive positions with Shikaku Nara, when a bird arrived. Not a hawk, a small, nondescript sparrow that landed on the wall's parapet and hopped toward her with the purposeful movement of a summons creature. She held out her hand. The sparrow dropped a tiny scroll into her palm and vanished in a puff of smoke. The scroll was coded in Kankuro's personal cipher. Not Suna's intelligence code, but a private system the two of them had developed as children, playing spy games in the corridors of the Keiskij's complex. Simple substitution, nothing that would survive professional cryptanalysis, but enough for a quick message between siblings. Delays holding but cracking. Father suspicious. Gaara moving, left village 2 days ago, heading east. Nobody knows why. Sand army committed, can't stop it from here. Do what you have to do. I'll do the same, don't die, sis. Temari read the message 3 times, burned it. Watched the ash scatter in the evening wind. Gaara was moving, heading east, toward Konoha, toward Naruto, toward a reckoning she couldn't predict and couldn't control. She looked out from the northern wall across the forest that stretched between Konoha and the approaching army. Somewhere out there, under the darkening sky, her father's soldiers were making camp and checking weapons and writing letters they might not live to send. They were her people. Sand shinobi, born in the scream of the desert wind, raised on stone and grit and the hard pride of survival. They were coming to destroy the village behind her, and she was going to stop them. The wind picked up. Not the gentle Konoha breeze, but something stronger, sharper. A gust from the west that carried the distant taste of sand. The desert, reaching for her one last time. She turned her face into it and didn't close her eyes. Chapter 6. The storm between two skies. The invasion came with the dawn. Temari felt it before she heard it, a tremor in the earth, subtle at first, the kind you might mistake for a heavy wagon on a distant road. But this tremor didn't fade. It grew. It deepened. It spread through the ground beneath Konoha's walls like a pulse, and every shinobi standing on those walls felt it in their bones and knew what it meant. She was at the northern gate, positioned on the wall's upper rampart between 2 chunin she didn't know and would fight beside anyway. Her fan was unsealed, resting against the parapet, its iron weight as familiar as her own heartbeat. Below her, 3 platoons of leaf shinobi held the gate proper, reinforced positions behind barricades of earth and timber, layered with explosive tags and tripwire seals. Behind them, a second line anchored by Might Guy's team held the main thoroughfare, ready to absorb anything that broke through. And behind that, in the village center, Tsunade commanded the reserve force from the Hokage's building, coordinating the entire defense through a network of communication seals that linked every unit in the village. Naruto was 50 meters to her left, on the wall's western section. She could feel his chakra without looking, that impossible bonfire, banked low but burning hot, ready to flare. Kakashi stood beside him, sharing uncovered, his posture carrying the relaxed readiness of a man who'd been in enough battles to know that tension wasted energy. Sakura was at the medical station behind the second line, already organizing triage. Shikamaru was in the command post with his father, their combined intellect processing the battle as it unfolded in real time. The tremor became a sound. Low, rhythmic, growing. Marching. Hundreds of feet hitting packed earth in unison, the cadence of a trained army moving in formation through the forest. And underneath the marching, a subtler sound, the whisper of sand. Sand carried on bodies, on weapons, on clothes. Sand that had traveled across a continent in the seams of uniforms and the folds of supply wagons. The desert's fingerprint on everything it touched. Her people were coming. The forest canopy at the north end of the approach corridor began to move. Not wind, bodies. Shinobi emerging from the tree line in organized waves, fanning out across the cleared ground between the forest edge and Konoha's wall. Sand uniforms, tan and muted, designed for desert concealment, but stark against the green of fire country. They moved with the disciplined efficiency of a force that had drilled this approach, that had studied maps and diagrams and intelligence reports. Her intelligence reports, the early ones, the ones that had described this wall and these defenses in clinical detail. The guilt was a knife. She let it cut. She'd earned it. The first wave took position 300 meters from the wall outside standard kunai range, inside long-range jutsu range. They held formation, waiting. Behind them, a second wave emerged, then a third. Temari counted by unit, platoons, companies, battalions. The numbers matched her estimates. 800, give or take, the bulk of Suna's active military, and at the front, visible even at distance, a figure in maroon robes with gold dust shimmering at his collar, the fourth Kazekage, her father. Leading from the front, because Rasa had always believed that a leader who ordered others to die should be willing to die first. It was, she'd always thought, his single most admirable quality. The only piece of genuine honor in a man otherwise composed of calculation. He looked small from up here. A dark figure against the green field, surrounded by soldiers, framed by the forest at his back. Not the towering authority of her childhood. Just a man in robes, standing in front of a wall he intended to tear down. A horn sounded. Low, resonant, carrying across the field. The sand signal for Parley. Not attack, Parley. Rasa wanted to talk first. Temari's stomach tightened. He'd want terms. Surrender, probably. The standard demand before a siege, more ritual than genuine offer, designed to establish legitimacy for the assault that would follow when the defenders refused. Tsunade's voice crackled through the communication seal embedded in the wall's command array. I'll take the Parley. All units hold position. Naruto, do not engage until I give the order. I mean it. I heard you, Granny. You heard me and you'll ignore me. That's your pattern. I'm telling you now, hold. We do this right. A pause. Then quieter, I'll hold. Tsunade appeared on the wall's central platform, the elevated section above the gate where Konoha's banner hung in the morning air. She was in full Hokage regalia, the hat and robe, and the diamond seal on her forehead blazing with stored chakra. She looked down at the army below her and across the field at the man who'd sent it, and her voice carried without amplification, powered by chakra and authority and the particular fury of a woman who was very, very tired of men starting wars. Rasa of the Sand. You stand before Konoha's walls with an army. I'd ask your intentions, but we both know I'm not stupid. The Kazekige's voice carried back, quieter, colder, the voice of the desert. Fifth Hokage, I come with an offer. Surrender the village peacefully, and no lives need be lost. Konoha's shinobi will be disarmed and detained. Civilians will not be harmed. The transition of power will be orderly. The transition of power. Tsunade's tone could have stripped paint. You're offering to conquer my village politely. I'm offering to avoid bloodshed. Konoha's military dominance has unbalanced the continent. The economic strangling of smaller villages, mine among them, cannot continue. This action is not aggression. It is correction. Correction. Tsunade leaned forward on the parapet. Rasa, I've read your daughter's intelligence reports. The ones she sent you, and the ones she gave to us. I know the state of your village. I know the mission contracts are drying up. I know the daimyo is bleeding you. And if you'd come to me 6 months ago with that as your opening argument instead of an army, we could have worked something out. Trade agreements, joint mission frameworks, economic integration that lifted both villages instead of destroying one. But you didn't come to talk, you came to fight, because talking requires trust, and you've never trusted anyone in your life. Silence from the field. The Sand Army held formation, motionless, a wall of tan uniforms and hard faces. Your offer is refused, Tsunade said. Konoha will not surrender. If you advance on this wall, you will be met with the full force of our defense, and I promise you, Rasa, you have badly miscalculated what that means. She turned from the parapet and walked back into the command position. The parley was over. The horn sounded again, different tone this time. Not parley, attack. The Sand Army surged forward. The first wave hit the wall like a breaking tide. Earth-style jutsu from the Sand's frontline specialists slammed into the base of the wall, cracking stone and shaking the ramparts. Wind users. Temari counted 6. All wielding fans smaller than hers launched coordinated air blasts at the wall's upper positions, trying to clear the defenders from the ramparts so the ground forces could approach the gate. Temari answered them. She stood on the rampart, fan fully open, 3 stars, maximum power, and she swung into the teeth of the Sand's wind assault. Her technique was stronger. She'd always been stronger than any other wind user in Suna, and they knew it. Her counterblast tore through the incoming wind like a blade through cloth, disrupting the coordinated attack and scattering the sand wind users' formations. 2 of them were thrown off their feet. A third looked up at the wall, saw her, and she watched his face change, recognition, disbelief, then something that looked like betrayal. She knew him. Junpei. They'd trained together at the academy. He'd asked her to the graduation ceremony, and she'd said no because she didn't go to ceremonies, and he'd laughed and said he'd ask again next year. He was looking at her now from 300 meters away, and the question on his face was the question she'd been asking herself for weeks. How could you? She didn't have an answer that would fit the space between them. She had her fan and her choice and the people on this wall who were counting on her, and she swung again, targeting the ground in front of the advancing wave, not the soldiers themselves. A warning shot. A line drawn in wind and dust. The wave faltered. Reformed, came again. Konoha's defenses held. The barricades at the gate absorbed the first impact, explosive tags detonating in precise sequences that threw back the leading elements without causing mass casualties. The Leaf shinobi behind the barricades fought with controlled efficiency, engaging, retreating, drawing the sand forces into kill zones and then hitting them from prepared positions. It was textbook defensive warfare, and Temari recognized Shikaku Nara's hand in every movement. The old strategist was conducting the battle like an orchestra, each unit an instrument, each engagement a measure in a larger composition, but the sand adapted. They were trained for exactly this kind of resistance. The second wave split into smaller units, avoiding the barricades and scaling the wall at undefended sections, using chakra-assisted climbing and sand platforms raised by the Keiskij's gold dust technique. Rasa himself was at the center of it, his gold dust rising in massive columns that formed ramps and bridges, carrying platoons of soldiers up and over the wall's defenses. The fighting spread along the wall's entire length. Close quarters, brutal. Leaf against sand, blade against blade, jutsu crashing in the narrow confines of the ramparts. Temari fought beside the Konoha shinobi, her fans sweeping in arcs that cleared sections of wall and threw attackers back over the edge, and every face she hit was a face she'd known, classmates, training partners, people she'd shared meals with in Suna's stone cafeterias. She fought anyway. Because the alternative was letting them through, and behind this wall were children in shelters and a ramen stand owner who gave extra noodles, and a girl with buns who got excited about curved shuriken, and a boy who watched the sunrise because it was the only time the world was kind. A sand jonin broke through the eastern section of the wall. She felt the defensive line buckle as his earth jutsu collapsed a 10-meter stretch of barricade. Leaf shinobi scrambled to contain the breach, but the jonin was good, fast, experienced, his sand armor absorbing hits that should have put him down. He carved a path through the defenders with methodical violence, opening a gap that sand chunin poured through in his wake. Temari ran along the rampart toward the breach. She vaulted over 2 engagements, ducked under a wind blade from one of the sand fan users, and dropped from the wall into the gap. The jonin saw her. His eyes widened, he knew her. Everyone in Suna's military knew the Keiskij's daughter, and for a moment his attack stuttered. Temari-sama, confusion, not hostility, he wasn't angry, he was lost. Seeing her on the wrong side of the wall was a cognitive fracture that his training hadn't prepared him for. "Stand down," she said. "This invasion is a trap. Orochimaru is going to betray the sand the moment you commit. If you push through this wall, your army dies. I have orders." "Your orders come from a man who's been manipulated by a snake. The alliance with sound is a lie. The moment sand is fully engaged and bleeding, Orochimaru pulls his forces and leaves you to be destroyed." The jonin hesitated. Behind him, the sand chunin who'd followed through the breach were faltering too. Not from the fighting, but from the sight of the Keiskij's eldest daughter standing in a Konoha defensive position and calling the invasion a trap. It was so far outside their operational expectations that their training had no template for it. "I can't verify that," the Jonin said, and Temari heard the conflict in his voice, duty against doubt, orders against instinct. "You don't have to verify it. You just have to survive long enough to see me proven right." She raised her fan, not to attack, to block. She planted it in the gap like a barricade, its iron mass filling the breach. "This wall holds. Nobody else dies. You can hate me for it later." The Jonin stared at her across the fan. His sand armor shifted, reforming, ready for combat. Behind him, the Chunin waited for his decision. He lowered his hands. "Hold position," he said to the Chunin. "Nobody moves until we get clarity." It wasn't surrender, it wasn't even defiance. It was a seasoned soldier choosing confusion over slaughter, and Temari would take it. She held the breach. The eastern gate was hit 20 minutes after the north. Sound forces, just as Temari had predicted, looping around for the flanking assault. But Konoha was ready. Shikaku had positioned Asuma Sarutobai's platoon at the eastern defenses, reinforced with Hyuga spotters, who could see the approaching force through walls and trees and earth. The sound attack was different from Sand's. Where the Sand fought with discipline and formation, the sound hit with chaos. Modified soldiers, Temari had read about Orochimaru's experiments, but seeing the results was something else. Men and women with curse seals active, their bodies partially transformed, features twisted into something between human and nightmare. They fought with a ferocity that bordered on madness, pain dampened by whatever Orochimaru had done to their nervous systems, strength amplified beyond natural limits. They hit the eastern gate hard, and the gate held, and they hit it again, and it held again. And the cost of holding it was measured in leaf shinobi who fell, and were dragged to Sakura's medical station with injuries that would have killed them without her hands, and her skill, and her furious refusal to let anyone die on her watch. The battle spread. Individual engagements fragmenting across the village's northern and eastern quarters, as breakthrough elements from both forces penetrated the walls and fought through the streets. Konoha's prepared positions turned every block into a defensive challenge, barricades, traps, preset jutsu that activated when enemy chakra crossed threshold lines. The village fought for itself, its infrastructure weaponized, its geography turned against the invaders. And at the center of the northern defense, Naruto fought. Temari saw it from the wall. She'd finished sealing the breach, and was repositioning to support the western rampart when the chakra spike hit her like a physical force. A blast of energy so massive that every sensor type in the village must have felt it. She turned toward the source, and saw blue light erupting from the base of the northern wall, where Naruto and Kakashi held the primary defensive position. He was surrounded. 30 sand shinobi had concentrated their assault on his position. Whether by tactical design or because the Kazekage had ordered it, she didn't know. They came at him in waves, coordinated, professional, and he met them with shadow clones and Rasengan and the raw, unstoppable force of someone who'd been told his whole life that he was nothing and had responded by becoming everything. The clones were everywhere. Not dozens, hundreds. They poured from his position in a flood of orange that filled the street and the wall and the open ground beyond. Each one was a fighter. Each one was real enough to take hits and give them. And at the center of the storm, the real Naruto moved with a speed and precision she'd never seen from him. Rasengan in one hand, kunai in the other, flowing between opponents with a fluidity that suggested either a massive breakthrough in his taijutsu or the influence of something deeper. Something red. She could see it now, a faint crimson aura flickering at the edges of his chakra, intermittent, barely controlled. The nine tails pressing against the seal, feeding power to its host in response to the threat. Naruto was tapping it. Not deeply, not the full manifestation, but enough to push his speed and strength beyond what the sand shinobi were prepared for. A sand chunin swung a blade at his throat. Naruto didn't dodge. He caught the blade with his bare hand, the red chakra flaring around his palm and stopping the edge cold, and then he pushed. Just pushed. The Chunin flew backward 20 meters and crashed through a barricade. Kakashi fought beside him, sharing in blazing, copying, and countering techniques with the cold efficiency of a one-man army. Between the two of them, the northern gate was holding. But the cost was showing. Naruto's jacket was torn, blood on his arm from a wound that was already closing, the regeneration visible as a red glow that knitted flesh in real time. Kakashi had taken a hit to the leg that was slowing him, though his technique didn't falter. Temari turned to the Anbu escort that had stayed with her through the fighting, one still standing, the other had been evacuated with a broken arm 10 minutes ago. "I'm moving to the northern gate. Our orders are to stay with you. Your orders are to make sure I don't betray Konoha. I'm going to the northern gate to fight beside your Jinchuriki. If that looks like betrayal to you, stop me." The Anbu hesitated, then nodded. They moved. She reached the northern gate as the Sand's fourth wave hit. This one was different, heavier, more committed. The Kazekage was pushing everything through the northern corridor now, trying to break the defense through sheer mass. Gold dust rose in towering formations, shaping itself into barriers and ramps and crushing platforms that pressed down on Konoha's positions with relentless, grinding force. Temari jumped from the wall into the middle of it. She landed beside Naruto, fans swinging, and the wind blast she unleashed scattered the leading edge of the fourth wave like leaves in a storm. Naruto looked at her. Sweat and blood and chakra haze and those blue eyes burning underneath it all. "Took you long enough. I was busy saving the eastern wall." "Show off," he grinned, the battle grin, the one that blazed like fire and turned back to the fight, and they fell into the rhythm they'd found in Tanagawa. Wind and clones. Space control and volume. Her fan clearing arcs, his clones filling them. A two-person army that moved like they'd been training together for years instead of weeks. A Sand Jonin threw a fire technique at them, the same style as the Tanagawa fire user, big and destructive. Temari's wind caught it, amplified it, redirected it skyward where it exploded harmlessly above the wall. The Jonins stared in disbelief. You didn't redirect fire with wind. Wind fed fire. Everyone knew that. Everyone hadn't met Temari. Wind was hers. It did what she told it to do. That was awesome. Naruto yelled beside her. "Do it again. Focus," he focused. They fought. The gate held, and then Orochimaru's true hand revealed itself. She felt them before she saw them. 3 chakra signatures, wrong in a way that was hard to articulate, twisted, modified, carrying the particular resonance of curse seal energy. They emerged from within the village, not from outside it. Kabuto's pre-positioned infiltration teams, activated by some signal Temari couldn't detect, rising from concealment in the heart of Konoha like infections surfacing from deep tissue. One headed for the Hokage's building. The assassination team. One headed for the communications hub at the village center. The disruption team, one headed for Naruto. She screamed the warning before conscious thought engaged. "Naruto, behind you!" He spun. The sound operative was already there. A woman with gray skin and yellow eyes, curse seal fully active, her body half transformed into something serpentine and wrong. She struck with a speed that exceeded anything the Sand Shinobi had brought to the fight, and her hand was aimed at Naruto's stomach, at the seal. Naruto blocked. Barely. The impact drove him backward, his feet carving furrows in the ground, and the red chakra around him flared brighter. The fox responding to the threat with a surge of power that Temari felt like heat from an open furnace. The woman pressed the attack, each strike targeted at the seal with surgical precision. She wasn't trying to kill him. She was trying to access the Nine Tails. Temari hit her from the flank. Full 3-star wind blast, concentrated into a narrow corridor of force that caught the sound operative in the side and threw her through the remains of a stone wall. The woman crashed through the rubble, rolled, and came up already recovered, the curse seal's enhancement absorbing damage that should have shattered ribs. "She's going for the seal," Temari shouted to Naruto. The stomach, she's trying to access the fox. I noticed. Naruto's voice was strained. The red chakra was intensifying, and she could see the struggle on his face. The nine tails pushing harder, the seal holding but straining, the balance between power and control narrowing with every second of combat stress. Kakashi appeared between them and the sound operative, Sharingan locked on her movements. I'll handle this one. Naruto, Temari, the wall needs you. Go. Kakashi-sensei, that's an order. Kakashi's voice was iron. The wall is about to break. If the northern gate falls, everything falls. Go. Now, they went. Behind them, Kakashi engaged the sound operative in a fight that Temari couldn't watch because the wall needed her. The gate needed her. The people on both sides of this battle needed her. The fourth wave had nearly broken through. Sand shinobi were on the wall now, fighting hand-to-hand with the defenders, and the line was buckling. Temari threw herself into the gap, fans swinging in arcs that cleared 5-meter sections with each pass, and Naruto's clones filled the spaces she created, a flowing partnership of wind and shadow that stabilized the defense through sheer, relentless pressure. A horn sounded from the sand line. Different from the attack signal. A command horn, the Kazekij's personal signal, reserved for direct tactical orders. The sand forces surged. Every unit, every soldier, every technique, all of it concentrated on the northern gate in a single, massive push. Rasa was committing everything, all in. The gold dust rose in a wave that darkened the sky, and the Kazekij himself advanced, walking through his own army toward the wall with the measured stride of a man who intended to tear it down with his own hands. This was the moment. Temari knew it with the clarity of someone who'd studied her father's tactics since childhood. He was committing his full force, pouring everything into the breach, leaving nothing in reserve, and on the eastern flank, she could feel the sound forces pulling back, not all of them. Not obviously. But the chakra density on the eastern wall was thinning, sound units disengaging, withdrawing, melting into the forest with the silent efficiency of snakes retreating into grass. Orochimaru's betrayal, happening in real time, exactly as she'd predicted. Shikamaru. She shouted into the communication seal. Sound is withdrawing from the eastern gate. It's happening, Orochimaru's pulling out. Shikamaru's voice came back, tight and focused. Confirmed, Eastern sensors show 30% reduction in sound forces. They're ghosting. Dad's repositioning reserves to compensate, but if we can get the sand to see this, I know, I need to get to my father. Silence on the channel, then Shikamaru. That's suicidal. That's necessary. If the sand commander sees that his ally is abandoning him in the middle of an assault, the entire strategic calculus changes. The invasion becomes a death sentence instead of a victory. He'll have to withdraw. Or he'll push harder because he's already committed and retreat means admitting failure. He might, but he's not stupid. Desperate, yes. Manipulated, yes. Stupid, no. If I can get in front of him, if I can show him what Orochimaru is doing, there's a chance. Temari, he'll kill you. Maybe. She looked at Naruto, fighting beside her on the wall, chakra blazing, clones pouring into the battle, the nine tails' red glow flickering beneath the blue. He was magnificent, terrifying and beautiful and burning with the kind of light that darkness couldn't touch. Maybe not. But if I don't try, everyone here dies, sand and leaf both, and I can't live with that. She didn't wait for permission. She jumped from the wall. The drop was 30 feet, and she caught herself with a wind cushion that absorbed the impact and launched her forward into the space between the armies. The no man's land. The killing ground where stray jutsu and deflected weapons turned the air itself into a hazard. She ran through it. Fan closed, held in one hand like a staff, sprinting toward the sand line with every ounce of speed her wind-enhanced body could produce. She felt weapons pass her. Kunai, shuriken, a wind blade from one of the sand fan users who hadn't recognized her yet. She deflected what she could and dodged what she couldn't and kept running because stopping meant dying and dying meant failing and failure was not an option she was willing to accept. The sand line opened in front of her. soldiers staring, weapons half-raised, faces cycling through confusion and alarm. She was wearing a sand hit-I-8 and running toward them from the Konoha side, and nothing about this computed. "Hold your fire," she screamed. "I am Temari of the Sand, daughter of the 4th Kazekage, and I need to speak to my father now." The soldiers parted. Not willingly, reluctantly, uncertainly, their training in conflict with the impossible thing they were seeing. She charged through the gap they made and found him. Rasa stood 20 meters behind the front line, his gold dust swirling around him in a protective cloud, his hands raised in the control posture that directed the technique. His face was as she remembered, hard planes, dark eyes, the handsome erosion of a man carved by force. He saw her and the gold dust faltered, just for a moment, just long enough to show that whatever calculus ran behind those eyes, it hadn't accounted for this. Temari, her name in his voice, not a greeting, a classification. He was already filing her presence into a tactical framework, assessing threat levels and implications, and the operational impact of his operative appearing on the wrong side of the battlefield. "Father." She stopped 10 meters from him, breathing hard, fan in her hand. The soldiers around them had formed a loose circle, weapons ready, faces taut. They didn't know what they were seeing, but they knew it was dangerous. "You've betrayed us," Rasa said, not a question. His voice was level, almost conversational, and that was worse than any accusation because it meant he'd already processed the betrayal and moved past it into consequence. "I've saved us. Listen to me. Orochimaru is pulling his forces from the eastern gate right now. This moment. The Sound Army is withdrawing while your soldiers are dying against Konoha's defenses. He used you, father. The alliance was never real. He needed Sand to commit, to bleed, to absorb Konoha's full response, and when both villages are destroyed, he takes whatever he wants from the ashes. You expect me to believe, I expect you to look," she pointed east. "Send a scout, use your sensor types. Check the eastern corridor. Sound is gone. They're gone, father. You're fighting alone. You've been fighting alone since the first horn sounded." Rasa's jaw tightened. The gold dust shifted, agitated, responding to his emotional state. Around them, the Sand soldiers were exchanging glances. They'd heard her, and the words were landing, planting seeds of doubt that combat discipline could suppress but not eliminate. "Even if what you say is true," Rasa said. "The attack is committed. Retreat now means destruction. Konoha will pursue, and a retreating army is a dead army." "Konoha will not pursue. I have the Hokage's word. Tsunade doesn't want to destroy you. She wants you to stop. That's all. Stop, withdraw, and open negotiations." "The leaf isn't your enemy, father. The leaf was never your enemy. Your enemy is the snake who's been whispering in your ear for months, telling you what you wanted to hear so you do what he needed." Something cracked in Rasa's expression. Not the stone wall, something deeper, something structural. The foundation of a plan he'd built his village's future on, crumbling under the weight of evidence he could no longer deny. "Verify," he said to the Jonin at his left. "Eastern corridor, sound positions, now." The Jonin disappeared. The circle of soldiers waited. The battle raged on around them, the sound of jutsu and steel and screaming, but in this small pocket of space, time held its breath. The Jonin returned in 3 minutes. His face told the story before his words did. "Sound forces are gone, Lord Kazekage. The eastern corridor is empty. Our scouts found abandoned positions, equipment left behind, supply caches untouched. They didn't retreat. They vanished." The gold dust fell. Not dramatically, not all at once, but the swirling cloud around Rasa sank, settling toward the ground like exhaustion made physical. His hands dropped to his sides. His face, that hard desert face she'd spent 17 years trying to read, showed something she'd never seen on it before. He looked old. "Recall the assault," he said quietly. "Lord Kazekage," I said, "recall the assault." His voice hardened, the authority reasserting itself even as the foundation crumbled. "All units fighting withdrawal, defensive formation. Now," the horns sounded, "recall." The sound rippled through the Sand Army like a shockwave, and the fighting began to ebb, slowly at first. then faster as units disengaged, pulled back, reformed in defensive clusters away from the wall. The Leaf defenders held their positions but didn't pursue. Tsunade's order, relayed through the communication network, hold the wall. Let them withdraw. Nobody pursues, nobody. The battle stopped. Not cleanly, not instantly. There were pockets of engagement that took minutes to untangle, units that didn't hear the horn or couldn't disengage safely, wounded on both sides who needed extraction. But the tide turned. The sand pulled back. The Leaf held. And in the space between the armies, Temari stood before her father and watched him absorb the magnitude of what had happened. He'd been used, played, manipulated by Orochimaru into committing his village's military to a war that was designed to destroy it. And his daughter, the operative he'd sent to spy on the enemy, had been the one to show him the truth. "How long?" he asked. "How long have you known?" "Since Kankuro came to Konoha. 3 weeks, maybe I suspected before that. And you chose them over us." "I chose everyone over the war." "There's a difference." His eyes, those dark, evaluating eyes that had never warmed, never softened, never looked at her with anything but calculation, held hers across the blood-soaked ground between them. And she saw, in the depths of that gaze, something she'd spent her whole life looking for. Not pride, not approval, not the warmth she'd wanted as a child, recognition. He saw her. For the first time in her life, the Kazekage looked at his daughter and saw not an asset, not an operative, not an extension of his will, but a person who had made a choice he couldn't have made. A choice that was braver than anything he'd ever done. "Father," she said, and her voice cracked on the word because it was the first time she'd said it and meant it as something other than a title. "Please, let this end." He closed his eyes. The gold dust settled to the earth around his feet, inert, spent. The Kazekage of the sand stood in the wreckage of his invasion and his alliance and his desperate gamble, and for a long, terrible moment, Temari thought he might not answer. Then, "It's over." Except it wasn't. Because Orochimaru had one more card to play. The explosion came from inside Konoha. Not the walls, not the gates, the village center, near the Hokage's building. A detonation of purple chakra that mushroomed into the sky and carried with it the screaming resonance of cursed seal energy, amplified beyond anything the earlier sound fighters had demonstrated. Temari felt it from the field and knew immediately. The assassination team. Kabuto's people, positioned to kill Tsunade under cover of the battle's chaos. They'd waited for the sand withdrawal, waited for the moment when Konoha's defenses relaxed, when the battle seemed won, when attention shifted from combat to aftermath. Naruto felt it too. She saw him on the wall, saw his head snap toward the explosion, saw the color drain from his face as he processed what it meant. He was gone. Off the wall, across the rooftops, moving toward the Hokage's building with a speed that left the air rippling in his wake. No hesitation. No calculation. Tsunade was in danger, and Naruto didn't calculate when people he loved were in danger. He moved. Temari moved too. She left her father, left the sand line, and sprinted back toward the village. The Anbu escort was gone, lost in the battle, but she didn't need an escort now. She needed speed, and the wind gave it to her. She reached the village center to find chaos. The Hokage's building had taken structural damage, one wall partially collapsed, windows blown out, the roof cratered. Anbu were engaged with 2 sound operatives in the plaza outside, and the fight was ugly. The cursed seal fighters were enhanced beyond normal parameters. Orochimaru had given them something extra for this mission, something that pushed their bodies past human limits and into something monstrous. Naruto was already inside the building. She could feel his chakra through the walls, massive, flaring, the red tinge intensifying. He was fighting something in there, something big. She charged through the main entrance, vaulted the reception desk, and sprinted up the stairs toward Tsunade's office. The building shook around her. Walls cracked. Ceiling tiles fell. Whatever was happening above her was tearing the structure apart. She reached the top floor and found the corridor destroyed. Walls caved in, floor buckled, the ceiling open to the sky. And in the wreckage of Tsunade's office, 3 figures fought. Tsunade, her Hokage robes shredded, the diamond seal on her forehead fully released, the strength of 100 technique. Her body wreathed in the glowing lines of the yin seal, every injury healing in real time. She was fighting Kabuto. And Kabuto was not the smiling, glasses-adjusting medical nin from the garden. He was transformed, curse seal active, his body partially serpentine, one arm elongated and scaled, his smile stretched into something that lived in nightmares. He fought with a medic's precision and a monster's strength, his chakra scalpels carving the air in patterns designed to sever tendons, rupture organs, kill with the surgical efficiency of a doctor-turned-executioner. Naruto was between them, engaging Kabuto with a ferocity that shook the building. Shadow clones filled the room, or what was left of the room, and Rasengan impacts cratered the walls with each exchange. The red chakra was fully present now, a cloak of crimson energy that surrounded Naruto's body and gave his movements a feral, predatory quality that was as terrifying as it was powerful. "Temari," Naruto shouted when he saw her. "Get Granny Tsunade out of here. I don't need to be gotten out." Tsunade snapped, driving her fist into Kabuto's guard with a blow that sent him through the remaining wall and into open air. "You're bleeding. I'm the greatest medical ninja alive. I'm always bleeding. That's how I know the healing works." She charged after Kabuto. Temari followed because the alternative was standing in a collapsing building, and that wasn't how she intended to die. She jumped through the hole in the wall and landed on the roof of the adjacent building, where Kabuto had recovered and was facing all three of them with the calculating expression of someone running probability assessments in real time. "Interesting," Kabuto said. His voice was distorted by the transformation, sibilant, the words sliding over elongated teeth. "The spy, the Jinchuriki, and the Hokage. Lord Orochimaru will be disappointed I couldn't secure the primary objective, but the data from this engagement alone is—" Temari hit him with wind. Not a technique, raw, unformed, furious wind that she pulled from the sky itself and slammed into him like a wall. He staggered, lost footing, and Naruto was already there. The Rasengan hit Kabuto's chest dead center, and the sound operative went through 3 rooftops in succession, each impact marked by an explosion of debris and purple curse seal energy. He didn't get up. The 3rd rooftop collapsed under him, and the rubble buried him, and the curse seal's glow flickered and died beneath the wreckage. Silence. Relative silence. The sounds of battle at the walls had faded to the isolated engagements of cleanup rather than combat. The massive chakra signatures of the curse seal fighters in the plaza below were winking out one by one as the Anbu finished them. Tsunade stood at the edge of the ruined roof, her healing technique still active, the lines on her skin glowing faintly in the morning light. She was breathing hard. There was blood on her face, not her own from the splatter of combat, and her eyes were fierce and tired and victorious. "Is it done?" she asked. Temari looked north, toward the wall, toward the field where the Sand Army was forming defensive positions and waiting for orders that wouldn't come. She looked east, toward the empty corridor where Orochimaru's forces had vanished like smoke. She looked down at the rubble where Kabuto lay buried, and she felt, for the first time in hours, the absence of immediate threat. "The sound is broken," she said. "The sand is withdrawing. Orochimaru's infiltration teams are neutralized." She paused. "It's done." But it wasn't. Not quite. Because from the north, approaching the village at speed, she felt a chakra signature she knew massive, dark, shot through with something ancient and terrible that resonated with the earth itself. Gaara. He came alone. No army, no escort, no sand Anbu. Just a boy walking out of the forest with a gourd on his back and sand swirling around his feet, moving toward the village that had nearly been destroyed by the army his father had sent. His face was calm. His pale eyes held something that wasn't anger or madness or the killing emptiness that had defined him for most of his life. It was purpose. He walked through the no-man's land between the armies. Sand soldiers stared, leaf soldiers on the wall raised weapons. Naruto, still on the rooftop beside Temari, went very still. Gaara walked to the sand line. Walked past it. Walked to the place where Rasa stood with his Jonin commanders and his failed invasion and the ashes of his grand strategy. He stopped in front of his father, and the sand around his feet settled into stillness. "Father," Gaara said. Rasa looked at his youngest son, the boy he'd made into a weapon, the container of the one-tail, the child he'd tried to have assassinated 6 times before the age of 10. His expression was unreadable. "Gaara, you left the village without authorization." "I left the village to stop you." Gaara's voice carried the same flat tonelessness it always had, but underneath it, something new, something hard and clear like glass. "I've been walking for 4 days. I've had time to think. About what you've done. About what you tried to do. About what the Uzumaki boy said to me at the Chunin exams." Rasa said nothing. The Jonin commanders shifted nervously. The sand at Gaara's feet trembled. He said that strength comes from protecting people. Not from killing them, not from conquering them, not from using your children as weapons and your soldiers as expendable assets. Gaara's pale eyes met his father's dark ones. "I didn't understand when he said it. I've been trying to understand ever since. Walking here, I think I finally do." He raised his hand. The sand responded, not the violent, crushing force of Gaara's combat techniques, but something gentler. It rose around him in a slow spiral, gathering, forming. It took shape, a hand, a massive hand of sand, open-palmed, reaching upward, not a fist, not a weapon, an offer. "This is over, father." Gaara's voice was quiet, final, and somehow immense. "The invasion is over. The alliance is over. The war you've been building toward since before I was born, it's over, and you have a choice. You can stand here and watch your army die for a strategy that's already failed, or you can take my hand, and we can walk home and try to build something that doesn't require the destruction of everything we touch." The field was silent. 800 sand shinobi watching their Kazekage and his youngest son face each other across a gap that was measured in meters and decades both. Rasa looked at the hand, looked at his son, looked at the wall behind him, where Konoha's defenders still stood, where his daughter had fought against his army, where the boy who'd changed everything watched from a rooftop with blue eyes that burned like the sky. The gold dust rose one more time. It shimmered in the morning light, catching the sun in 1,000 tiny mirrors, and for a moment it hung in the air between father and son like a question. Then it fell. All of it. The gold dust sank to the earth and lay still, and Rasa's hands dropped to his sides. And the Kazekage of the sand looked at the open hand. His son was offering and took a step forward. Then another. Then he reached out and placed his hand in Gaara's, and the sand closed around them both, and something broke in the air. Something hard and old and poisonous. And what was left was raw and new and didn't have a name yet. On the rooftop, Naruto made a sound. Not a word. Not a cheer. Just a sound, rough and broken and full. The sound of someone watching something they'd planted bloom in soil. They'd never expected to see it grow in. Temari stood beside him and watched her father and her brother standing in the field together, hand in hand, and the wind blew from the west and carried the taste of sand, and it didn't feel like the desert reaching for her anymore. It felt like home reaching for itself. The ceasefire held. Negotiations began within the hour, conducted on the field itself. Tsunade walking out to meet Rasa with a small escort, Shikaku Nara carrying the preliminary terms. It wasn't peace. It was the exhausted, bloody compromise of 2 villages that had come too close to mutual destruction to pretend that the old way was working. The terms were basic. Immediate cessation of hostilities. Sand forces to withdraw to a neutral staging area for medical treatment and reorganization. Joint intelligence sharing regarding Orochimaru's forces and the Sound's disposition. A formal diplomatic summit to be scheduled within 30 days at a neutral location to address the underlying economic grievances that had driven the conflict. Rasa signed. Tsunade signed. It was ugly and imperfect and held together by desperation rather than trust, but it was real, and real was enough. The Sand Army withdrew. They moved slowly, the wounded supported by the whole, the dead carried on stretchers of earth and sand. They passed through the no-man's land that had been a battlefield an hour ago, and the leaf shinobi on the wall watched them go with expressions that ranged from relief to grief, to the hollow confusion of people who'd been prepared to die, and now had to figure out how to live with not dying. Gaara walked with the army. He'd assumed authority with a quiet, implacable certainty that the Sand Commanders accepted. Partly because his power was terrifying, partly because the Kazekage had sanctioned it, and partly because in the vacuum left by a failed strategy, any direction was better than none. Before he left, he found Temari at the northern gate. She was sitting on the wall's base, fan across her knees, watching the withdrawal with dry eyes and a chest full of everything she couldn't afford to feel yet. "You did this," he said. "Stopped the war." "I helped." "You're the one who got father to stand down." "I told him what Naruto told me, that bonds are worth more than power." A pause. The sand at his feet shifted. "I still don't fully understand it, but I'm learning." He looked at her with those pale, ringed eyes. "Will you come home?" The question was so simple and so impossible that it nearly broke her. "I don't know where home is anymore," she said. Gaara considered this. His face, as always, gave little away. But his hand moved, reached out and touched her shoulder, the briefest contact, and the sand around his fingers was warm. "Then find out," he said. "And when you do, tell me. I'd like to know what it looks like." He left. He walked into the field, and the sand army formed around him, and they moved west toward the desert, toward everything she'd left behind. She watched until they were gone. The village breathed, not immediately, not all at once. But as the hours passed, and the sand forces disappeared into the forest, and the sound's absence was confirmed by every sensor and scout and satellite technique available, Konoha exhaled. The barrier seals powered down. The defensive positions demobilized. Civilians emerged from the shelters beneath the mountain, blinking in the afternoon light, reaching for each other. The damage was significant. The northern wall would need major repairs. Several buildings in the commercial district were destroyed. The Hokage's building would need a new top floor. And the cost in lives on both sides was real and would take time to fully account for, but the village stood. Battered, bleeding, broken in places, but standing. Temari spent the afternoon in limbo, not confined, not free. She helped with the initial cleanup, because standing idle was impossible. And the leaf shinobi who worked beside her gave her looks that ranged from cautious respect to open hostility to confused gratitude. She carried rubble and treated minor wounds and directed repair crews to structural weak points in the wall. And she said nothing and asked for nothing and let her actions serve as the only argument she had left. Evening came. The sun dropped toward the western horizon, painting the sky in golds and reds that reminded her of the desert. She was sitting on a bench near the memorial stone, the same bench Shikamaru had brought her to a lifetime ago when Naruto found her. He walked across the training ground slowly. Deliberately. Not bouncing, not running, not burning with the kinetic energy that usually preceded his arrival. Just walking. His orange jacket was torn beyond repair, his arm bandaged, his face streaked with dust and dried blood. He looked exhausted in the deepest way, not just physically, but the exhaustion of someone who'd carried something enormous and had finally set it down. He sat beside her. Not close. Not far. The exact distance of two people who hadn't yet decided what the space between them meant. The memorial stone caught the last of the sunset, names carved in black granite. The dead of Konoha, honored in stone, remembered in the hearts of everyone who passed. "New names tomorrow," Naruto said quietly. "Yes." Silence. The kind that wasn't empty, the kind that was full, saturated, heavy with everything that had happened and everything that hadn't been said. "I watched you," Naruto said. "On the field, running to your father. No weapons, no backup, just you and the truth. You could have died." "So could you?" "You ran into a collapsing building to fight Kabuto." "That's different. That's what I do." "It's what I do too. Now." He looked at her. She looked at him. The sunset painted them both in gold, and in the warm light, the distance between them felt like something that could be crossed. "You saved the village," he said. "I helped. You saved my village, Temari, the place where I grew up, the place where I was hated and then wasn't. The place where Uruka-sensei bought me ramen and Sakura punched me and Kakashi-sensei was always late and Granny Tsunade pretended she didn't care about me." His voice was thick. "You saved all of that, and you did it by giving up everything you had. Not everything. What do you have left?" She looked at the sky, at the gold and red fading into purple, at the first star appearing above the mountain, faint and persistent, like hope or stubbornness or the refusal to disappear even when the light around you was dying. "I have what's in front of me," she said. "Right now, this bench. This village, this sunset." She turned to him. "You," his breath caught. The sound was small, involuntary, the kind of sound that came from a place deeper than control. His blue eyes were wet, and this time he didn't try to hide it. The tears didn't fall. They just sat there at the edge, shimmering in the last light. "I haven't forgiven you yet," he whispered. "I know. I'm going to. I've decided. It's going to take time, and it's going to be hard, and I'm probably going to be angry about it at weird moments for no reason, and you're going to have to be patient with me, which is funny because I'm the least patient person alive. I know. But I'm going to forgive you, because you deserve it. Not because of today. Today was amazing. Today was the bravest thing I've ever seen, but because of before. Because you sat on a hill with me and told me I wasn't nothing, and you meant it. And nobody who means that could really be the enemy." The tears stayed at the edge. Held there by willpower and stubbornness, and the particular Naruto determination that made the impossible feel like it was just running a little late. He didn't reach for her. She didn't reach for him. They sat on the bench in the fading light, and the space between them was still there, still real, still earned by everything she'd done and everything she'd have to do to mend it. But it was smaller than it had been. And then, without drama, without declaration, without the grand gesture that stories demanded but real life rarely provided, his hand moved on the bench. Not reaching, not grabbing, just moving, sliding across the worn wood until his fingers touched hers. She didn't pull away. He didn't pull away. They sat there with their fingertips touching, and the sunset bled into twilight, and the stars came out one by one, and neither of them said anything because the silence was already saying it. Not forgiveness. Not yet, but the promise of it. The foundation. The first stone. And from somewhere in the village, carried on the evening air, the sound of Ikaraku's bell ringing as the ramen stand opened for its evening service, persistent, ordinary, alive. She stayed in Konoha, not as a prisoner. Not as a spy. Not as a refugee or an exile or a woman without a country. As something new, something that didn't have a name yet because it hadn't existed before. Tsunade offered her the position 3 days after the battle, during a meeting that also included Gaara, via communication seal from the returning sand caravan and Shikaku Nara, via the strategic necessity of having the smartest man in the room present for important decisions. "Diplomatic liaison," Tsunade said. "For real this time. The summit is in 3 weeks. Both villages need a representative who understands the other side, not from intelligence reports, but from lived experience. Someone who's walked in both worlds. Someone both sides have reason to trust, however grudgingly. Both sides have reason to distrust me too," Temari said. "Trust and distrust aren't opposites. They're the same muscle, worked from different angles." Tsunade slid a document across the desk. "The position comes with full diplomatic immunity, a real apartment, and access to both villages' strategic planning sessions. You'll be the bridge, the space between sand and leaf where the two sides can meet without either one having to cross into enemy territory." "And Naruto?" Temari asked, because the question mattered and she'd stopped pretending it didn't. "Naruto is a Konoha shinobi and the future Hokage, if he has anything to say about it, which he always does, loudly." Tsunade almost smiled. "What happens between you and him is your business. I'm offering you a job, not a love life." Temari took the job. She signed the document with a brush that felt heavier than any weapon she'd carried, and when she set it down, the ink was black and permanent, and the future it represented was uncertain and terrifying and alive. She walked out of the Hawkage's building into the morning light. Konoha was rebuilding. The sounds of hammers and saws and earth jutsu repairing damaged walls filled the air with the particular music of a village that refused to stay broken. People moved through the streets with the slightly dazed energy of survivors, grateful, tender, holding each other a little closer than they had before. Naruto was waiting outside. Leaning against the building, arms crossed, that orange jacket replaced with a new one that was identical to the old one, because apparently his commitment to visual assault was ideological. He looked up when she came out, and the grin, the real one, the one she'd first seen on that hill during the fireworks, damaged but rebuilt, imperfect but luminous, spread across his face. So, he said, "Ambassador, huh? Diplomatic liaison. Same thing, fancier words." He pushed off the wall. "I have a question. Ask, have you had breakfast?" "No." "Cool, because Ikaraku's has a new."